Honorable members and colleagues or our guests from the Auditor General and the Special Investigating Unit, welcome and thank you very much for availing yourselves today for this very important work. Today we're dealing with local government, and one of my colleagues always says nobody lives in a national address, everybody lives in a local address, and it's very important that we make sure that our local government works as it should, so that people can get the services that they deserve, and secondly, that the equitable share that is transferred to local government is used in the manner in which Parliament intended for it to be used. So I've noted that the AG team from the Eastern Cape has just come in. So relax, catch your breath. We are not going to start. We intended to start with you, but I also recognize it's not fair for somebody to walk in and then they must present immediately. So we're going to start with the Gauteng municipalities. The way we're going to do things today is that we're going to take the AG's presentation, and then we take the SIU presentation in turn. So I'd like us to, and we had a good session with the SIU yesterday because we're trying to get to more succinct presentations so that we've got more time for members to interact with the teams, to ask questions and develop understanding. So what we will do is once each team has completed, so do Tshwane and Joburg and finish, and then we'll have a conversation. Then we do, the next team does Tshwane and Joburg, and then we take questions as well. What I'd like to propose is that, the reason I was making an example about the presentation you did with us about OR Tambo is that one of the most helpful things you did last year was to say, look, we arrived there, at such and such a time, and this was the picture when we got there. It just helped us to ground ourselves in the reality that we saw. So what I'm trying to say is, try and tell a story rather than just go through the numbers. The story is very helpful. The members read the documents because you favor us with them. Now that we've seen the numbers and we're looking at them, just tell us the story that we're looking at. You don't need to, to go through the same thing. Then we can develop the color and the context that we need. So I'm not going to waste any time. I know that we may look like we have all day, but we don't. A day is not enough, and I'd also like us to just get to the issues as fast as possible. If the team from the Eastern Cape AG, you want to get something to drink, get some water and so on, please do so. The only thing I ask is that these doors, if you just let it shut itself, it makes a lot of noise. So just gently ease it in, but please feel free, go get tea, coffee, and water and so on, so that we also don't, you can settle down and we do not disturb the proceedings at the same time. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the AG team to get us started on the Gauteng local government audits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and the honorable members. My name is Tumisani Tsebekulu. I'm from the Gauteng office of the Auditor General. I'm the business unit leader responsible for the province. With me, I have the colleagues that I work with in the office. On the far left is Mr. Mavundla, Mrs. Mavundla, who's one of the deputy business unit leaders in the province. And I've got Mr. Kolani Zikwele, who's primarily responsible for the audit of the city of Tshwane. Sitting on my right is Mr. Monde Kongo, who's responsible for the city of Joburg audit. Chairperson, thank you so much again once more for the opportunity to engage with yourselves. Chair, as we discharge our responsibility as the audit office, we are also seized with a very key responsibility. The responsibility of ensuring that while we focus on the external environment, being the auditees, in the context of the Culture Shift 2030 strategy, we also invest in ourselves as the AGSA employees, colleagues, insofar as the people-related matters are concerned. Honorable Chairperson and members, it is an honor for us as the Audit Office to be certified as a top employer by apologies, Chairperson, to be certified as a top employer by one of the global societies that is responsible for this particular function. This, Chairperson, really emphasizes the fact that as the National Audit Office, we are a people-centric organization that values the contribution of each and every member of Team AGSA. This certification, Chairperson and members, highlight the AGSA's exceptional human resources in terms of our practices and our unwavering commitment to ensure better employee experience and prioritization of their well-being. This puts the AGSA amongst the elite 2,400 organizations globally who are making a tangible difference in over 125 countries, impacting the lives of more than 13 million. To earn its spot in the League of Certified Organizations, the Institute rigorously evaluated the National Audit Office approach across key significant human resources domains and 20 topics. This includes the people strategy, talent acquisition, diversity and inclusion, well-being learning, as well as the work environment. This, Chairperson, reinforces our alignment with our Culture Shift 2030 strategy and underscores the determination of living our core values, which talks to how we care for each other, we build trust, we do the right thing, and we excel in all we do. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for giving us the audience in that regard. Chair, I will then jump straight to the presentation that we've prepared. Chair, I will also maybe not focus on the slides as requested earlier on by the Chairperson, maybe tell a story. I will start with the city of Joburg story, Chairperson. This is an oddity which, from the role that it ought to play insofar as the lives of the citizens are concerned, is very, very key. The makeup of City of Joburg is made up of a number of entities, some who are seized with very key responsibilities insofar as dealing with the issues of service delivery. And of course, Chairperson, for a number of years, we have been auditing this particular metro and its related entities, and we have seen the metro go through what I will call the times where the audit opinions or the audit outcomes were in the upward trajectory. We have also gone through a phase where the audit outcomes are regressing. Currently, Chairperson, the audit outcomes of City of Joburg are stagnant, if I may use the word. Stagnant in the sense that we are not seeing a lot of improvements as it relates to the audit process. Chair, if I may also spend a bit of time maybe just positioning some of the key matters that we assist with as it relates to the City of Joburg. From a culture shift point of view, Chair, we have acknowledged that there are key areas that we need to focus on as it relates to City of Joburg. The first talks to the financial health of the city itself. Chair, we have noted that for a number of years, the city has struggled or has had challenges as it relates to the issues of financial health. Chair, for oversight purposes, this is one matter that we are elevating to the committee. So this talks to how the City of Joburg as a metro for a number of years has been struggling with the numbers that talks to, or with issues that talks to the collection of debtors, the revenue aspect, as well as dealing with the non-compliance related matters. The second aspect, Chair, just to continue with the context, talks to the infrastructure in the City of Joburg. We have for a number of years also seen the city that continues to have challenges with regards to infrastructure-related matters. There we talk about issues of how there is not enough funds that are going into maintaining the infrastructure that is already on the ground, and also there is not enough investment that goes into the procurement or the acquiring of the new infrastructure. This then creates challenges as it relates to the city of Joburg when it comes to the actual service delivery. Chair, in the presentation, we'll also refer to instances that we've noted that talks to the electricity losses as well as the water-related losses in the context of the infrastructure challenges in the city of Joburg. Chairperson and members, that is the context or the story as it relates to the city of Joburg. Chair, if I may then quickly go to slide number 20 that talks to the audit outcomes of the city of Joburg at a high level, Chairperson. We have seen that as it relates to the city of Joburg and its entities, 12 of the entities are sitting with the auditees are sitting with unqualified with findings. That also includes the city of Joburg as a parent municipality itself. We have seen that we also have an entity that is, or entities rather, Chairperson, that have received a clean audit opinion, being the Joburg Market as well as the Joburg Theatre. This, Chairperson, then positions the city well in terms of those particular entities to see how the other entities in the group can learn the best practices as it relates to those particular entities. So the overview as it relates to the city of Joburg, Chairperson, is a city which, from our side, we have noted the overall audit outcomes, which continue to stagnate. We have highlighted the issues that talk to infrastructure, where there are challenges as it relates to the infrastructure on the ground in terms of the maintenance, as well as in terms of the investment into the new infrastructure. We have also noted challenges as it relates to financial health, that is due to poor collection that we are seeing as it relates to some of the key entities, such as the Johannesburg Water and Johannesburg City Power, who are revenue-generating entities. This then, Chairperson, affects the overall financial health status of the city. If I move to the next slide, Chair, and this next slide further unpacks the status as it relates to the different municipal entities as well as the entity itself at the city of Joburg. As indicated, Chairperson, when one sits back and reflects on this city, we are then seized with what is it that the city needs to do in the context of the culture shift. We have shared with management to say the city must strengthen its internal control processes. We have said to the city there is a need to go back and look at how the city is currently structured or made up as it relates to its service delivery model with the different entities that I was referring to Chairperson. Currently, Chairperson, we don't have a specific view in terms of how the city should be structured, but we've said to management as it relates to the operational effectiveness of the city must be seized with looking at whether the model that it currently has is ultimately positioning the city well to achieve on its primary mandate, which is the delivery of services to the citizens. We have also said, Chairperson, to the leadership at the city, if you look at, again, in terms of the structure and the makeup of the city, you have a situation where the city is structured in terms of the different departments and the different entities. What it then does is when it comes to the actual audit process, if I may just focus on the audit process per se, it does not position the city well insofar as all the different role players being able to deal with the service delivery matters in the context of the audit-related process. Rather, it often becomes a situation where the audit itself or the audit process itself becomes a responsibility mainly that sits with the finance department. So we've said to the city, there must be a rule look in terms of how, when it comes to issues of governance, particularly the audit-related matters, it does not become an issue that is primarily the responsibility of the CFO. But of course, Chairperson, as we engage with the leadership of the city, they have indicated that they are going to look at that particular issue and to make sure that going forward, the city does indeed pay particular attention to this issue. The other aspect that we've elevated, Chair, is around how the city continues to struggle with irregular expenditure, which for a number of years has been quite high. And Chairperson, there are then a lot of reasons that get to be shared with us as it relates to what is the actual situation that is happening at the city. In front of us, there is a slide that talks to the huge balance that is currently there at the city. And we have said to the city, as it relates to the investigation processes of condoning or doing whatever necessary processes from a consequence management, that is an area that continues to be a challenge with regards to the city of Joburg. So we've said, again, they must tighten up their internal control processes to make sure that the system is structured or positioned in such a manner that they can prevent the instances of non-compliances even before those non-compliances actually occur. From a culture shift point of view, Chair and members, we have raised material irregularities in our attempt to assist the city to deal with this particular matter. I must also indicate, Chairperson, that as it relates to the material irregularities, often after we have raised those matters, there would be a requisite response from the city. However, we would envisage a situation where the city does not have to wait for the audit office to raise material irregularities before matters can be attended to. This, Chairperson, then cements the point around the need to focus a lot on internal control environment and continue to invest in a system that prevents and detects irregularities even before the audit office can come. Chair, I referred earlier on to how the city is structured in terms of the different departments and the different municipal entities. There is an opportunity, Chairperson, to really look at that particular area so that the issues of non-compliances, as indicated earlier on, can be quickly detected and prevented before we raise those issues as the audit office. Chair, in context, that's what the city of Joburg is all about from the audit perspective. It's a city that continues to have challenges as it relates to the internal control environment. It's a city that has huge irregular expenditure and other non-compliance related issues. It is the city that is having serious concerns or challenges with regards to infrastructure. What it then does is it limits or affects the city negatively as it relates to the fulfillment of its mandate, which is to provide services to the citizens. Chairperson, we've shared with the city a number of recommendations, which I have spoken to some of those in my presentation. And these recommendations will be recommendations that we've shared that talk to the accounting officer as well as the executive team that the accounting officer leads, including the executive teams at the different municipal entities. We have also shared the recommendations that talk to the MMCs as well as the mayor insofar as how some of the issues that we are talking to can be addressed, but primarily issues that talk to infrastructure, service delivery, as well as the financial health of the city. We have also had conversations with the other committees at council, such as the MPEC, and we have also indicated to the committee what are some of the challenges that we are having as it relates to the city of Joburg. Chairperson, in context, that is what the city of Joburg is really dealing with insofar as the audit outcomes are concerned. As indicated, the issue of the material irregularities, we are concerned as the audit office because often matters that talk to non-compliances, harm to the public, will only get to be attended to after we've elevated and raised those as the audit office. Chairperson, I will request to pause here as it relates to the city of Joburg in terms of the storytelling and the story behind the numbers for city of Joburg. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks very much. So I'm just going to ask a few clarifying questions just so that we can navigate properly through what you've just told us and what is contained in the presentation. So if I understand correctly, the city implements a lot of its work through the agencies that it has, whether it is roads agencies, the Joburg market, and so on. And what you've done in that slide about quality of financial reporting, for instance, you have then separated the city itself, the city administration, and I would assume that is the political part, the political oversight part of the city, political and administrative, from the agencies themselves, basically. So where you said City of Johannesburg Metro, that is slide, what is that slide? So I just want us to, go back again, there. Okay, so where you've said City of Johannesburg Municipality, so you've separated the city administration from the agencies, effectively. That's correct? That's a correct reading?
Thank you, Chair. It is correct, Chair, but there are also some functions that sit within the city of Joburg itself. So we're also concluding on those. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, and the agencies have boards that oversee them, and those boards are appointed by council, effectively. I would imagine the MMC responsible then puts in a proposal to the council, and then the council votes on it, and that goes through.
Definitely, Chairperson.
All right. Okay, so that's important. The second thing is I just want to get clarity from you, and I'm going to interpret what you said, which is the city does not appear to have its own processes for ensuring compliance with legislation, with regulations, and so on, and issues are only raised or become apparent to them through the Auditor General's audit process itself. Would that be the correct interpretation of what you said?
Thank you, Chair. There are significant amount of issues that only get to be attended to or highlighted as a result of the audit process. Definitely correct, Chairperson. However, through their own units, such as the internal audit, as well as other committees, such as the risk committee, they do also identify matters from their side. However, Chair, most of the issues that we would elevate would be issues that may not necessarily have been issues that the city would have been dealing with before the audit process, particularly around issues of service delivery as well as issues of non-compliance. Thank you, Chair.
All right, and then the last question is, so when you say the good of concern, intervention required, I think good is apparent to everybody. It means things are going okay. Intervention required means things are bad. Can you just give us a sense of what of concern means? Even if you give, one or two anecdotes so that, again, we can determine the weight we should allocate to what of concern means.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I would request to use the City of Joburg parent as the very first line in the block there to illustrate. If we say intervention required as it relates to proper record keeping, Chairperson, there we are referring to instances where, for example, under financial statements or under service AOPO audit, there would be information that is not readily available for the audit process. So we are saying it's a concern because in terms of the in-year council-related processes, the city ought to have a system where the information can be verified on a frequent basis, such that the decisions that get to be taken at council level are backed up by credible information. So that's the point that we are making, Chairperson. Maybe, Chairperson, the last point would be if I move towards the far right under compliance. The city continues to struggle with deviations from the MFMA and other related SCM compliance prescripts. So often what happens is the city will deviate, and when we request the information to support the deviation in terms of what the law says, is it an emergency, is it a sole supplier or impractical, the city will then struggle to give us the information to talk to those non-compliances. Hence, we will then have an audit report paragraph that talks to those instances. Thank you, Chair.
Last one. Do you, during the course of your audit, have access to, I suppose, council discussions, records? Is it minutes? How much information? I'm thinking of this context, and then we can move on to Tshwane. I'm just trying to get us to look at this information in further context. We can do Tshwane, and then at least some of these questions are also relevant, I think, in the case of other municipalities. Do you have access to that level of record, or do you depend on what the officials give to you? Are you able to ask for council minutes, for instance, or recordings?
Thank you, Chair. We are able to ask for recordings, the minutes. However, Chair, we have not necessarily listened to the recordings, but as it relates to the minutes, the agenda and the pack that goes to the meeting itself, that information does get availed to us as the audit office. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you. So I'm hoping that these will assist with the next one. So if we can just go through Tshwane, what I'd like to suggest you do is maybe, the way you've told the story in this case is fine. Just do that in the case of each of the key takeaway slides. I think that will be super helpful. And then we'll open it up for discussion with the members.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. For City of Tshwane, Chair, the context is the one that talks to the city, which for the past 2-3 years, starting with the year where there was an adverse opinion leading to where we are, we have seen the city leadership that is seized with attending to the matters that we've raised as the audit office. The issues will talk to infrastructure, as an example. The issue will also talk to financial health matters that the city is grappling with. Chair, the City of Tshwane message from our side is the message that talks to the city needing to focus a lot on the systems of internal control that ought to be there in the environment so that the city can ultimately achieve its primary objective. But from a leadership tone point of view, we are encouraged by the tone that we have seen most recently as it relates to the issues that are on the ground. However, Chair, I would also request to also talk to what is the future? What do we see from our side? The matters that the city is struggling, if I may use the word, that talks to financial statements, qualification matters, because the city of Tshwane is qualified, unlike the city of Joburg that is not currently qualified. Chair, last year or the year before, there was that adverse opinion and there were a number of issues that the city needed to talk to. I will just highlight one, which then talks to the key focus area of infrastructure and financial health, is the assets management processes within the city. In as much as we have seen the reduction in the qualification areas or items, the city, unfortunately, for the current, is still dealing with matters of financial statements being qualified as it relates to the property, plant, and equipment. However, Chair, we've said to the city, the structural makeup of the city is different compared to city of Joburg, as an example, just to contrast the two. There, most of the functions are sitting within the city itself. Although there's a housing company, Tshwane, in the TIDA, but in the main, the core functions get to be done through the city. Similarly to Joburg, we have seen challenges as it relates to the institutionalization of the daily disciplines, which talks to the mandate of the city. If I were to further explain the issue that talks to the qualification matters, the financial statement related matters, we have said to the city, we would recommend to the city manager and the entire leadership to have their own system of creating credibility within the information that gets to be presented first at council and information where most of the decisions are taken based on. And we've said to the city, the internal audit function is a key governance structure within the city itself. We are aware of the previous challenges that had been there in terms of the leadership and filling in the vacancies, but we do envisage a situation where going forward, there'll be a lot of internal control verification processes that will be done by the internal audit, particularly around the area of financial statements, property, plant, and equipment, to be more specific. We've also said to the city, as it relates to their own system of procedures, we are aware that those might have been there in the past. However, from a self-assurance point of view, using the internal audit as well as the risk committee, there has to be the strengthening as it relates to that particular part. So the city's own assurances as it relates to those particular matters. Chair, the non-compliances in the city, if I may quickly go there, this is an area, Chairperson and members, that continues to be a big challenge in the city. The irregular expenditure balance is still very, very high. The pace at which investigations are happening is also not at the level where it ought to be. And we've said to the leadership of the city, this is an area that the city must focus on, again, in the context of how do they prevent the non-compliances before they happen, through attending to their own system of processes, through strengthening their own internal mechanisms, such as the internal control environment, supported by the internal audit, as well as other governance structures like the audit committee, as well as the risk committees in the city. The financial health position of the city chair is the one which continues to be a challenge. But I must indicate, Chair, that there are initiatives that the city has implemented. We will avail ourselves, or we will look at this area very closely in the upcoming periods that we're going to, in the upcoming audits, because this is an area which, from our side as a chair, as the audit institution, we are of the firm view that if financial health related concerns or matters are not addressed, there is going to be a lot of challenges going forward, not only for seats of Tshwane, but also for seats of Joburg. We have also said to the city, again in the context of the strengthening of the internal systems of assurance, as an example, Chair, the invoice that goes to the citizen at the end of the day must be an invoice that is credible from the accuracy side of things. So we've said the city must also be seized with dealing with getting that aspect right, because it then promotes the right confidence in terms of the bill that the citizen ultimately receives. So that's the message that we've shared with the City of Joburg leadership chairperson. We've also interacted with different structures, internal audit committee, with the mayor, executive mayor, as well as the MMCs that are working with the executive mayor. We have also presented in different forums such as the MPEC, just elevating the overall key message. So the key takeaway, Chair, which I would request to leave with the committee for oversight purposes, it's the issue of financial health, the issue that talks to infrastructure, the issue of continuing not to, or rather the issue of ensuring that the gains that are currently being made in the environment, in the system of internal control, don't get to be reversed by ensuring that they continue to strengthen the institutionalization of the very same internal control matters in the environment, and also elevating the role of the governance structures such as the internal audit as well as the audit committee chairperson. In summary, Chairperson, this will be the message that we would like to share with the committee as it relates to City of Tshwane. Thank you, Chair.
So can I ask that you stay on this slide? Because I just want to ask a couple of clarifying questions here. So when you see the red box, the box with the red boundary, so you say the funding challenges were evident. Can you see that bullet? So they tabled an unfunded budget. Would that be, so what you're saying is that they tabled a budget that exceeded available resources, or either available resources or what their revenue projections are. I suppose that's how you budget. So revenue or income projections versus the actual cost. So they were in a sort of negative.
Yes, Chair. But another key element that talks to that, if I may spend a bit of time on the revenue element. So if the collection patterns are not at the level where it's supposed to be, or they don't match up to the budget that was presented, it unfortunately then lands the city in a situation where they are not able to fully fulfill what was sitting in the budget itself. But Chair, to answer you directly as it relates to the unfunded budget, yes, we have seen those instances with regards to the actual budget of the city of Tshwane. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on this one more time because I want to be certain that we're all getting. So there are two scenarios that may happen, and they are not mutually exclusive. What I'm asking is that, so before they experience any challenges with collection and all of those kind of things, is it your assessment that when they table the budget, their expenditure plans exceeded their own projections of how much income they're going to get in the financial year concerned? Are you saying that? Or they ought to have known, given the patterns of sort of revenue development over time, that they would end up with less money than they were assuming in their budget? Which of the two are we talking about here? I just want clarity on that.
Thank you, Chair. We're talking about the one where at the tabling stage, the budget was unfunded before the other challenges.
Okay, that's highly responsible. Then the second, it's unbelievable. It's like choosing to live in an alternate reality and misleading citizens as a result. So you also talk about the city. I'm just looking for where the funding challenges. The municipality implemented a funding plan. Can you just give us a sense of what that is? Was it on the revenue collection side? Was it accessing debt markets? What plan did they put in place? And then you say it was not effective and it was ineffective. We say, however, it was not ineffective. That it's a double negative there. So I also want to know, are you saying it was not effective or it was effective? Because when you say it was not ineffective, it means basically it was effective.
Thank you, Chair. The funding plan that the city had spoke to, the first element would speak to the revenue collection side, the actual collection of the revenue from the citizens. And the point I made, Chair, as it relates to the credibility of the invoice itself also helps to close that gap. So it was that was number one. The city chairperson and members has not, for at least for the past 12 months or the previous 12 months, because we're dealing with the 22-23 issues, have not tapped into the market space, the bond market space, as it were. We have not seen a lot of activity in that regard. So in pursuance of increasing the revenue aspect, the city chairperson was addressing or attempting to address the issues of, firstly, the unfunded budget, and secondly, as it relates to some of the key infrastructure projects that the city has to embark upon. So in the main, Chair, it was a plan that dealt with the collection aspect, as well as the part that deals with how the actual service delivery related matters are actually financed. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. You said you've now completed this part.
Yes.
Okay. Can I give members an opportunity to interact with the AG team? I've asked my clarification questions. How did we go yesterday? We started with honorable men actually in the beginning, and then we came around this way. So let me do it the other way, to be fair. So we're gonna do the same thing. So straight to the question, so that there can be an interaction between yourself. If you want to ask a follow-up question, that would be so that would assist. So for who was not here yesterday, Honorable Skosana was not here, Honorable Esak, when we set the rules. So what we do is we don't go around like we do and we ask questions. We give about 8 minutes just for you to ask questions and get answers, and then ask a follow-up question if you want, so that you don't wait and then at the end you find that one of your questions was not answered. So you get a chance immediately, if your question is not answered, to then ask it again. So that's how we're doing it. Honorable Atkinson, you get your chance first. I've got a timer here, so at some point I'll put up my hand.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd specifically like just to discuss that slide with regards to the city of Johannesburg with all the red and yellow blocks. The issue there, because we're talking about the fact that a lot of the service actually happens within the entities, but the parent body does seem to be in deep trouble. I mean, if it's just almost one solid red line across there, and it says intervention required, and I'd like to know what that intervention is likely to be, because it's quite a shocking situation if the parent body is doing a lot worse than the entities. So the entities really should be taking the lead from the parent body, but the parent body appears to be falling down in almost every respect. So my question there is, what is the intervention that is required and what is being done to do that at the moment? And then the second question was one about the city of Tshwane. I remember there was a whole mismatch, I think, between themselves and Eskom, where they were receiving money from residents, and they'd come to some sort of agreement with the payment of Eskom, but there seemed to be a bit of a mismatch there. And I just want to know how much of that affected what we see in the financial statements now, the issue of the Eskom mismatch, basically. Thank you.
Yeah, you're free to answer. So that's how we're doing it.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. The intervention required at the city of Joburg will cut across the three areas that we audit. That is the financial statements, the compliance, as well as the AOPO aspect. So, Honourable Member, when we say intervention required, we are essentially saying what the city is currently doing. For example, when it talks to issues of financial statement preparation processes, to the question that the chairperson asked earlier on, are we of the view that the city has effectively been able to fully handle that aspect of preparing financial statements that don't have material amendments? So by intervention required, Chair, we are saying this is an area which, if no serious attention is paid to it, it could even get worse. So the opinion currently on financial statements is unqualified, but it's after a number of audit adjustments that would be processed by the city. So as an example, Honourable Member, we are saying the intervention is required in that sense. The internal control environment currently does not give the requisite level of assurance as it relates to those particular aspects. The second question, Honourable Member, on the Eskom mismatch, if I may clarify my understanding of the question, Honourable Member, the city has in the past had instances where the debt that is due to Eskom was quite high, and there were disagreements as per what I would have seen. From the audit side, Chairperson, the area of course where it will then lend itself is on the completeness of creditors in the audit report itself. We have in the past, not in the current year, which is still going to serve at council. In the past, we have had instances where the creditors were incomplete, as it were, where the information that is on the financial statements does not fully represent the exposure of the city as it relates to the obligation that it has. However, Chair, as it relates to the Eskom aspect itself, we did not look at that one in particular as it related to what was in the media. However, when we closed in that other year, there were challenges as it relates to the completeness of creditors or payables. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question to that for clarification? So when you say incomplete, is it instances where their creditors were simply not recorded, or the level of the record keeping is such that they might think they owe creditor A 30 million, actually they owe creditor A 40 million, and so on. So can you just indicate the level of the type of incompleteness that you're referring to?
Thank you, Chair. It will be instances where we would do our own independent assessments in terms of the invoices or the statements that the city has, which represent the total exposure as it relates to the payable. We have seen instances where not everything that the city owes is actually recorded in the financial statements itself. It could be a function of the record keeping invoices not being properly managed in a manner where, from a reporting point of view, everything is accounted for. That's number one. It could also be an issue where, due to lack of due diligence, as it relates to the city itself not being able to have its own financial statement close process, that gives assurance that the creditors are completely recorded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Esak.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, gentlemen. Chair, I hear the presentation. I have read the presentation like most of our colleagues have done, and I appreciate the detailed transparency and just the factual scenario. And yeah, admittedly, this is a problem that is a long time coming. And I just want to address it from a different point. Instead of interrogating specific questions, which is outlined, the answers are there in your presentation. The question, Chair, for me is, what are we as SCOPA really now going to do about this debacle, if I can put it to you that way? Because admittedly, this is it's a matter that's just getting progressively from bad to worse. And I think South Africans and residents out there in Tshwane and in Johannesburg, I'm just asking simple questions. What is government doing about it? What is government going to do about this? How long is this retrogression going to progress? For example, it is clearly stated here that, the compliance has regressed. You've pointed that out in terms of legislation. You've pointed out procurement and management and supply chain management and the consequence management. All of these have just failed. They've about crumbled. So it is up to us as SCOPA chairperson and fellow colleagues to really begin to apply our mind and take some strong decisions as to what are we going to do about it. Are we going to carry on talking about talks? We've heard this presentation last year. It's been in the newspapers. It's common practice. The city's infrastructure, that is Johannesburg, it has all about collapsed. I think we all travel in and out of Johannesburg pretty often. It's a tragedy. You talk of compliance with the PFMA. We talk about this in our committee all the time. We hear about it in various reports for different departments across the board. Again, what are we really going to do about this matters, these compliances? People are earning huge salaries, big money, yet millions are being used to pay consultants and stakeholders, issues that are not even budgeted for. The IDPs within these cities, let's be honest, the IDPs are a tick box exercise. We know that. Why? Because we can see the collapse in infrastructure. So, we talk of IDP, but it's not happening in terms of servicing our citizens. So, I spoke about the consultants, etc. If you go to Tshwane, I mean, I note this comment, Chairperson, which the AG makes, and he says this very clearly in his slide here. It's actually something that really we need to think about seriously. And he says here very clearly, and I quote, "There is doubt whether the city can continue as a going concern." And he's referring to Tshwane here now. Now, that is a damning statement. You know, because what happens when things just collapse? Things are collapsing right now, but what are the consequences? I mean, with all the issues we read about in the newspapers on water procurement and collapse of infrastructure, etc. So, in conclusion, and I want just a simple reply, if you can just make me understand this from a financial point of view. You know, you say that Tshwane reported a surplus in the current period of some 984 million. But in the previous financial year, they reported a deficit of something like 1,466 million rand, if I'm correct. And that's what I'm reading here. So I'm trying, again, with due respect, to comprehend and wrap my mind about the fact that in a 12-month period, in a one financial year period, how is it that you report a surplus of 984 million, but in the previous 12 months you're reporting a 1,466 million rand deficit. Chairperson, I have a few more questions, but I'm just going to stop there, you know, not to complicate matters further. But I just need to understand the simple arithmetic because it's a damning report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You nearly complicated your time limit as well.
So I didn't do too bad then, Chair.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Please respond.
Thank
Look,
you
the comments are the comments, so deal with the question.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Indeed, Honourable Member, this is what the situation is about, but I must also indicate, Chair, that this is for the 22-23. So, and our message, Chair, is the one that says, if there is not adequate investment in the daily disciplines, the day-to-day tracking of activities, as well as the adequate accountability and oversight, the situation can swing either direction because the environment is not in a space where it can self-correct, quickly detect. You know, it's more of waiting for a particular point in time, being either the internal audit process or the audit process, for information to actually be verified credibly so. So the message, Chair and Honourable Member, is the one that says the city must continue to focus on this internal control environment so that the information becomes credible and it positions the city very well to adequately discharge its responsibility with adequate information. To maybe elevate the point further, Chair, if the information is not so credible, it then questions the quality of decision making in the city itself or broadly in other cities or other local municipalities. Chair, I must also indicate that the revenue-related strategies that the city has implemented, the collection activities, must also be underpinned by the credible invoices. It must also be underpinned by the realization that the institution internal control must be in such a manner that it can detect and prevent, not be responsive. So we call upon the city to continue to focus a lot on the internal control environment and use their own self-diagnosis through the internal audit and other structures to really look at the picture and say this is what Tshwane is all about. But I must indicate, Chair, the overall tone, as indicated earlier on, was the one which showed that the leadership at the city is seized with these responsibilities of looking at the situation. However, it must have the ripple effect, because the city is quite huge, even in terms of the geographical, the number of offices. So there must be the investment in terms of their own system of processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I give Honorable Kubek a chance? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the teams gracing us today, and greetings to the team on the other end joining us once again today. Thank you. Chair, I think it's somewhat, again, unfair for us to take out a whipping lash and lash the Auditor General, because this is not their doing. They're just reporting to us on what happened. And I'm not sure how far, and I think this would be the first question I have, how far their recommendations go when it comes to, because they've got recommendations here of what they think should happen. Because, I mean, if you're going to say that they know, as in the Auditor General knows, that the municipality does not have an automated process around the calculation of depreciation amounts, which exposes this process to human error. How is that even a thing? That shouldn't be a thing, because how do you calculate depreciation then? And if you look at the depreciation amounts, they run into millions. That alone can change the complexity of any financial statement. So basically, the people who are working at the City of Johannesburg can decide themselves how much the depreciation is in order to influence what happens on their financial statements. So if the Auditor General comes and says, okay, this is wrong, are they able to recommend what should happen in the City of Johannesburg? And if they recommend, does the City of Johannesburg have to implement? I think that's the first question. I think we all know about the poor service delivery. That's there. The lack of or poor consequence management and accountability, again, if the Auditor General recommends that, listen guys, you've got poor consequence management here, what happens? What's the next step from there? I do think, Chair, that the people who should be answering and sitting in answering these questions are the executives of the City of Johannesburg and Tshwane. The municipal managers should be here, the CFOs should be here, and anyone else who is a decision maker in the municipality should be sitting here and answering these questions. Because if you say the city employees are not capable, productive, or effective in managing the city's complex issues, what are we doing then? What is happening in those municipalities? Because we can't ask the AG that, guys, why are the city employees not capable? It's unfair for us to pose those questions to them. It's the wrong questions. Consequence management on resources being stolen inappropriately or fraudulently utilized for the gain of suppliers and employees and not in the best interest of the city's actions. Those questions should go to the city managers and the people who are running the city. They should be sitting here. So I ask, Chair, and I plead, we need to bring those people in here for them to answer these questions. Because if you've got the City of Johannesburg abusing basically Regulation 36 on deviations to the tune of 798 million, that's not on. That's not on. And again, I can't ask the AG about that. Irregular expenditure, 4.7 billion written off. In 1 year? And I think I'll ask the AG that one. Is that 4.7 billion that is written off in 1 year? The City of Tshwane, they've got a qualified audit opinion. And it says again, the irregular expenditure at the city of Tshwane was qualified on the basis that there are inadequate systems for identifying and reporting on irregular expenditure. Who should answer that question as to why there are inadequate systems for identifying this? And then due to this, the balance of irregular expenditure reported is not reliable, as not all irregular expenditure was reported. So, how do you create a proper financial statement, a reliable one, if not everything is being reported? Again, City of Tshwane, the city has struggled in instituting consequence management timelessly. Investigations were not performed at all. Where investigations were performed, disciplinary actions were not taken. This was due to vacancies in the forensic unit within the internal audit unit responsible for dealing with this internal audit. I mean, I beg, Chair, again, can we get the people who are responsible for this or who are running these municipalities to come and answer? Because it's really unfair for us to be lashing the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kubeka. The answer is yes. This presentation is to equip us for exactly those kind of questions that we need to solve, both in terms of oversight visits. This will enable us to pick, to the extent that we need to pick specific entities to go into, as well as the officials concerned, as well as the provincial government, the MEC for local government, where we need to do that. But we need to arm ourselves with this information. There is a constituency oversight period coming up at the end of this term, and the idea is that we are able to kind of deal with local government in that time, and these presentations are helping us to ask those questions. Thanks very much. So I think there were comments from me. I don't know if there's anything specific you want to address, but I think the matters, as he says, they paint a picture. But I'll give you time to just respond, and then we can move on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. If I may respond to the issue of the recommendations and what's next. We, not just for City of Joburg, Honourable Member, for Tshwane and other locals that we are responsible for, we have seen a situation where indeed the recommendations would be committed to, or with issue recommendations, there will be commitments. Others will be honoured, I must indicate, Chair. Others will not necessarily. We are advocating for a system where we don't even have to reach that stage, where the cities themselves are able to deal with their matters. Chair, as allowed by the PAA, where we have seen that recommendations have not been fully responded to. We've raised material irregularities, particularly in the city of Tshwane, material irregularities. And remember that talk to non-compliance related matters, material irregularities that also talk to the harm to the public, the matter that deals with the negative impact on the lives of the citizens. That information, Chair, if time permits, we may further share with the committee in terms of that aspect that deals with the enforcement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's do that at so when we wrap up this conversation, if that's fine. Okay, Honourable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my colleague was 100% correct by saying, you know, I think we need the city manager here and the CFO, and perhaps the executive mayor, if we are allowed to do so. Unfortunately, you know, I think a year ago I was disturbed here in Parliament that clean audit means nothing. One party said that in one committee meeting. Clean audit means nothing. But perhaps it depends who you are, because if they hate you, it doesn't matter. Whether it's unqualified or qualified, doesn't matter. And sometimes I'm asking myself whether when you see these adverts saying we need somebody to take over a particular city, And the qualifications is that we need somebody who's got MBA or a chartered accountant. But monies are being charged every year. With all those qualified people sitting there, it happens to ESCOM, where we're told 5 billion rand was erroneously paid to a friend of mine somewhere in Witbank, Van der Beek. 5 billion rand, 5 billion rand. Now, I'm not sure whether we must change this thing, as lawmakers. Maybe we must downgrade this issue of requiring people with 10 years experience, because this experience it means it's for looting. This experience, it means those people who are highly qualified, they master the art of looting, nothing else. I mean, every now and then we are sitting here, municipalities, departments, money is missing. In fact, not that money is missing. They know where they take the money to. I mean, how do we, at the end of every financial year, there's a loss? I mean, I'm seeing here 2021. In fact, it's not funny anymore, but really, we are doing disservice to our people. We are regressing. There's no improvement at all. 2019, 2020, irregular expenditure, 6.5 billion. 2021, 11.4 billion. 2021-22, 12.7 billion. 2022-2023, 13 billion. Now, 2023-2024, perhaps it would be around what, 15 billion, am I right? Because it's increasing. Now, why do we have so-called executives and boards who can't safeguard our monies? Because if you talk about expenditure, the collection of revenue in the municipalities, if you look at the eastern suburb of Johannesburg, your Bruma Lake, your Peasant Vale, your Tefontein, your inner city, completely collapsed. Completely collapsed. Whether we need a political will or we need the executives who are chowing the money, I'm not sure anymore. But I'm saying it's like it's a talk shop. In the last administration, same thing. This was reported in the last financial year that 12 billion or 11 billion was irregular. But it's increasing every year. So my question, Chair, is, I'm not talking about you, don't take it personal, but I'm saying, unfortunately, if you guys as well are chartered accountants and you only discover this each and every financial year, I think those city managers must be replaced by you. Maybe you'll be able to safeguard, the AG staff can maybe go to this municipality and make sure that we don't get this money being chowed like this. But suffice to say that I'm saying to you, Chair, maybe we need some Donald Trump, perhaps. Wow. A person who can take a decision, to say, as from now, this is what's going to happen. An executive order. Because we can't go on like this. We can't go on like this. I mean, for me, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say to Advocate. We always hear, I'm not sure what to say. Yeah, yes, but I'm saying I don't know what to say to Advocate now, because all the time the SIU must follow, and the Hawks must follow people. But indeed, we are doing disservice to our people, and I don't think our people deserve this. We are being let down by professionals and academics who are responsible for these entities. I mean, out of 13 entities in Johannesburg, only 2. But as I said earlier, I even doubt, because I heard here that it doesn't matter whether it's clean audit or not clean audit. But only 2 had unqualified. Guys, I'm not sure where we are going. Perhaps the next generation, which I doubt, but it looks that this thing of looting is a specialized job now. That's my only comment. I don't have any question until people who are responsible will be with us here. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Kosana. They will indeed. So, thank you. Honorable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the AG. So everything rises and falls on leadership, and I think the past leadership in Johannesburg and Tshwane has let down the residents and businesses badly. But I think the exciting thing for Tshwane that there's a new sheriff in town, a new leadership. She's extremely competent, and I think it's refreshing to say that you have had some positive interactions. And I think it's very exciting, not only for the residents of Tshwane, but for South Africa to show that an extremely competent, efficient person can actually change the ship around at the leadership. Because if we don't get leadership right at the top, so from Action SA's perspective, we're extremely proud of her, and I think she's going to do amazing things. And I think as a country, we can get excited to actually see what good leadership that puts people first can actually do. So, and I think it was encouraging for you to pass some comments that you've had some very favorable engagements with the new leadership. And then the other big issue is financial health. I think that the failing municipalities are having a huge impact on the economy of our country. And if it's not addressed, it's going to get worse. But the problem is when your financial health starts deteriorating, it's very hard to turn that ship around because infrastructure collapses, capital expenditure collapses. It's harder to get revenues. People don't want to pay because they're not getting their services. So I'd just be interested to know, is it possible to change it around? And if so, how? Because once a ship starts sinking, it's very hard to turn it around. And then in Joburg, something that stuck out for me quite alarmingly was record keeping. Only 46% is good. I mean, that's the fundamental thing of any accounting system is proper record keeping. And I feel sorry for the SRU when they go and do the investigations because there'll be no records for them to follow up with because there's bad record keeping. And then just a question about the agencies. There's so many agencies in Joburg. Do you think that adds or distracts from good governance? Because it's like pushing away. You know, at the end of the day, the municipality is responsible for providing the services. But if they've got agencies, does it confuse the governance, everything? So just get your comment on that. And I think that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible to turn around, Honourable Member? Indeed, I think it's possible. There just has to be the leadership aspect, investment, internal control. But I'm of the firm believer that any situation can be turned around, particularly around local government. However, the reality is there has to be serious decisions. So Chair, that will be my response. Currently, the situation is what it is, but it must. Thank you, Chair. The proper records keeping, I think, Honourable Member, indeed, it's an issue, and going to the basics of accounting, I always make the example of once you pay a particular invoice, you file it properly so that if you have to interact at whatever forum, whatever level, you can use the evidence. Linking it to the AOPO aspect, if you have planned to buy 10 bottles of water, to make a simplistic example, are you able to report accurately for that and give evidence that talks to that? Effectively, that's what we are grappling with. And of course, some of these issues are the basics of internal control environment. The agency's question, Honourable Member, we have said the city, we have not pronounced on what is the model that the city must have. We've said whichever model, at the center there must be service delivery, there must be accountability, there must be proper governance, there must be investment in internal control environment so that ultimately the citizens benefit from what the different cities are responsible for. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think one of the things because the question struck me, Honorable Beasley, as well, that we must, ahead of oversight, is to look at the cost of agencyfication versus the outcome in terms of service delivery, and maybe do some comparison. I'll speak to the team. Because that's an important point from a policy point of view. I don't know if legislation is able to intervene in this case, but the agencies have their own governance structures. They've got boards and executive committees and so on. The theory there is that you are going to have a professional agency that does the work and does it efficiently. But if you're paying for all of these overhead structures to essentially be as effective as a manager or an executive director actually just managing the function through a department, I don't think we should make these assumptions that, agencyfication works when it may not work. I think that's one of the things we have to specifically look at and ask the municipalities that operate mainly by agency to justify that cost relative to the quality of the services that people have. Thanks. Honourable Nondenja.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the AG's office for the presentation. You would agree with me that Joburg has been stagnant for years now. They've been sitting on unqualified with findings for a number of years, unable to move forward. And I'm going to take both metros at the same time because the issues are more or less similar. For Joburg, the debtors book, it's been like this for God knows. Is there anything that could be done for them to be able to address that? For instance, when you give them the management letter, do they address the issues that are raised there, year in and year out? And if that is the case, if they do, how do these metros come up with such repeat findings? Because that's where they are sitting. They're sitting with repeat findings. And with Tshwane, the missing supporting evidence is that something that's usual, or it's something that they're deliberately doing to hold it back and not provide the evidence, because it should be there. You cannot claim this and not be able to support it. When you say we've got this, you have to support it. And both of them, internal controls are the problem, and it takes us back to saying whatever you recommend year in and year out, are they following up and are they addressing those issues? My next question says, would you say the internal audit committees within the both metros and MPEC give the required assurance as the stakeholders that should be assisting in this whole matter? Let's say MPEC is doing what we are doing now as a SCOPA, holding the executive accountable and also dealing with the officials where they need to. Talking about the infrastructure on both of them, but the Joburg, I feel that it's worse, where their metro center is gone to the dogs at the moment. Is there any hope that they will be able to be the Joburg that they were financially? When you look at the state of the civic center that is being looted by the external factors. With the Tshwane, I'd love to know your take on saying, when I'm looking at the fact that they tabled unfunded budget, you look at their creditors and you look at the cash that they have, and you ask yourself, how long will this metro remain solvent? Would you confidently say the solvency of that metro is viable? And when it comes to the entities of Johannesburg, 13 entities of Johannesburg, does the fact that the entities are regulated by the Companies Act, whereas the municipality is regulated by the Act, Systems Act, Structures Act, you name it, then does that impact on their system, especially when it comes to UIFWs? Because the board members can just say right off, they can say approved, and when it comes to the municipal side now, where they are governed by the municipal regulations and rules, the language is not the same as those of those board members. Does that have any impact on the level of their UIFWs, which talks about billions and billions and keeps on climbing? And my last one is on the instability within these two metros. Would you say this change of leadership, which lately even touches on the change of management, would you say that also has impact on the results that they are producing? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members for the questions. The seat of Joburg stagnation, Honourable Member, you're correct. It's stagnating. As indicated in our presentation, only 2 were clean. And I must also emphasize again, Chair, this is for the 22-23 outcomes. Honourable Member, the management letter aspect, I must indicate we've always received the positive response as it relates to the city taking on board what the recommendations are. However, the effectiveness thereof is what is a challenge. We would recommend, and the city would also comment or commit via the accounting officer and the other executives that the matters will be attended to. I think, Chair, what needs to be focused on and firmed on is the internal control, so that the institution itself, the institution part of it, from the internal control does not necessarily solely depend on what we have recommended from our side. And that's the message that we've shared with the city. However, Honourable Member, we have also, where there are repeat instances, raised material irregularities. As guided by the Chair, we would also reflect on some of the material irregularities that we have raised for both Seat of Joburg and Seat of Tshwane. Missing evidence, Honourable Member, this also goes to the question of the design of the system of internal control. Is it designed in such a manner that it can even detect and prevent instances where matters are not going accordingly through the city's own assurance providers? And that's a message that we've landed with the leadership, to say if invoices are not properly reconciled or statements, or they are sitting elsewhere, what systems do you have from a daily, weekly, monthly processes would help you to detect exactly that. So we've said to the city they must invest a lot on the systems of their own processes and make sure that from the internal audit committee there is that assurance as independent governance structures. Honourable Member, the internal audits and the MPEC aspect, I must indicate we have availed ourselves to the MPEC committees, and the conversations have happened and they are very robust, I must indicate, in terms of the leadership coming through and needing to answer to the aspects. The internal audit aspect, I think I've also indicated that from our side, we've been tracking this for a number of years. And not until the system is fixed holistically, there would be recommendations, but those recommendations or internal control are not being made in an environment where they can be sustainable. Hence, we are elevating the key point of how do they institutionalize the internal controls, so that from an assurance point of view, the foundation is already solid or further firmed up. The infrastructure-related matters, remember, again, we have raised these from our side without maybe necessarily focusing on a specific building, civic center, metro center, but we've said there are challenges broadly, and our slides talk to some of the matters that we have seen in the city from a repair aspect as well as the actual investment aspect. The 13 entities in the city, I must indicate, Chairperson, that from our side we have interacted with the different entities, the board, the governance structures, and currently some of the entities are also struggling, I must indicate. So with the exception of those two which obtained clean opinions. So holistically within the seat of Joburg and Tshwane, we continue to call upon the heightening of the accountability conversations across different assurance levels, audit committee, the executive, as well as the other role players in the environment. The unfunded budget aspect, Chair, we've noted it, and I must indicate from our side, we continue to say the financial viability is at risk. And why do we say that? It would be because often there would be challenges in terms of infrastructure programs, the funding aspect. So really, that's what we refer to when we say there are challenges, financial viability related challenges. Currently, Chair, if I may indicate that, yes, there will be those solvency concerns. Yes, there will be those financial viability concerns, but we all understand that in the system of how the local government is made up, year after year, there will be revenue, there will be equitable share, conditional grants. However, that does not say the challenges that are there ought not to be addressed. So I think that's the message that we are highlighting. The instability and UIFW, thank you for the question, ma'am. I think for us, we've said even if there are changes or instability, if the system is of such a nature or such a manner that it's entrenched and it's institutionalized, it is able to actually survive and stand. But that can be as a result of the tone at the top across the different levels of leadership within the city. Honourable Member, I've tried to cover all the questions. Please indicate if maybe through your chair if I've missed any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the member is happy. Honourable Nilmay.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure if it's good afternoon or good morning to the AG and all our colleagues that are here, the SIU and my colleagues. Chair, you know, I'm thinking back here, listening to all the reports here. We are in 2025, and local government basically started in 2000, where you started with all your regulations. And one would think that officials would have institutional knowledge because councillors come and go. So you would understand if they don't understand. But it's very clear that the non-compliance issue is in the officials area. Because if I looked at, and I'm going to just talk a bit general, then I'm going to come down to my questions. Because the thing is, all those officials belong to SALGA. All of them attend working committee meetings on finance, because I used to be one of, not them, but a councillor on the municipality. They all belong to SIGFARO. You see them all there. So there is no excuse for non-compliance at all. I mean, the MFMA is clear. The amendment to the Systems Act come. Everybody, up until the national elections last year, from 2021-22, everybody went through workshops on the amendments to the Systems Act and MFMA. So there's no excuse. Looking at the city of Joburg, there are enough chiefs. I actually looked at the executive directors. You have Executive Director, Treasury and Strategy, Finance, Acting Director, and that's one of my questions is going to ask you is who do you deal with there? Is it the director, the Executive Director for Finance, and is that still an acting position? And there's governance and risk. So there are enough people to make sure that they comply. So there's no excuse on that side. So I'm going to just go to City of Tshwane. And it is unacceptable that they tabled an unfunded budget. It is, you just cannot even think about that, you know, in the sense of who is in charge of you have your city manager who knows the rules anyway, as well as your financial, your CEO, your CFO. So, and all of them are internal controls. You have non-compliance right across the board. City of Joburg. I want to go back to City of Joburg and ask a few questions in the sense of their finances are stagnant, struggled with financial health, yet at some stage they were the best because they were the ones that led at SALGA with regards to the bond market. That is where everybody learned where to take your loans, how to get your bonds, and the compliance. Here on slide 44 is where I wanted to ask you. There's one area that I didn't quite understand. The non-compliance resulting in penalties with GDARD. What is GDARD? GDARD. I must have somewhere forgotten it. I have been in municipalities for a long time, but I couldn't quite remember what is GDARD. And then coming back to their the loss of investments in Citibank, loss of investments in Deutsche Bank. You did say the accounting officer did withdraw the funds to avoid loss of funds in foreign banks. How were they able to have money in foreign banks? That was a question that I was actually wanting to check, especially in the Deutsche Bank. Now, is that tied to the bonds that they are raising? I'm not sure. So they have an account where they've raised the bonds in Germany, because the City of Cape Town also raises funds in different countries. So that was one of the questions. And if that money, how does that fit into their financial system? Could it balance their books? Could they draw from it? Or is it loans that are in those areas? those were the areas. A lot of the questions have been answered that I also had in my mind. The deviations, 36 deviations, not justifiable. And that was one of the questions that one of my colleagues asked, are they misusing their deviations? Yes, they have had issues with water tankers. I can understand when you need to do that, having come through the municipalities myself. So I think I'll stop on that side just to say thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. Maybe let me start, Chair, with the question that talks to the material irregularity, which is the slide that is currently on the screen. Honourable Member, this is a slide that talks to the enforcement pillar of our strategy, which has requested that we, if the time permits, Chairperson, just to expand a little bit. Maybe dealing with the specifics, the one matter that deals with GDART. GDART is Gauteng Department of Agriculture. Yes.
And rural development.
Rural development. Thank you, Chair. I'm looking
We
at
love
my team members
acronyms. We
here.
love acronyms in South Africa.
Apologies, Chair, for the acronym. Yes, yeah. And I want to humbly apologize to the members for the acronym.
So on a lighter note, there is a specific person we can blame for this pandemic, by the way. And his name is Tebe Ikalafeng. I good person. So the government, after democracy, decided to create brands out of departments and so on. That's when you started having DTI and DOJ and so on. And my favorite department at the time was DWAF,
Which was the Department of Water Affairs and Forestry. Anyway, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So maybe going to the specifics, Honourable Member, that particular material irregularity related to the license, which from a GDAR point of view is in their space. However, the city would have nonetheless went ahead, not in full compliance with that. And then from a material irregularity point of view, we then identified it and asked the city to then deal with that particular issue. So that's what would have happened there, Honourable Member. The foreign or the withdrawals from Citibank and Deutsche Bank, these were not bond market related activities because the amounts that are there were in the context of the city of Joburg. Of course, R1 is too many, but the figures were not so significant. But of course, this is the public money that we're dealing with. So the genesis of it is we identified these balances that were not moving for a number of years. Then we said, what controls does the city have so that the money does not sit forever in these accounts and no one actually withdraws? So we then have inquiries and conversations with the city to say what is happening, and then the city responded by implementing the necessary corrective action in actually withdrawing or in the process of withdrawing some of these funds. So the key message, Honourable Member, is the one that says really when it comes to matters of local government, or this one in particular, it does not have to be where we identify that there is this foreign amount, dominated amount, where there was cash that is sitting there, but it's just sitting dormant. So that's what we are trying to address from a culture point of view, so that if it's not so big in the current year, in the future it does not become so material. Even if it does, let there be proper internal controls to make sure that someone is accountable in terms of what is being done regarding that particular account. So the trigger really here was that it was dormant and it wasn't moving, and we said, what's the plan, what's the thinking? The deviations, Honourable Member, I must agree, it's a challenge for us, and we've said it's due to the city, one, not having proper records management and not being able to properly document why it will be impractical, why it will be emergency. Hence, from oversight, we would request that MPEC and other role players do go in and actually ask the questions as to why the situation would be. And from our side, Honourable Member, we've seen those where no support or adequate support was given. But of course, from the oversight, the further conversations would then unfold in terms of what was the real reason. I must also indicate, Chair, is that in some instances, it does happen that there is merit for deviating. However, if from the audit side there is no support, it becomes difficult for us to conclude that proper processes, and that's the message that we would like to further emphasize. Chair, the other were more on comments from the Honourable Member in terms of the institutionalizing since year 2000 and the unfunded comment as it relates to seats of Tshwane. I think, Chair, again to also emphasize that these relate to the matters that were last year's or the year before. Of course, these two cities still have to table. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I am also mindful of time, so if we can up the pace, if possible. But Honourable Skosana is always on point, though. They will ask Honourable Maduna to learn quickly. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to everyone. Good day, I mean, it's not yet afternoon. All protocol observed. Yeah, we appreciate the presentation from the Auditor General in relation to audit outcomes of the two municipalities, City of Joburg and City of Tshwane. I think mine will be mainly comments. There may be one or two questions in between. I'm very much concerned about the issue of UIFW, especially with regards to dealing with it. Let's look at the City of Joburg for an example. You've got about 42% of the irregular expenditure, which amounts to about 4.7 billion rand that was written off. But then you still have a whooping 58%, about 7.7 billion rands, which is not dealt with. There's 0% condonment, there's 0% recovery of the irregular expenditure. Now you come to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, about 81%, which is not dealt with, which is just above R1 billion. We've got about 93% of the unauthorized expenditure, which is about 5.7 billion rand, which is also not dealt with. And we know that this is the responsibility of the council. So, Chair, I think I want to second honourable members that says we need to invite the leadership of the two municipalities, the executive mayor, the city manager, but I think we should also add the speaker as the chair of the council, and also add the chairperson of the MPEC, because the council has a responsibility to play oversight and also to deal with the UIFW. You see, you can't have about 7.7 billion rand of irregular expenditure not dealt with. There's no condonment, there's no recovery, there's just nothing. You see, and if the council, for instance, takes a decision to recover it, then the council must also do monitoring and make sure that those who are tasked to do the recovery, they do recover that money. So the council can't just do nothing. So I think it is important that we should also invite the speaker as the chair of the council, and also the chair of and also the chairperson of the MPEC. It's also important that he or she should be invited. Because, well, I'm just making example with the city of Joburg, but also with the city of Tshwane, you also have more or less a similar situation as far as dealing with the UIFW is concerned. And I see that also there's a lack of consequence management on the affected officials, which is also a very worrying factor, because if there are no consequences, this thing will continue unabated. So there should be consequences to that. And I'm also concerned that the debt collection rate in the city of Joburg is low, with no improvements. I mean, a metro municipality, it's expected to have more capacity to collect debts than just other rural municipalities who don't have resources. Because if they can't collect it themselves, they can appoint service providers to do that on their behalf. So it's quite worrying that if a metropolitan municipality is struggling to collect debts, it's something that is it's very much worrying. Coming to the city of Tshwane, well, they've got a qualification which is also regrettable. Well, it is an improvement from an adverse, but it's not something that we can celebrate. Also, especially because it's a metro, we expect metros to hire highly qualified and highly experienced official technocrats. So we are not expecting them to struggle in getting favorable audit opinions, because they are able they do have capacity to can hire highly qualified and highly experienced official. So it's quite regrettable. And I see that on areas of qualifications identifying in the AFS, some of them are repeat. For instance, you've got something like overtime payment done for more hours than worked. You have your travel accommodation, subsistence allowances that are not supported by documents. I think you can't say here maybe there's a lack of understanding or lack of education. It's just pure corruption. This is not a difficult matter. It's just pure corruption, that people are paid for more hours than they've worked, and that is classified as overtime, that people that are claiming for traveling, accommodation, and subsistence allowance, which there are no documents to support that. I mean, that's just pure corruption. You can't say there's a lack of understanding from the people who are handling, because these are general matters that all institutions and departments and private entities are dealing with, and other state-owned entities. It's not something that is difficult to deal with. So it's quite a very worrying factor. Another factor that is worrying, Honourable Chair, I see that the city of Tshwane has achieved only 53% of its target, which is down from 57% that they achieved the previous year. Now, but what is surprising is that they have spent 97% of its budget. They've spent 97% of their budget, yet they achieve only 53% of their targets. So the question is, what did they spend that budget on? Because a budget and target, because you set targets that we are going to carry through using your budget, but now you have achieved only 53%, which is just above half. Almost the whole half you did not achieve. Yet you have almost used the whole of your budget, 97%. So the question is, on what have you used this budget on if only 53% of your targets have been met. It's a serious a challenge for me. The last point, the issue of poor record keeping, I think it's a buzzword when you look at the report of the seat of Tshwane. It keeps on coming. Poor record keeping to support the implementation of consequence management. That is also a worrying area that we need to look at. Yeah, and that, okay, the very last point is that SCM committees and units are having a high number of transgression in the city of Tshwane, which is something that the leadership of the municipality and the management have to deal with. Yeah, those are my comment. I think if they've captured the question in between, they can respond to. Thanks, Chair.
I must tell you, you were just 11 seconds over your time limitation, so I let you. So very well done. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if you've got some comments in response.
No, thank you so much, Chair. The question that talks to the achievement of targets, Honourable Member, vis-a-vis the budget, it's a question that we've also asked to the city, but we said there must be an in-depth looking into the budgeting processes, tightening the internal controls, such that there is also not a mismatch. So when we talk about the accountability across the value chain, we are also addressing matters like those. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Maduna, I've got a stopwatch here, just so you know.
Chair, I must not be intimidated. No, good morning, Chair. Good morning to the AG, SIU, colleagues. I think, it's actually a good day. No, I'm also not going to be long. Just few comments and a question. I'll just make sure that I stick to my height. Yeah. No, Chair. I think one should start by agreeing with my colleague, the Honourable Member, Honourable Skosana. Perhaps we've always been of the view that it appears like in the public sector, these 15 years experience, 10 years experience that are wanted when you are employing this CEO and this CFO, you are wanting a 10 years or a 15 years of experience, people with advanced skills in doing corruption. Because when they run these institutions, after they are employed with this experience, they run them to the ground. A typical example, there was a fellow by Henry what that ran away after he had collapsed and plunged us into a serious load shedding, whereas was employed to come and stop it. And we don't speak enough about these things. Perhaps young people should be given an opportunity. It does not have to be, you don't have to be over the age of 30 for you to be a CEO, to be a CFO, to be a CEO. Perhaps these are things that we should look at so that we give new talent and opportunity. And perhaps people that are showing that morally they have morals to run the state. Because I think this is a conversation that we would have had. I know Honourable Madlalo would have quoted you yesterday in your absence, that perhaps as South Africa in general, in public servants, we need to develop some sort of a program of a moral regeneration. I've been arguing since I've arrived in this parliament that in my former life I've learned that politicians, we might make as much noise as we want and say politicians are corrupt. Politicians are not really corrupt, they are corrupted by officials. It's officials that are really corrupt, because politicians do not give anyone a tender. There's someone that comes to Mhlonishwa after an appointment and say, Mhlonishwa, no, come closer, tell me who are your people here so that we'll sort out your things. So that at a later stage, that particular official will not be held accountable because they've given something to the principal. So the problem that we are facing in government of South Africa, we have corrupt public servants. We need to face that, and it's something that we need to accept in order for us to move forward. Yes. So yeah. Yeah, and I think that in coupled with young people must be given opportunities to be CEOs, CFOs, to be teachers and so on. I believe they would bring new skills and much more ethical braveness. I think that's one. On the city of Joburg, I think on page 20. I think I just want to on the unauthorized expenditure. I think I will couple it with irregular and with irregular expenditure and obviously wasteful. I just want to check if, because part of the root causes that you are mentioning is that the council it does not historically deal with these, and also the consequence management and all that. Perhaps I just wanted to check if you check the capacity of the MPEC. Obviously, because I think they are the immediate point. Are they well resourced in terms of researchers, people that will assist them to be able to deal with this issue of unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure? Why I would ask this, Chair, is because we all appreciate that councillors are individuals that are elected from the community, by the community, and they do not necessarily have the capacity or the skills to deal with all of them, highly complex things such as irregular expenditure and so on and so on. So with usually some other municipalities, they would use internal audit. Some other municipalities would have their own internal. So I just wanted to check, are they adequately resourced to be able to deal with this? Because somewhere else you find out that an MPEC chair is a person that would have had a Form A or Form B of back then. So they are not, very familiar with these things. So it's very important that they must be assisted by people who know how. So I think that was my first question. I think the second question that I would have had, given that in the city of Joburg, there are some number of unfavorable indicators, especially on the creditors payment period and also the debtors collection period. I think also that speaks to, on the debtors collections, also speaks to their system of the providing invoice, the correctness, the completeness, and also just ensuring that when you are given an invoice that you owe the municipality, it's given to the right person. I think it's also coupled with the issue of hijacked buildings and so on and so on. Yeah. So because it eventually impacts the debt collection strategy to ensure that when you bill someone, you are billing the correct person, you are billing the correct amount. So I just wanted to check with all that taken into account. I noticed that you are saying that there are no worries in terms of their going concern, just a bit into it. On Tshwane, I think people of Tshwane might remember the city of Tshwane as its former glory before 2016. That we must mention. We see on X that they are saying that they miss the current, their former mayor, the current minister of electricity that has ensured that load shedding is something of history. And we appreciate the mistakes that they've done, and we are sure going forward that they were going to correct them. I think also, I just want to check, because I also on Tshwane, the issue of MPEC and council not dealing with INE, the wasteful expenditure, irregular and unauthorized. You also put it there. And I just wanted to check there, because you also spoke about the issue of audit committee. I just wanted to check, is their audit committee effective, sitting there for annual meeting and obviously the special meetings to deal with such things as financial statements and performance and annual reports and so on. Also, do they have a proper internal audit risk management unit that obviously is working on the risk-based plans to ensure that they audit the municipality according to their risk appetite? And also, I think also it also coupled with the issue of, I wanted to check the city of Tshwane. I wanted to check because I would have noticed that they usually cry on media that they have hijacked buildings and so on and all that. So I wanted to check the integrity of their debt management systems and debt management and collection systems. Perhaps what is your view on that based on the audit that you would have done there, you would have done on them? Yeah, I think that would be coupled. And also, I think it's them that you were speaking.
Last one, Honorable.
Yeah, it's the last one. It's them that you were speaking that they are doing their depreciation using a manual system. So I wanted to check in terms of impairment. Are they impairing their property to ensure that the value, obviously, that would reflect on the financial statement is incorrect in terms of what they have in their PPE? And the last chair, the softwares. There's an issue of a company that they had bought a software for that they did not use, but they paid the maintenance cost for. I just don't understand. Perhaps it's me. I just don't understand. Perhaps a bit of explanation. And yeah, I think that was that, Chair. And it, as a parting shot, they usually say, you see, Chair, propaganda is good. But it becomes a problem.
20 seconds.
They usually say propaganda is good, but it becomes a problem when you start believing your own propaganda. Now, with saying that, Chair, I just want us to appreciate that those that have always claimed that they run clean government, they've ran Tshwane to the ground. And they also have their own cadre deployment, which is DA. I thank you, Chair.
Oi.
I need to monitor carefully here because this can get out of hand. But no. Try and say that in your own time, member.
Okay, let's just deal with those because I do want us to go on to a quick break so that we can deal with SIU before lunch.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for the questions, Honourable Member. I will try to be quick from my side while covering all the questions. The COJ historical aspect, consequence management, Honourable Member, indeed, we are raising that as a key issue for us, and the closing balance is a big challenge, which from oversight point of view is quite key. The unfavorable indicators as it relates to the financial health, this also talks to City of Tshwane. I remember you raised it for Joburg, if I'm not mistaken, but indeed it's a concern that we've seen, and hence our focus insofar as the financial health, but it being informed by the number of key decisions that have to be taken, strengthening the credibility of the bill, tightening up the collection processes, and making sure that you improve on the accuracy aspect of the bill itself. Honourable Member, we've also raised the material irregularity here, insofar as the billing aspect is concerned, talking to City Power as the revenue generating entity for energy to also try to address that particular aspect. The audit committees and internal audits, particularly at Tshwane, Chairperson, I must indicate that we have not had concerns as it relates to the audit committee. Neither have we had as it relates to the internal audit. We are aware that there were vacancies at some point as it relates to the internal audit, but that has subsequently been attended to. The software licenses, Honourable Member, that talks to the material irregularity that we've also raised. So in quickly, we identified that there was a procurement of software, but not all the licenses were effectively utilized by the city. That then meant that there was money that was spent, but with no requisite return on investment. So we identified that aspect, and the city entered into a negotiation with the service provider, firstly, to recover some of the funds, and secondly, to ensure that going forward, that particular aspect is attended to. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. and greetings to colleagues. Well, the first unfortunate thing is that by being here, we are automatically part of the levels of corruption that is happening. And our involvement and guilt could be on the fact that we fail to then deal with it, in one way or the other, exacerbating it. So even though we benefit nothing from it, if we fail to diagnose the problem properly, we'll prescribe wrong medicine. So the attitude and the approach, as we had agreed in the last 6 months of the first administration, is that this should be a different administration. Number one, I think when we dealt with most of these cases, we and some of the colleagues came to an agreement that there's no capacity issue. We must diagnose the problem properly. There is no challenge of capacity. These people are highly educated, they're experienced, they know how financial statements are made, they know the MFMA, they know the PFMA, they know all of these systems and policies. They are workshopped on them daily. Most money and a lot of money spent on training them. They know what they need to do. So once we start accepting that, already our attitude then changes in terms of how we address the matters going forward. But if we're still ignorant to that reality, we'll keep on speaking English. You know, we'd spend hours of days recommending this system, recommending that be put in place. It's another day at work. It's another 5 years. More money goes into the goes unrecovered. We go down in history as having been part of an administration under which corruption was perpetuated, and we're playing an oversight role. And some of us are too young to be part of that history. So we must first deal with that as a reality, so that when we look at the recommendations from the AG, they must speak, you know, we normally say you speak Zulu, where I come from. They must say to us, this person is failing to comply or does not want to comply with the MFMA. They must be direct and not romanticize the problem as if there are some technical, systematic challenges. What we also agreed on is that we're dealing with institutionalized corruption here. We're dealing with people who are sophisticated. Some of them who are part of drafting these amendments and all of that. People who understand exactly where the gaps and the loopholes are. So our attitude in dealing with them cannot be too diplomatic. We're dealing also with the issue of the leadership challenge. I think we agreed with the SIU as well on that matter. And whether to suggest that an executive mayor who has been part of the administrative furniture in the city of Tshwane from 2016, at the highest levels of the administration in the city, will then, you know, automatically have some, you know, means to change the situation around. It may be far detached from the truth. So these are some of the questions I want to speak to. Or the last part is the issue of moral decay, which I think my colleague also spoke on. And I think we've had engagements in terms of what is the philosophical approach in terms of dealing with issues of corruption. Because the reality is that we're at a level, at the worst form of moral decay in our society, where it does not matter even if it kills 30,000 people or 50,000 are left without water. If I can get billions, then it's fine. So how has the system under which we operate cultivated that sense of thinking amongst our people, which we know, particularly our African people who are born out of Ubuntu? Now, the questions are as follows. One, I want to believe that the Auditor General has been auditing the city of Joburg for some time, and we are hearing that there's non-compliance with MFMA. So is it the view of the Auditor General that the CFO is failing to do his job or her job in that space? I have seen some recommendations here. I just need to understand point blank, because you are helping us so that we can also see how we move forward. Because it cannot be the duty of the Auditor General to say write invoices properly. I think we are wasting taxpayers' money. We're getting paid a lot of money. Those people are getting paid a lot of money. We can't tell someone who earns over 100,000 a month to say ensure that invoices are written properly. That's a waste of time. Someone must be accountable or they must be removed. It's as simple as that. The other issue when it comes to the city of, there was in the city of Joburg, I think where I heard that there were issues with compliance with the MFMA. In the city of Tshwane, there were quite a number of issues as well, like the issue of the accuracy of information, but also there's an increase in water and electricity loss of 1.8 billion in 2022 and 2.46 billion in the same year, respectively. That is for water and electricity. Now, my question in that regard, which I think has been also cuts across many departments we have dealt with, speaks to consequence management. I don't know if the SIU will deal with this one, because there seems to be lack of consequence management where decisions were not made. If you understand, for example, if there was a maintenance plan or there was no maintenance plan of infrastructure during a period under which resulted to high water loss, for example, someone who was in leadership during that period must be held accountable for that. You know, it's not a direct, corruption case. It's not like you took money from someone, but you failed to exercise or to execute your duties to the best of your ability during that period, which resulted into this kind of wasteful or losses in terms of the budget. So there has to be an emphasis in accountability in that space, and I think it has been lacking in quite some instances. So those are the few questions that I have. But in a nutshell, I want us to move from the spirit which suggests that we must understand and agree on what the problem is. And you have an opportunity to disagree with me. If you really believe that these highly qualified PhD owners, master's owners, chartered accountants don't know what to do with the financial statements and they must be equipped. But if we agree that they know, let us then change our attitude and approach. And our reports must reflect that, to say that you are not doing your job. And as a result, we must deal with that going forward as an oversight committee and as Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. At the centre, Honourable Member, is the question that talks to the system itself is made up of different role players. Internal audit committee, from the governance point of view, the risk committees, as well as the individuals that are entrusted with the responsibility at an execution level. And Chair, as indicated earlier on, if you look at City of Joburg as a city, it's quite huge, and there's a lot of departments as well as the entities. And if one looks at the makeup and the accountability conversations as it relates to how, for example, financial statements or non-compliance matters are attended to, we have said there must be an improvement in terms of the diligence as it relates to the discharging of the responsibilities across the system itself. So if you look at the compliance matters, financial statement related matters, as well as the AOPO related matters, because I agree with the Honourable Member. When diagnosing a problem, you must also diagnose the root cause itself. And in this case, the root cause, and as the audit office, we've said professionalization. I do agree that it's one of the root causes that we've raised. We've said there must be a situation where if people are not doing what they are expected to do, there is adequate consequence management. And that's really is the theme that is also flowing through the presentation itself. So I agree that the root causes themselves must be the root causes that talk to the issue. And as it relates to these two institutions or auditees, we have elevated those particular ones, being the system of internal control, tightening the governance-related processes, as well as the consequence for failure to do what is expected to be done where applicable. Chair, the question that talks to the water losses, I think, indeed, Honourable Member, it's an issue that we've also raised from our side, and we have also enforced, because as the audit office, it's also critical that where we've offered insights and influence and things are not happening, we also enforce. So within City of Joburg and City of Tshwane, we have also issued the material irregularities. But the reality is those material irregularities should not occur in the first place. And that's where we talk about the internal control as well as the overall commitment insofar as discharging what the responsibilities are. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Bloss.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think at the base we have agreed that the AG is just here to give us information so that those who are responsible, we can hold them accountable. So we've seen the numbers, and it really doesn't assist us to recite the numbers of the AG back to them. I mean, it's them who prepared the report, so they know exactly what is in it. But the question is then, what is the AG telling us, Chair? And I think if you look at the report, in particular Tshwane, the AG is telling us that over the years, the city has collapsed. And if there is no changes, especially at a leadership level, and there's no attitude to change, there's no hope for Tshwane. Now, part of the problem that is in Tshwane is that the AG says to us that the city's employees themselves are not capable, productive, or effective in managing the complexities of the city issues. So again, in terms of what Honorable Maduna was saying, is that those people who claim to govern the Western Cape better, they are collapsing a city, a municipality. And this is not us, this is AG telling us. And what is worse is that this collapse is also physical. You can see it. If you go to Tshwane, the people of Hammanskraal have not had water for a very long time. And this is here. That's what the AG is telling us. There is debt. The city is dead. In Mamelodi, even in the CBD, there were challenges. And you can see it. The reports are telling you, you go to Tshwane, it's evident. But what I like, Chair, is that now the AG also says to us that the tone of the leadership of Tshwane has changed. And I think he's referring to the new administration. And that is giving us hope. Because now, again, what the AG is telling us is now also physically evident in Tshwane now. You go to Tshwane now, the city is clean. People of Hammanskraal have now got water. So you can see that some of these collapses are not inherently there. It's just people who don't want to do what they're supposed to do. And I would say then that AG, I mean, I wish to see the next financial reports, and I can tell you now that there's going to be an improvement there. And we must give it, because the EFF is at the center of governance in Tshwane. So the improvement is definitely going to happen, without a doubt. But Chair, no, we are running the thing, we're in charge. So Chair, as a passing shot, we have the mayor of Tshwane alongside the MMC of Health, who's the MMC of the EFF. We have cancelled the contract there of Lusaka Clinic, and I'm taking advantage because the SIU is here. So that contract was awarded in 2019, and it should have been done by 2023. So I'm officially registering a complaint, SIU, that we must go and investigate that contract, because now Tshwane must go find money elsewhere and re-award that contract to finish that clinic. Because those who were responsible for that task had failed. The contractor is now needs to pay back money of the city. So I asked the SIU to go and investigate that, and go and investigate that MMC of the FF Plus who was in charge there. We must find out, why did she award a contractor who was not capable to build a clinic. And the AFF is going to build a clinic and open it for 24 hours. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Plus. Okay, members, order.
Chair, thank you so much.
Okay, the comments are noted. Okay, thank you. Honorable Mende, please lead us to break.
Thank you very much, Chair. A good day to everyone. No, Chair, I want to just get clarities on both municipalities. Firstly, is on the Johannesburg. Let me start with Tshwane because this report of ours is starting with Tshwane. Okay. So in Tshwane, you say there's been an improvement in terms of the outcomes from adverse to now qualified. And I want to understand the improvement. Just give it clean. What are the areas that have improved? Because the reason why I'm asking this is, if you look at the global picture of the outcomes of the AG in terms of municipalities, it says there's an improvement. But when you look at the picture on the ground, there's no significant improvement. And when you look at the reports in terms of managing the financial statements, there's no significant improvement. Now, I want to have something that we can feel and touch when you are explaining it, to say, we have change in these particular areas, and these are the recommendations that were taken seriously and implemented. Now, there are material irregularities. I think some of the colleagues have already highlighted them. And these material irregularities, especially when you look at the slide 23, they are not satisfactory. So I want to understand, how do you then move from adverse to this? And the explanation that we have received before was that it could be the understanding of how to report and all of those things, which begs a question. And the nice thing is that I'm also a member of the AG committee, SCOEG. What begs a question is, are we giving wrong outcomes in terms of the categories of findings, simply because a person can write a report, can draft up proper financial statements, but in that financial statements, they are simply declaring corruption. And there's nothing else. Yes, we received R1 billion, 70% of it was paid to people who didn't deliver services. So simply because now I managed to collect that data and evidence and report it is different from when I couldn't find the data and documents to back it up. Now it improves me from adverse to qualified. So I'm trying to give you an example of how exactly has Tshwane improved on these particular financial statements with that management that was there. So that when they come here and start to tell us that, no, those people have left, those people resigned during the process and all of that, we are able to pinpoint as to, but there's nothing that changed. Right now, the picture might be misleading for us. And as a matter of just telling you as AG, now we collected the data, we collected all the necessary documentation, we are declaring corruption, that's it. Now, number two, is that there is one area where, under the actions on the material irregularities, which is also still slide 23, where they did not stop supplier contracts. My colleagues spoke to one contract that was ultimately stopped. But here, you gave recommendations of contracts that must be followed up, which did not yield any positive results, or rather bring any significant improvement in terms of service delivery versus what was paid. So there was no value for money. So your recommendation was that certain contracts must be stopped, but there was no stopping of any of those contracts. Do you perhaps have an idea of how many were those contracts? If maybe you can assist us with that, because here you are depicting the implementation of your recommendation, and this particular recommendation was simply not adhered to by the previous administration, which gives us a 0. In other areas, there's some movement. Now let's go to Johannesburg. On slide 38. I think Skosana did ask about the writing of 4.7 billion, which is already written off. And another member asked if this was over one annual financial year. I didn't get an answer, and pardon me, Chair, I've been stepping out a little bit. Then there's something that's confusing for me on that slide, which I'm trying to tally up everything. You are saying the top contributors to the 6.4 billion in terms of the irregular expenditure, yet your first item cites 7.4 billion. So I get confused there. You are talking to a global amount of 6.4, but then the first item becomes 7.4. I don't know whether it's 7.4 because it's a finalized investigation, or it's part of 6.4, but it's higher than the amount you are reflecting to. So which one is which? What is the total amount of the irregular expenditure where Johannesburg is concerned, and how much has been dealt with in terms of that irregular expenditure? Because this is where, Chair, the most corruption takes place. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's straightforward, but the most comes in here, where R1 billion will be spent, but the product is not worth even 1 million rand. Then 2 years later, it's written off, condoned. Now 7.4 billion has been investigated, it's awaiting condonation. That's very worrisome. And it's irregular expenditure. Also, please give us comfort as to this 7.4 billion investigation. Is it really satisfactory? And I'm going to request that, Chair, we get a full detail of the 7.4 billion and this condonation, because we might be getting a Guyana kind of a setup where it's a condonment, Gandhi, one item is 1.2 million for one water tank. And those kind of investigations, when they are done at a municipality level, they look very good. And they talk to items. You see items, they are listed, everything. But when you look at the actual value for money, it's not there. So can we get just a comfort explanation as to, did you have sight of the 7.4 billion? What is the explanation? Are you comfortable that it must be written off? Is it worth being written off? And what has taken place in terms of consequence management, recoveries, and any other thing that we should be getting back from that? And then also the unauthorized, that is not dealt with. What is the explanation there by the city of Tshwane? It's on slide 40. Unauthorized 93%, 5.7 billion, meaning which they just spent money that was not authorized in terms of budget, and then you gave them whatever finding and outcome. It's still not being dealt with. And what is in this 5.7 billion that was unauthorized? I'm worried that we may be saying at the next AG's outcome, no, the 5.7 billion has been investigated, it's fine. now is gonna be condoned. Can we get details so that when they come here, they are able to account to tell us that, no, in this 5.7 billion, it was because Amanskaral didn't have water, so we went for unauthorized and deviations so that we can treat the water plant, give people water, because it's a critical service that must be dealt with. And I'm sure there's no member who can say no if it was for that. But if it was for something else that we don't know, we cannot accept it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mende. Can you please respond?
Thank you so much, Chair, and then thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. I will ask the COJ, Senior Manager Monde, to talk to the 6.4 billion question. I would also ask Xolani from the COT to talk to the issues of the opinion, as the Honourable Member has asked. What are the matters and what would have informed the shift in terms of the adverse to the qualified at that point in time? Chair, I will then request to then come through to then wrap it up from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you and the members. So when you're looking at slide 38 on the detailed top contributors to the irregular expenditure balances, what that block meant to explain is the balance itself, the remaining balance. So in this case, we are talking to the excuse me, we are talking to the 11.1 billion that is a balance as sitting as a 2022-23. So where it says 6.4, that ought to have been 11.1 billion. And then when you tally what is then in those lines should then be indicating the top contributors to that 11.5. Thanks.
Good day, honorable members, honorable chair. I think I'll speak to the Tshwane, particularly in relation to what informs the improvement and really what the improvement is. I think if you look at the slide on the qualification areas, I think there we do highlight that as much as from an opinion point of view there's an improvement, there's still significant deficiencies which are prevalent in the environment, which is causing other areas to still be qualified. So when you look at the improvement effectively, it's in relation to the severity in relation to the unreliability of what has been reported in the financial statements. And when I say severity, obviously from an adverse point of view, you would have had a lot more number of areas that would have been materially misstated, and because of the prevalence of that misstatement, you would then be sitting with an adverse. In other words, you had so many issues such that because of the severity of the issues, the error or the weaknesses contributing to the error is pervasive. It's prevalent across majority of the financial statements, and as a result, you are unable to ascertain as to, which ascertain at an overall level the integrity of the numbers altogether. So that's what would have informed the adverse part. However, obviously, in the current financial state, in the audit outcomes that we're talking to 22-23, the extent of the severity would have reduced. They would have addressed some of the qualification areas. I think in the 2021-22, they also had issues with their cash flow, not being able to accurately account for that amount. And obviously, if as a metro you are unable to account for the cash, then it becomes even, the issue becomes even much more severe. But effectively, when we're talking to that improvement, we're talking to really the extent of the, I would say the cancer. An adverse would be more cancerous, but a qualified would be because some aspects had been addressed, the extent of the integrity of the financial statements has slightly improved. So it's more in relation to the number of issues that were there in the previous year compared to the current year. But when you look at across the board, the issues of financial health, material irregularities, AOPO, effectively, we are still saying that those weaknesses are still prevalent, but in a slightly lesser context.
So what you are saying, in effect, is that the patient does not need a ventilator anymore, but they are still in ICU.
Effectively.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member and Chairperson. If I may then talk to the Tshwane and Joburg holistically to the question that the Honourable Member was raising. What does it mean? From our side, we look at the performance of the municipality itself. We look at the accountability conversations, we look at the transparency, and we also look at the institutional integrity. So as it relates to those 4 key pillars, talking to last year, the prevalence of the issues that we had seen in the financial statements, as an example, the number of areas, as Mr. Zutwelo was indicating, has effectively reduced if one were to line them up. But is the situation where it's supposed to be in the context of the party slide, accountability, transparency? There is work that still needs to be done. And I think that's why they are still sitting with the qualified audit opinion as related to last year. Honourable Member, the question regarding the MI or material irregularity slide, the contract that was stopped, I think it's slide number 40 or 41. We have seen within the city of Tshwane, I think the question was more specific to city of Tshwane, Honourable Member. We have seen that the situation had been that there would be these irregularities, the non-compliances, which would not necessarily be identified, specifically talking to the enforcement, the MI-related ones. Case in point, the software licenses that we are referring to on the slides. And when we then identify these particular matters, the responsibility will then be for the city, as led by the accounting officer, to then go in and investigate the circumstances regarding the issues and take corrective action. However, we are of the firm view that it does not have to be like that. It does not have to be a situation where we identify issues first. Maybe quickly moving to the irregular expenditure, the investigations aspect, Honourable Member. What normally happens that the pace of investigations would not be at the pace where it's supposed to be. Hence, the irregular expenditure balance that keeps on growing year after year. Earlier on, the member referred to the point that this figure increases. Yes, it increases. But what makes it increase is the fact that the investigations sometimes take long. The investigations sometimes don't lead to the right consequence being effected. What it then does is that it creates an environment where the non-compliances will continue to increase. And that then talks to the accountability aspect that I was referring to in the context of the slide of the party that we are looking at. So we are saying across all levels, governance related, there must be the proper action that gets to be done insofar as investigating the matters are concerned. From the officials who, if the investigations have been adequately concluded and there is action that has to be taken, we are saying that action must then be adequately taken. But of course, Chair, this will be informed by the city having done its own adequate investigation to get to the right root cause. Because I agree, if you don't fix the root cause, the reality is the figure will keep on growing. You address one issue, then next year there might be another issue. So we are advocating for an in-depth, end-to-end view in terms of the procurement-related processes, as an example, within the city, both the cities of Joburg and the city of Tshwane. Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member, if we've missed any questions, please, we may clarify. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm good. Yeah, no, I'll come to both of you. Honorable Member also has a follow-up to raise. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up this part of the conversation. So when the committee secretary went out was to find out if we can break for lunch earlier, and they've said yes. So can I then ask that we just ask the follow-ups, ask the AG's office to respond, and then I'll just wrap up on a very specific way forward that takes us to both sittings here as well as the oversight that we're going to do. Thanks. Honorable Skosana, you go first, and then Honorable Ment.
Oh,
no, yeah,
thank you.
You're on the floor, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out, because you haven't answered the 4.6 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ment. You the 4.6 billion is, eh? Okay, great. Honorable Mente.
Yeah, it's also similar that, did you have sight of these investigations of the 7.4 billion? Because your explanation here says 7.4 billion COJ dealt with, investigated, awaiting condonment. So if, as Auditor General, you are telling us that they are dealing with the issue, this one is awaiting condonment, you must have been satisfied with the action that they have taken. Is it worth the money that has been spent? Is every cent of that 7.4 billion spent wisely on the issues, or rather on the items that are beneficiary to the service delivery, or rather to the city? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair and honorable members. The part that talks to awaiting condonation, if I may start with the city of Joburg. The entities and the different boards will investigate and conduct the oversight that needs to be done. From our side as the audit office, we will then satisfy ourselves that the investigation has taken as guided, as happened, as guided by the necessary prescripts. And then from a board point of view, then the responsibility will then be for the board to then take the necessary action, as it were. If I look at the city of Joburg 1 broadly, now as the core, we have also, honorable members, raised concerns. It also talks to the city, the city entities. To say when investigations are being done, those investigations the pace must move quickly. Then we do get given the investigation reports where the MPEC could have commissioned or even at a different board level. So we have looked at those from our side as the audit office, and we've said, in line with our mandate, Honorable Chair, we will then look and see whether is there correct action as recommended by the report. So if the report says it's a recovery, as an example, and if a report says this must be done, has that action really been fully implemented. Because ours will be where we raise the matters and then the oversight, we will take it across. So the 4.7 question, honourable members, as it relates to the city of Joburg.
Honorable Skosana, they're dealing with your 4 point. Oh, okay.
Yes, would be the 4.7 that would happen in the current year. The specifics in terms of the breakdown, Chair, we're happy to provide the information to the committee, but it talks to some of the non-compliances would have been at some of the COJ entities, City Power, and I think J Water, if I'm not mistaken. So that write-off or condonation would have been an exercise that would have been conducted, or investigation that would have been conducted by the board itself. So the board of these different entities would have conducted those investigations. So, Chair, that's how we've looked at this one. But in terms of the specifics, the details, Chairperson, we're happy to share those specifics in terms of what makes up the 4.7 billion. But in terms of the process itself, it would have been the board that would have looked at the matters, commissioned the processes that needed to be commissioned, then satisfy themselves that indeed it must be either written off or condoned or whatever action that needs to be taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kupega.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listening to that response, another question. Is the board actually capable of conducting those investigations? And that's one. And two, do they not have an audit committee or an audit department? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kupeka. So I was actually going to come to this kind of issue in my own closing remarks. So for this phase, so AG team, so this is a process forward that I foresee. So our objective is that by the time Parliament rises in this session, we're able to go straight into local government, so oversight, and then calling people in, a combination of the two, right? And therefore, the Secretariat is going to engage further with you so that we can prepare the members ahead of time in this way. So the first is that we are going to need your assistance with regards to some case studies. Right? The case studies are important in some of the various categories of audit so that we can get a sense of the type of thing that that happens. So that's an engagement that we need to have to prepare a briefing document. The second thing that we need to do, particularly in the city of Johannesburg together, is to just look at several audit years vis-a-vis the changes in leadership at council level and therefore at agency level. Right? You don't need to opine in terms of what you think of the people. But one of the things that happens, I hear what Honorable Maduna says about the officials, and I work in the city of Johannesburg, I've worked there for many years. What typically happens, new MMC comes, you kibosh the boards that you've just taken care of, you put in your new people, and they actually facilitate the corruption, and therefore they become the problematic officials there who actually have been put in there by an MMC whose purpose was to make sure that their people eat. So we kind of need to look at both the specific instances and also look at the systematic developments at a political oversight level, because that's got an impact. We will do the opining, but we do need the facts of what happened in each audit year, and the research team will be able to assist with that. The third thing relates to the quality of the financial information, the record keeping and that kind of thing. So we do need to at least get a sense of what thematic areas are coming up. Is it in the infrastructure space? Is it in the housing space? So I've seen on that slide that the ones that are green are the ones that nobody cares about in the city of Johannesburg. Well, I don't say nobody cares about, but with least impact. Joburg Theatre, Joburg Market, etc. Fine. Now you go to housing, you go to Joburg Water, you go to all of these things. That's where the money is, and that's where the eating happens. So just in terms of the work that the committee has got to do, we kind of need to develop some granular understanding of what some of the patterns that you see during the audit are. And the last point that I want to make is that we also just need to be able to look at general financial planning versus what happens in year, right? So there is a tabling of budgets, for instance, for money that is not available, which is like criminally negligent in my view. But there is also the tabling of a budget as a mere formality, and then people proceed to do something different, which is where you get the unauthorized expenditure mismatch. We also need to understand how systematic that some of that is, together with the specific issues raised by the members, and we'll raise some. The objective is that on both cities, we're able to produce, the Secretariat team is able to produce solid briefing documents. With your assistance, we'll ask the same of the SIU, so that when we go on oversight, we know exactly what we're looking for. We know how we're going to engage with the speaker and councillors, the political heads. We know exactly what we're going to engage with the city administrators. We know exactly what agencies, out of the agencies where the Metro has got an agency, what kind of conversation and accountability we want from the officials, so that nobody escapes the net in terms of their respective responsibilities. So that's a process that we're going to follow, but I will be kind of involved in, at least preliminarily, in that conversation, so that we can get that package of information right. But also, we don't ask you to opine on things that you can't. But the raw information is really important for us to then draw the conclusion. So I don't know if there are any further issues. We've been given permission to break for lunch early. I will, during lunch, talk to both teams about how we handle the rest of the afternoon, because we kind of need to up the pace. But these are two big metros. And the last thing I want to say is, the Gauteng economy is the third largest economy on the continent. The Gauteng economy is the third largest economy on the continent. If we don't get Ekurhuleni, the city of Johannesburg, and the city of Tshwane right, in fact, 60% of South Africa's GDP, thereabouts, between 55 and 60%, comes from Gauteng. The majority of the tax base comes from Gauteng. So I just want to say to the members, if there is any reason to be aggressive in our approach this year, not later, on these three metros as well as other metros, it is precisely because nearly 60% of South Africans live in metros, and I would say nearly half or thereabouts of South Africa's urban population lives in these metros. We can no longer just leave this to the MPECs and all of these guys who evidently don't produce the kind of outcomes that we need. So I just want to say, well, there's going to be some increased demands of you in the right way of the AG to assist us so that we can do this work. Getting outcomes in these areas is going to lead to material improvements in the lives of South Africans, and it's very important for the committee that we get it right. So thank you very much. If we can break for lunch, we will be back at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues from the AG and SIU. So, members, order. I'm going to bring that British guy here. I forget his name. He used to say, order. Thank you very much. So we kind of had a bit of a discussion about how to handle the rest of the afternoon. I think we need to proceed with the SIU thing so that the information is complete in the members' sort of thinking, and we can move on from the metros. So I think my colleagues from back home, you're going to have to bear with us. I had wanted to start with you, but you got delayed and so on. So, please bear with us. Advocate Motibi, if we can then, carry on the way in which we, we've been working together, at least in these sittings. So I'll hand over to you. I am keen for us, and so the members, I'm also going to allocate them less time so that we don't finish here at 11 p.m. But if we can also kind of follow on the manner in which the AG did, and you did the other day, which was very helpful. Thank you. Over to you.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. We will proceed, Chair. At the moment, the slides that are up, they're dealing with City of Joburg and City of Tshwane. Just following through on the presentation of the Auditor General, and then we'll again sort of just pause and then present on the Eastern Cape municipalities. So, Honourable Chair, in Gauteng, and as requested, we focused on the City of Joburg. It's Proclamation 19 of 2019. It was gazetted in March and amended in 2020. It focused on a few areas, which we'll come to now. And then, of course, we've got City of Tshwane, which focused on, which is Proclamation 138 of 2023, that focused on Rooiwal, and it's colloquially called Rooiwal, but it's really matters relating to the Rooiwal area. And then Proclamation 212 of 2024, relating to the procurement of the CCTV. And then we've got Proclamation 62 of 2010, which will detail in the in the presentation. Chair, just to really outline, in the City of Joburg, the presentation really will reveal that the processes of procurement, while in some instances the whistleblower who presented the reports, that person was the former employee of the municipality. In some instances, and the lead investigator will come in. In some instances, the reports were unsubstantiated, and in the one instance, there were really irregularities found. And really those irregularities, amongst others, and will just indicate as we look at the general observations, the issues of non-compliance, as the AG also indicated, they also come up as part of our findings. And we are of the view, of course, that that affected service delivery, at least in the aspects where they had to be procured for. Again, just high level, the failure of implementation of consequence management comes up, and the systemic issues that we will point out. Again, the poor record management also comes up, as repeated by Auditor General as well. Honorable Chair, just a failure of people, process and systems, and of course the internal controls. Chair, I'm really just making this sort of high-level comment, trying to link once more also with the what really we need to do on a bigger scale, really following through on the implementation of systemic recommendation is going to be something that we have to do going forward. And again, Chair, there's a very important link, as the Chair indicated earlier on in considering these systemic issues. We'll have to also look at what comes out of the AG's reports, which at the moment it's happening. AG does refer matters to SIU, but I think we'll probably need to approach it even more around systemic issues that we need to look at, and that will also converge with the MOU that we have signed with SCOPA, and focusing in the main on prevention. Prevention is going to be what we're going to look at going forward. If we move over now to the allegations that we received in Johannesburg was the irregular procurement process and awarding of tenders by the city of Joburg. And if I go to the scope of the proclamation, and that is itemized in the schedule, there was a procurement of vehicles and vehicle maintenance services, which we looked at, and the issues around repairs and maintenance work at fire stations, and then the closed-circuit television equipment and related services, and office accommodation and motorcyclist uniform. Going forward, of course, it's also looking at the unlawful or irregular conduct of employees or any other entity that was involved. So, at the risk of repeating, we'll repeat the procurement investigation. It focuses on those areas that we looked at, and we also looked at whether there were any corrupt relations. So, Chair, just in brief, and I missed to introduce my colleague on the left, who is the head of the provincial office of Gauteng at SIU. He's leading the team in Gauteng who investigated in these areas. So he's going to really summarize the findings, and then we'll also look at the systemic recommendations, and then go over to Tshwane. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Okay, my name is Segren Reddy. I'm the provincial head of SIU Gauteng office. So, looking at the first focus area and our findings, the issue of the vehicle and the vehicle maintenance. So, just a little bit of a background. In 2015, the city of Johannesburg failed to conclude a competitive bid process in appointing a service provider to provide vehicles and vehicle maintenance. So what the city thereafter did was they looked at other municipalities where the same service provider had a contract with them. So what the city of Johannesburg did is they opted to use the regulation 32. So a little bit background of the MFMA. It is basically where one municipality, if they have a contract with a service provider, another municipality can piggyback on that contract with that service provider, but obviously the specification and the needs to be the same, and there's some strict criteria there regarding the value of the contract and the duration. So both municipalities obtained permission. There was an agreement between both city managers, and the city of Johannesburg embarked or signed a contract with fire raiders. But what we found firstly, they entered into an agreement with Musiligwa, which is a municipality in the Mpumalanga province. But what we found there, that the contract was for 783,000. But the city of Johannesburg far exceeded that contract amount. And when our final figure, when we conducted the investigation, it was over 8 million. That was. So we found that it was highly irregular there, and they didn't follow all the necessary prescripts. Then, after City of Johannesburg exhausted that contract, they identified another municipality, which being Overberg municipality here in the Cape, and what they did is they signed a contract directly with fire raiders. And we found that that was also irregular because that amounted to over 9 million, that contract that they signed. And then what the city intended to do is use the same contract to procure fire engines, 29 fire engines for the city. But fortunately, that process was stopped because there was some queries, I think, from the AG's office, so that contract was stopped. So this matter was also investigated by the group forensic investigation, and we came to the similar findings. The second matter was the repairs and maintenance work at fire stations. This was also one of the allegations that was reported by the whistleblower. There, the allegation was that there was 3 million rand that was awarded to a certain service provider. Payments were made on the same day, and one of the directors of the company, relatives worked at the municipality. So our investigation found that it was unfounded. There was no substance to the allegation, and there were no payments made to that particular company on the same day. So we found that there was nothing irregular there. The third one was the closed circuit television equipment and related services. Here was the city had procured CCTVs for the various entities in the city of Johannesburg. The contract was over 10 million rand. What our investigation found, that there was duplicate invoices to almost 600,000. That matter was referred to our civil litigation unit to pursue the matter in recovering that funds. We found that we concluded site inspections at all the facilities, and the equipment was installed and was in good working condition. So there we found there was no irregularities regarding the procurement. Then the next matter was the office accommodation and furniture of the Integrated Operations Center. Here it was an executive decision by the MPAC to relocate the city into this building. This process was facilitated by the Johannesburg Property Company, which is an entity of the city. We found that all the documents, and there was a proper process that was followed. There was no irregularities identified there. And with regards to the furniture, all the furniture was acquired to the required process. The next matter was the motorcycle uniforms for the Johannesburg Metro Police, which is also an entity of the city. It was an open tender process, but the BAC or the EPAC declined the recommendations from the BAC, and they decided to do a closed bid process. And only the six bidders who responded were invited to tender for that. So we found that there was no irregularities there. And the second focus area was a corruption investigation. There was no specific allegation regarding the corruption, but however, we did look at who were the role players, and we conducted an eye-level profile was done, and there was no, and to follow the trace of funds, and there was no findings. We couldn't find any corruption there. So in terms of our outcomes on the investigation and the consequent management, so we refer the one matter, the CCTV matter, to our civil litigation unit. That matter is currently what counsel has been appointed. We've made referrals, 12 referrals to the NPA. One was for fraud, and the case number is there. That matter is still under investigation, and we know that there's one person pleaded guilty. However, our efforts to get feedback from the NPA regarding the other matters, we was not successful in that. Then with regards to the disciplinary and the consequent management, which is really a problem at the city, because we referred made 11 referrals to them. But we tried on numerous occasions, and I think due to the change of leadership there, we had difficulties in getting any response on what was the status of the disciplinaries, or if disciplinary proceedings were ever instituted against the officials that were identified. Then in terms of the systemic recommendations, and Advocate Motibi did highlight that, we did find there was a lot anomalies and inconsistencies with the operating systems, with the policies, and these were reported to the city manager, and we have recorded that. So we made recommendation that the municipality need to follow strict compliance of all policies, especially the procurement policies, to implement a proper document management system, which we found getting documents was really a struggle for us. To establish a process of contract management, they should monitor their contracts quite closely, and also to ensure that there's performance or any defective performance from any of the service providers whilst the contract is running, so that they can take the necessary action. And then we said the municipalities need to ensure that all SCM officials to undergo training and lifestyle. One of the processes that the SIU implemented, but together with SALGA and COCTA, we hosted an awareness workshop at the municipality with the officials. And the last one was that the municipality should implement the disciplinary referrals in order for them to ensure consequent management. So eye-level observations, just some of them. We found there was collusion between ACM officials and committee members, the overpricing of goods and services, there's weak regulatory and compliance monitoring, inadequate skills and capacity, poor oversight from the executive, poor accountability and no consequent management, poor record keeping, leadership instability that I mentioned, and poor management, no segregation of duties, and poor project and contract management. So in terms of the inherent risks and measures implemented to mitigate, we mentioned them. There's corruption. As I indicated, we hosted a prevention and awareness advisory campaign workshop with officials, partnered with the COCTA and SALGA. The impact that it would have on service delivery, especially with the fire engines, and if there's an emergency, then it wouldn't be equipped. To ensure that there's effective contract management and value for money from service providers, conflict of interest, and the mitigating to lifestyle audits. So the next slide is in terms of our cost of the investigation. You will notice that in terms of our letter of engagement with the municipality in May 2019, we estimated that the investigation will cost just over 3.4 million. after completion of the investigation, and our last invoice was on the 31st of March 2023, we invoiced the municipality of 2.3 million. And when we did our reconciliation in December in 2024, we received a zero payment from the municipality. So effectively, the municipality owes the SIU 2.3 million, and we had a saving of just over R1 million on the budget. So all the invoices were submitted, and together with our invoices, it is mandatory that we also submit a progress report of the investigation. Thank you. That concludes City of Johannesburg.
Chair, that's pretty straightforward. Of course, with the systemic and general overview and observations that we have made, that really points to systemic issues, what needs to be done, poor consequence management, and the issues that we have identified there. Chair, would we be permitted to proceed to Tshwane? Yeah, I think we will also be quite as concise. Chair, I'm going to, again, Mr. Reddy is going to proceed with the Tshwane investigation.
Thank you, Chair. So with City of Tshwane, the allegations, in May 2022, we received a report, a Legua advisory report, for an investigation to be conducted for the appointment of the contractor for the Rooiwal project. It was quite widely spread in the news as well, and there was a lot of public interest there. So we found that when we perused the report, in order for us to do a motivation for proclamation, we found that the investigation was very limited and only focused on the awarding of the contract to the contractor was identified. So we decided to include other aspects like value for money and public interest as well, and the corruption aspect. And just to note that the municipality terminated the contract in July 2022, and the contractor abandoned the site. So the main focus of the proclamation, which was Proclamation R138 of 2023, it was dated 22 September 2023. It was basically to look at the procurement and the contracting of goods in terms of a tender number USD WS30 2017/18 for the construction of phase 1 and upgrades and the urgent refurbishment at the Rooiwal wastewater treatment center. And number 2 is to look at was any unlawful conduct by municipal officials. So we looked at it and we scoped this investigation. It was 4 focus areas. It was the procurement of the tender, the corruption, the oversight investigation in terms of the municipality's role, service delivery, and obviously the public interest. So to date, the investigation is still continuing, but in terms of the procurement aspect, we've made the following findings. We found that there was CIDB non-compliance in terms of the construction. There's certain compliance that needs to be followed by the service providers. The service provider was not registered on the central database. There was non-compliance. And we found issues of tax irregularities as well, which we made referrals. So we're continuing. We've identified there's a possibility of fraud with regards to the contractor's bid and the project team, and non-compliance with the Commissioner of Oaths Act. That was in focus area 1. Focus area 2 is the corruption investigation. There's no specific allegations was received. However, we are still continuing with doing our background checks and our lifestyle audits to follow the flow of funds. So that is ongoing. So basically, the investigation is still continuing. So in terms of the investigation's outcome and consequent management, we've so far we've identified, in terms of the contract, we appointed a quantity surveyor. So far we've quantified that there was 39 million that that can be recovered in terms of some of the goods that was or the services that were provided. We are still continuing, and we hope that that amount can be more when we refer it to our civil litigation. So we referred two matters to the NPA so far. Then we have, in the process, we have 12 DC referrals that we are busy preparing, and in terms of our internal instruction, we first need to comply with the right of reply from these officials. Most of them were on leave, so most of them are going to be back, well, from this week or next week, and then we're going to conduct those interviews with them. In terms of administrative referrals, we referred two. We've submitted one interim presidential report in September to the presidency, and we made two referrals to the regulatory authorities. In terms of the systemic recommendations, so the investigation is still proceeding, but from our interaction with the city manager and to the SCM Ed, these were some of the recommendations that we made through our engagement and our stakeholder engagements with them. So obviously the municipality to follow strict compliance with all policies, especially the procurement processes, to establish a document management system for all SCM payment documents and other documents. We've also found that there's a problem with the document system and the archiving. The municipalities to ensure all SCM officials undergo training and lifestyle. And just like in the city of Johannesburg, we partnered with Cocter and Salga, and we hosted an awareness campaign at the city for the officials. So some of the high-level observations, it's similar to the city of Johannesburg. So we found that there was collusion between SCM officials and committee members. Overpricing, as I indicated, that we've identified 39 million at the moment that we can recover. The product supply does not meet the specifications. There's weak regulatory and compliance monitoring, inadequate skills and capacity, poor oversight from executive authority, poor accountability and no consequent management, and also the issue of leadership instability and poor management, and poor project and contract management. In terms of the inherent risk and measures implemented to mitigate the risk, so the first one was this: it's a historical nature in this matter. It's this Royval plant is for quite a number of years. So our mitigation is to obtain records from the various role players, which we're finding difficulty because at the moment there is a civil matter that the municipality instituted against the service provider. So this is proving to be a bit problematic for us. Timeous provision of evidence by role players and third parties. We are continuously following up with them, and we're going to be using our powers in terms of our Section 5 to see where we will subpoena some of these people to come for a hearing to the SIU. The availability of witnesses and tracing of role players. There's a lot of role players and officials that left the municipality, but we are continuously engaging with the witnesses and highlighting the importance of this matter. There's various investigations, legal proceedings by third parties. As indicated, there's a civil matter that's pending, and also before we start the investigation, the municipality suspended 5 of their senior officials, and the CCMA ruled in favor of the officials that they must return to work, and now the municipality is took it on review. And the last one is a significant amount of role plays involved and the voluminous records, the information and evidence that needs to be reviewed. but we are prioritizing and we understand the importance of this investigation. The cost of the investigation so far, in terms, because we found that it was quite an extensive investigation that we needed to do. We had to amend our LOE, and the duration of the investigation to ensure that a proper and a complete investigation is done. The amount is just over 16 million. We've costed it. So to date, we've invoiced 6 million. As of the 30th of November, the municipality has just paid us just over 2 million. So the outstanding due is almost 4 million, and the budget remaining is 10 million. But we meet with a regular basis with the city manager, and he's undertaken to pay us whatever is due to us. So far, we've issued 13 progress reports, which accompanies each invoice every month.
Honorable Chair, that's the other one part of Tshwane. Really, just to be overly clear, we've faced this investigation. Phase 1 is complete, which looked at the procurement process and who was responsible, and the entities and service providers that were responsible, and we found that there were irregularities. Now that part is complete, and that's why if you go to the summary of outcomes, you'll see there that there's civil litigation where a 39 million will be recovered. Slide number 30. There we go. These are the outcomes emanating from the completion of phase 1. And a really significant effort has been put in here to reach these outcomes. The 5 officials that my colleague mentioned, and it was in the public news, we have gone back to the municipality because they were suspended before we conducted the investigations. Now, that line number 3 of this slide is referral of 12 officials for disciplinary action. And this 12 may probably include, it includes the 5. So we will expect the municipality to sort of act on these officials based on the information now that we have given them. Now the next phases, which we really indicate as public interest and so on, it's really because the questions that we asked and the public is asking is whether there's a connection between the failures that we have found here, the irregularities, and the poor service delivery, the poor water supply to the communities of Hammanskraal and probably the areas there. And that's the part that we're really going to make pronouncement. That's the next phase that we're going to now dig deep in terms of what really happened. We'll have experts that we will appoint to be able to make an appropriate pronouncement. We take into account that there has been progress now, that the mayor has pronounced that there's now water, there's drinkable water, but we are still duty bound to dive deep and say what was the cause, who was responsible, and whether there are consequence management that should be taken. Of importance going forward is systemically, what are the measures put in place to ensure that we don't find ourselves where we were, as a country or as a municipality. Thank you, Honourable Chair. The other one really, it's also just not such a long presentation, is the procurement of the CCTV. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So the next one is Proclamation R212. This proclamation we received on the 8th of November, 2024. So this background is in August 2022, we received an allegation of this tender, of allegations regarding this tender, CB 227/2013. Basically, this whistleblower informed us that there were serious irregularities with awarding of this tender, and none of the CCTVs were actually erected or installed in the city. So the SIU applied for a proclamation. It did take some time, but we received it in November 2024. So in terms of the schedule for the proclamation, it's to look at the tender, the procurement of contracting of goods, works and service on behalf of the municipality in terms of that tender that I just mentioned, and then any unlawful or improper conduct by municipal officials. So we focus this, there's three focus areas here: the procurement investigation, the value for money investigation, and the corruption investigation. The investigation, as I indicated, is just commenced due to the December break and January, most members were on leave. So, so we are continuing with that investigation, and there's no findings as yet. In terms of our letter of engagement and the budget, we budgeted at just over 6.4 million. And as I indicated, there's no progress report or any invoices were issued to date. The investigation commenced on the 12th of December, 2024.
Honorable Chair, that's pretty much clear. It's still a new investigation. We can now proceed to the last part of our presentation, which is one of the finalized investigations.
Yes, Chair, so this is Proclamation R62 of 2010. So you'll realize it's almost 15 years old, this investigation. I must apologize that I don't have the allegations and the background to this investigation. However, we had 6 focus areas here on this investigation. I'm not going to read each one out, but the outcomes on the investigation as follows is we referred 2 matters to the NPA, and there were 16 disciplinary referrals that were made to the municipality. Thank you.
That's the presentation, Honorable Chair. Perhaps just to add on to the comments that I made earlier on, Honorable Chair, in terms of really the wider approach and strategic approach, and I did mention the convergence with the MOU that we signed with the with Scopa, is that really going forward, we are going to really need a systemic approach, listening to what the AG has said. Are there issues that we need to go into, or are there issues that the Honorable Committee says, you know, given what we are aware of, we need to focus on X area of a particular municipality. Over and above that, we have now really prioritized the local government as a sector, similar to how we've prioritized health, immigration, and so on. Now, in the local government, we've established the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, which is constituted by civil society, government, business, and law enforcement agencies sit there. The Auditor General also has a seat there. So as part of that approach is to ensure that we look at the reactive side, which is having received allegations, investigations, and we monitor all the outcomes there. But of importance, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is that we need to focus on prevention. And that forum is operational. Perhaps on the next appearance, we can give details to the Honorable Committee on the workings of that forum and really the kind of proactive work that's been done there. We've presented to the Minister of the National Minister of Cooperative Governance and we're really going to take it forward such that the focus is on both sides, on the reactive side and the proactive side of the fight against corruption, focusing in the main on various aspects that the prevention framework has to cover, including integrity framework, identification of exposures proactively, and of course the issues around capacity and skills, and looking at the improvement of internal controls, and that's why we really would require all the parties to be in that forum, so that going forward we are able to really say we are approaching this, as a sector, and looking at systemic issues that are befalling the local government space. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And just to say, because their members were not here yesterday, I think Honorable Skosana was not. In fact, both Honorable Skosanas were not here yesterday. And one of the things we spoke about was that we need to work with the Justice Portfolio Committee and the Ministry to just fix the referrals issue, because when the prosecutorial referrals were initially conceived, the Scorpions fell under the NPA. They don't anymore. So what ends up happening is that the referrals go to the NPA and the NPA sends them to the Hawks. And then the SIU follows up with the NPA and the NPA follows up with the, it's a bit messy. So it needs to be fixed so that it reflects where the investigative element takes place. I know there's an investigating directorate in the NPA, but it's a particular type of case that gets investigated there. So anyway, it's something that needs to be fixed in the legislation because something changed at some point. Honorable Skosana, I thought your hand was up.
Yes, Chair. I'm not sure whether it was a slip of a tongue. You said Scorpions, so...
Yeah. No, it wasn't. So let me explain. So then,
okay,
yeah,
thank you.
They used to be, yeah, but they don't exist anymore, and they
are talking about Robert Marawa because he normally says Scorpions. Thank you.
You two have a long-standing relationship, by the way, with Robert Marawa from another world. Honorable Skosana is a man of many talents. Honorable Mende, we're going to start with you.
Now, thank you very much, Chair. I think it is straightforward. Just need a few clarifications, Honorable Mutibi. Firstly, on the 5 officials that where their suspension was uplifted by the CCMA, it's very interesting that you are saying they were suspended before you could give a finding. And then you are thinking that they were most probably within the 13 that you are recommending. Yeah, but my interest there is that what would have been the charges that were forwarded to them? What would be the basis of their suspensions that the CCMA found them baseless? That now are different to what you are saying. But more importantly is what was the intention? Because I think there was a concealment going on there, that let's charge them before so that this particular area looks like it's dealt with, it's then left out. I'm interested in understanding that, because if CCMA says those charges are baseless, therefore they must go back to work, If you are forwarding the very same charges, then they have no leg to stand on. But most importantly, why was this happening before you came in? And why was the rest of the group, which you then came in and identified, was left out? What was the explanation in that area? And I'm sure your investigators did ask about that, because it's quite embarrassing that you are doing an investigation, you are doing findings and recommendations, and then there's people being let go by CCMA. So it's becoming quite a rocky area, but rather very embarrassing. Then the second one is also interesting, especially with Johannesburg. There's a case in Johannesburg, a proclamation in Johannesburg, where you looked at everything else, but then you found nothing. And then you forward an invoice to the people. So I assume, in my understanding, maybe you'll correct us, I assume that when you come, you tell them, these are allegations against you. We are here to investigate you. And they explain to you, but this thing is straightforward. I don't think you need to investigate us. Then you investigate anyway, because that's your job. But then you find nothing. And then you bill them. After they have said, no, Tina Azizi, Lenindo is straightforward. So what if they don't pay? What's going to happen? But the bigger question there is, if you are forwarding invoices to these municipalities as you investigate them, it's a similar situation as the AG that they are paying. How are we doing there? Because the limitations thereof of your office expanding and capacitation issues are going to be hindered by the revenue collection. And how is it? Do they pay you immediately after you have finalized the case and give them an invoice? Do you wait forever? What becomes an issue there? Thank you, Chair. No, sorry, the last one was this one of the 2022, the last proclamation. It was R62 of 2010. It was given to you in 2010. It's still within your books. What is happening? Or it's going on? What is happening there since 2010, and you are still going? Contracts have been cancelled, but you're still investigating. Can you at least give us a bit of a background there? Thank you.
Can I just piggyback on this? So do you ever make an assessment of the amount of money involved versus the cost of an investigation? So in other words, I know every cent matters, but you know, if there's 1.5 million rand involved, and the investigation might take a lot of time and cost 6 million rand, what do you do? What kind of decisions you make then?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to start with the last comment from the Honorable Chair. Chair, when we commence with the investigations, we obviously have the value of the contracts involved, and we then cost it in terms of the resources that we're going to employ. In almost all instances, the possible recoveries which are included in the motivation of the proclamation, because we do look at whether there are possible recoveries. And the possible recoveries are already determined. And more often, the costs of investigation are far less than the monies that we look to recover. But in instances, assuming that it does happen, that we get a proclamation where the costs of investigation will be much more than the cost of recovery, we'll possibly have to sit down with the state institution concerned But again, the issues of public interest come in, and to what extent then do we proceed or we not proceed? And if we don't proceed, where else does this get attention? So there's various factors that we take into account. Honorable Mente, the city of Joburg, I'll start with that. We looked at, I think there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 5 focus areas. We did find irregularities, I think in about 2. And the one area was where there was this increasing of the contract amount from 783,000 to about 8 million, 8.8 million. And that's the part where it involved, the fire engines and so on. So that part, that's that part there. That's the part where we are also going to institute recovery process. So we did find irregularities there, and in fact, if I recall of late, that's one of the critical services of the municipality, because it's got to do with firefighting capacity. We picked up recently that I think it was Ekurhuleni, which had really a lack of capacity on firefighting, and then it wouldn't really service the communities appropriately. So those are some of the critical areas that coming up in this kind of capacity. So there we found irregularities, and we are going to proceed with consequence management, including recoveries. The other part is this closed circuit television, where there was duplicate invoices, and we are going to recover there. Now, in terms of the areas where we did not find the allegations were unsubstantiated, because that's the nature of our work. The investigators really look at the allegations, follow them through. If there's no evidence, then they make findings. Now, in that instance, when we send invoices, because we do complete what we call timesheets, we would have spent time and resources in investigating. But at least in this instance, there are 2 significant areas where we made findings, and I'm sure my colleague can correct me. If we say on the costs, can you go to the costs of the investigation, slide 25? If we say the cost of investigation, when we first started the investigation, the top line is where we have now really costed the whole investigation with the resources that we're going to deploy and the time period. We were of the view, we anticipated that it will cost 3.4 million, but it ended up being 2 million. So, well, of the 2 million, nothing has been paid, and that last line, we really just subtracted the 1 million from the original 3 million. We call it remaining budget, but it's really what we found, that the investigation didn't go up to 3 million, and we said to the municipality, you could probably call this a saving or whatever the case may be, but effectively we costed it to 2 million at the end. So that would have included all the efforts in all the aspects, including those where we found that the evidence was not substantiating the allegations, simply because we would have had resources investigating, we would have spent time, and. And if you can compare the cost of the investigation with what we are going to recover, as I indicated earlier on, I think it's mentioned in the slide number 17. We anticipate that we'll recover about 10.6, set aside a contract to the value of 10.6. And in this instance, I think we just really included the CCTV. Would still need to include the Focus One costs, which are not included. So it will be quite high, higher than 10 million. Okay, do you want to state it for the record?
Just for the record, it was about 21 million.
So we're anticipating that we will recover about 21 million for the municipality. So, Chair, it sort of comes back to that question you raised earlier on. So from the value add perspective, value for money of investigation, we believe that we've really added value. But yes, the Honourable Member raises a critical question, and this is something that we always are confronted with in some instances, where, say, in all aspects of the investigation, we haven't found any evidence substantiating. And the question would be, yes, okay, you didn't find anything, what are we paying for? You know, so that's really the rationale of our costs. Our cost of investigation includes resources deployed, time spent, you know, and the others. In the letter of engagement, we spell it out. So that's call it the science behind the costs. But it does happen that, you know, we really find that the evidence does not substantiate the allegation. And this, again, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, really goes to the core of the funding model of institutions like us, like SIU. I mean, it's almost like the police, like public protector, and so on, where public would come to SIU and make allegations. And of course, when we assess the allegations, we check against the mandate and ensure that there's no fishing expeditions and so on. And if we find that there's validity in the allegations, then we are duty-bound to investigate. And invariably, it's not in all instances where we find that evidence supports the allegation. In some instances, like some of this, the evidence would not substantiate. We find that allegations are unfounded, but we have expended the resources. So now to deal with these issues of state institutions really feeling that no, you haven't found anything, we really shouldn't be paying you. Now we should really deal with the rationale behind the funding model. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry?
I don't know if there's anything you wanted to...
Oh, it's the CMA, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The CMA issue.
The charges against the officials.
So thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the charges that the municipality initially brought against the officials, we've added additional charges. So it's not the same charges with more evidence that we have that we're going to institute against them. So it's not the same charges. Okay.
But the sinister thing, Chair, is that they charge before you come in. Most obviously, they knew you were coming. Now, in trying to cover up, it looked like they're doing something so that you don't get to dig deeper, is that they are acting. And in acting, they know they are not really acting on the officials. They know that these particular charges that we're instituting will not even stand a day in the tribunal of the CCMA. So when you look at it, was it valid or was it legitimate, the action that they did? Because if it's ruled out at CCMA, it means it was extremely useless.
Thank you. No, we did find that the charges were very weak and they didn't have enough evidence against the officials. But I think there was pressure on the municipality to act, and that is why they suspended the members and charged them. But obviously, we're going to, through our investigation, we've manage to find more evidence and more charges that we're going to institute against the officials.
Okay. Honorable Chair, just to add, when we presented, we said there was some investigation that was done before by that company, Ligwa company, which was commissioned by the municipality. But even in that investigation, and that is why we proceeded with the proclamation, we found that the investigations was sort of rudimentary, if I were to use that term. It wasn't comprehensive. And it appears that the municipality may have used some of the information that came out of that investigation to charge the officials. And again, it's really how the municipality sort of applied themselves with the information that they had at end. They could have been, don't want to say wrongly advised, but it wasn't advisable, to really put charges based on the, incomprehensive investigation report as they had at the time. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Honorable Bloss.
No, thank you, Chair. I think for me it's very simple. Thanks again to the SIU for the good work. Look, I don't think the SIU needs to figure out if the collapse of the Rooival water plant has an impact to the lack of water in Hammanskraal. So I don't think we need to figure that out. So dig deeper, as you are saying, advocate. You've got our full support. And your number one suspect there is that former Mayor Prinks. So he's your number one suspect for that. Because Tshwane seems to have this tendency of appointing contractors and don't meet anything. SCM processes are flawed. They are not even compliant to SARS. You appoint a company that is not compliant to SARS, and you tell us you govern Western Cape better here. So the support is there, and obviously then we've registered additionally to that is that issue of the clinic. So dig on that, and then we'll give you the issue of clinic. Let's expose all these incompetencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madlala is fine. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I also, I think the report, thank you again from the SIU, it's quite straightforward. It doesn't need much of an engagement. We welcome it, and we are still surprised. Indeed, I must say that we are still surprised that those who always claim to be running clean government are running such a government in Tshwane. Literally, they've read the capital city of South Africa to the ground. Shame to the DA. It's really embarrassing. And I think, Chair, as my parting shot, this goes to show now that corruption have no color. It does not have a particular color. It does not take you to be a particular skin for you to be corrupt. It's something that is done by people, and we must accept it in that fashion. I thank you, Chair.
Okay. We're still early in the year here, so everyone is still in high spirit. So at some point, I'm going to have to manage the cross tribes. I wanted to say the thing that has no color really is money. Trust me, I have never met anybody who does not like money, wherever they come from. Money, conversation changes. Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, no, we appreciate the presentation from the SIU as made by Advocate Mutibi and Mr. Reddy. Earlier, when I saw Mr. Reddy, I thought he's Mr. Momoniat. I don't know if you know Momoniat from the Department of Finance, from Treasury. Yeah, I thought I think there are some similarities between you and him. Yeah, no. Thank you very much. Just 3 comments, or maybe there will be a question in between. On the City of Joburg proclamation, I think it's R17 of 2019, which was later amended to R12 of 2020. Where it says that there are several on the 11 referrals for DC, and there's an indication that there are several requests that were made and no feedback from the City of Joburg on the status of those referrals to either accounting officer or accounting authority. So in cases like this, what do you do as the SIU, where you have made this referral, but there is nothing that is happening? What is it that we are going to do to fix that? And also on the payment of invoices, for instance, on the one of the City of Joburg Steel, because I think we have invoiced them on the 31st of March 2023. And by the 31st of December 2024, there was still no payment. I acknowledge that the amount went down from just 3.4 million to 2.3 million. But by the 31st of December, there was still no payment. So how do you make sure that you get the money that you have invoiced if it takes so long for departments or entities to pay you? The last point on the City of Tshwane, or on the Royval project, I think on the systemic recommendations, you are saying that the municipality has to ensure that all SCM officials to undergo training and lifestyle audits. So how do you make follow-ups on this to make sure that indeed they do this indeed, especially on the lifestyle audit? Because well, on the training, my view is that I don't think it's an issue of training. I think those people, they've got the requisite skills and qualification and experience to do their work. But especially on the issue of lifestyle audit, how do you then make follow-ups to make sure that indeed this does happen? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Skosana. I'm really pleased that these kind of questions come up, Chair, because they really fall really within some of the systemic issues, probably stroke policy issues that really needs to find way into the amendment of the legislation, which we are working on now. The referrals that we are making, and I think we spent some time yesterday as well, in terms of the peremptory nature of our referrals. The nature is that it, there's a process. Unfortunately, the Minister of Justice now is really going to take that forward from what the previous minister had started. There's going to again be escalations. She's going to be interacting with her counterparts, all the executive authorities, and it will probably also land up at cabinet, where there will be consequences where there's failure of payments. But on our side as well, the legal process is, because we're faced with this legal framework where there's Intergovernmental Relations Act, there's a process that we also have taken up, which will satisfy the intergovernmental relations legislation. And once we've exhausted that, we believe we could be at a stage where we take legal action against state institutions. Right, on the lifestyle audits, my colleague, I don't know if you want to just respond to the Honorable Committee.
So with our interaction with the municipality, the city manager has requested the SIU to conduct lifestyle audits at the municipality. So there is a process underway that we're doing lifestyle audits at the city of Tshwane. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think generally we've found that there's an uptake of the lifestyle audits, requests and so on. So we have seen a positive uptake of that by accounting officers and accounting authorities, and I mean we've done quite a number of them, and well in Gauteng at the Gauteng government level, and now we're at the municipal level. We found that there's an uptake. So our team dealing with lifestyle audits is already engaging the municipal manager to take the process forward. Thank you.
Honorable Nilmay.
Yes, no, thank you and good afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm going to ask just one or two questions, but I'm going to start off with the transversal contracts. I think anybody that is a CFO or supply chain management knows exactly what the terms of the transversal contracts are. It's in the MFMA and it's very clear. So there's blatant flouting of supply chain management processes, total absolute. There's nothing, and the collusion between supply chain management officials and the bid committees. Because if you look at these two contracts, I mean, it is blatant. It's normally cent for cent. If you have a contract, those are the specs, that is the money, it's clear. Everybody knows that, which means those officials blatantly, and those who knew about it, blatantly flouted, because it would have had to be signed off at a higher level. Which brings me back then to the case with Nelson Mandela Bay that took officials to court. Is that not something that we in future, because I think what we're doing now is we're waiting for the Constitutional Court to make a ruling, because apparently the officials lost on appeal at the Supreme Court, and then it's now gone to Constitutional Court, which will be interesting when that ruling comes. I'm not sure if it's out yet or not. But then, would that not be a deterrent to officials now for irregular and wasteful expenditure? Because that is how we crafted some of our legislation, to avoid what we are seeing now, is making officials accountable for what they are actually doing. And it is mind-boggling to think that a simple transversal contract, which is probably the most simplest in the Municipal Finance Management Act of procuring services from another municipality, signing an MOU, and then going from a 700,000 Rand contract to a 8 million. I mean, it's absolutely blatant. And I think those officials who were responsible for that, we would give you full support in making sure that they come to book. And if the legislation is ruled that would assist the SIU as well in bringing those officials to book. The thing with the CCMA, in the past, myself, looking at where officials have been found guilty, have been dismissed from municipalities, and I know we will look at that later in another municipality in the Eastern Cape, where the CCMA ruled in favor of that official. And when one looks at who the presiding officers are, you'll see the same name. And I'm wondering if one doesn't eventually start to look at who are those commissioners at the CCMA. Is it the same person that is allowing? Because if someone has been dismissed, has gone through all those processes in the municipality, it is there. Now you get to the CCMA, the same person is found not guilty and is said that he must be reinstated. The municipality then has to take it on appeal to the Labour Court. So those are areas that if the SIU can also look at if it is the same presiding officers at the CCMA, because I think one noticed that, I'm sure I'm looking at my Eastern Cape here, we have noticed that it seems to be the same sort of officers, so I don't want to go into that route. But the regulation, as you were saying, we are tightening it up, and you are tightening it up from a presidential level, etc. It hopefully the ruling where officials are held responsible will assist us to stop the scourge of blatant looting of our local government resources, financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We really cannot agree more with the issues around Regulation 32. Can't recall the corresponding regulation in the PFMA, but this is the so-called piggybacking. It's so abused. It is so abused, and we are really at one with you, Honourable Member. We've looked at the ways and means that it's been abused, and that's why we were able to really look at this and come up with this finding. This is one of the areas where piggybacking gets abused, and yeah, I mean you can really see that from Johannesburg, you find a contract in Overbeck, huh? Yeah. So yeah. Without really saying anything further, it really suffices to say these kind of arrangements are a vulnerable area. The legislation needs to be tightened. On the charges, and again the CCMA charges, the point raised by Honourable Mente, we will really focus on this, Honourable Member. And of course, really look on what the findings of CCMA were and so on. So ordinarily, and that's what we expect that it will happen, that they will get to the disciplinary hearing and saying, but we were charged with this before. Why are you charging us again? You know, so our lawyers and legals will have to really deal with that. You know, the so-called double jeopardy. So that we don't fall foul of that. But in essence, the municipality may have created that here for us, but for themselves as well. But as we're saying, the charges will be substantively and significantly different from the previous ones because of the further information that we have provided.
Thank you. Honourable Nadenja.
Thank you, Chair. As the advocate has just put it, what I've picked up is the abuse of Regulation 32 with Johannesburg. And maybe what is needed is the close working relationship with the AG's office, because they should be picking up on these things as they audit the abuse of the Regulation 32, the the disregard of the supply chain management policies. It's something that is there, and they go through it, and they should be picking up on the audit, and it should be coming to you through them rather than the whistleblowers who might find it late on the line while it's being audited on an annual basis. And on the referrals that are done to the COJ, and there's no response. They're not doing anything about it. I'm partly covered by colleagues Kosana, but I would like to know, how old are these referrals? When were they done? How old are they? Because they don't seem to be considering them, whereas it's not the SIU that said they must disregard the law. That should be guiding them and go and do the opposite. I mean, we all know what Regulation 32 says. To go and from less than 1 million to 8 million, I don't know how did they get there. And on the Tshwane, it's the same story. Supply chain management is there, but they just disregard. And another thing that I would like to know, if there is a solution to it. If you look at these reports, they all talk about collusion between the bid committees and the supply chain management. So is there anything that can be done to tighten that area because that seems to be the weakest link in the whole value chain? Thank you.
Thank you. How about you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. Without repeating really the abuse around Regulation 32, which we will also make recommendations in terms of how is it that it can be tightened, together with the regulations in a similar regulation in the PFMA. The enactment of the Public Procurement Act, I think, was really with the realization that the procurement space in government is a vulnerable space. You know, so really, I think, Honourable Chair, and I'm sure the Honourable Committee could also sort of monitor and have an oversight on that, on how is it that as government we really implement the Public Procurement Act to the extent that it will plug these gaps that we are all sort of reporting on, you know, the irregularities in the SCM and so on. What are the measures that needs to be put in place to mitigate all this going forward? So Honourable Chair, I did indicate that you know, there's an overall approach from a prevention perspective. We need to really come together, and this is what we'll raise with National Treasury and all those that are involved. I'm mentioning Treasury as the custodian of the PFMA, so that and of the Public Procurement Act, that is, so that, you know, we can come to the committee and really assure the committee that this space has been looked at. These are the, you know, prevention mechanisms that we would, as government, would like to implement. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would have skipped. Date of referrals, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the referrals were made on the 10th of August 2021 initially, and then we followed up with a resubmission in 2023.
All right. Thank you. Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So just a comment and then just a question afterwards. I think there's real and tragic consequences of corruption. And yesterday we heard about soldiers dying in the DRC. We heard about people dying in Hammanskraal because of poor water. So there are real consequences. And yesterday we spoke about adding treason to the charges. I think we should add murder to these charges too, because people have died because of corruption. And I must just say, I'm extremely proud of our mayor from Action SA, Dr. Moya, who got the water going and was the first one to drink. And I think she played a vital role in that. So, you know, I'm really proud to be associated with her. And then in terms of the blacklisting, it's a big issue that I plan to drive in this committee and as part of National Treasury too. is that there's a big issue that people aren't getting blacklisted. Edwin Sodi hasn't been blacklisted yet, and apparently it's because of an issue by the accounting officer in Tshwane. And I think if we could skip that link where the SIU goes straight to National Treasury and gets him blacklisted, because if the accounting officer is corrupt or has got his, he's not going to, he could be prevented. So National Treasury can't do it unless the accounting officer actually does it. So I'd just like to get the SIU's thoughts on that, if they would recommend that they could actually step this and go straight through to National Treasury, because as things stand, Edward Sodi can transact with anybody in this country, any government department. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Honorable Chair, thanks for the question. I'll start off with the blacklisting process. Ordinarily and really by law is that the state institution that appointed the service provider should be the one processing the blacklisting. But we have seen that in many instances, they don't get processed. So what we have done is we've engaged with National Treasury to do exactly that, Honourable Member, that now we could enlist National Treasury to come in and really process. We have seen this company that was involved, amongst other companies, by the way. But I think you mentioning the Blackhead, which also was involved in other areas, which we should really consider strongly. And it's not only the one company, there's others that also needs to be considered for blacklisting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I was going to say that, I was going to say as an addition to this question about blacklisting, I think we must also look at several categories of flagging in the system, because blacklisting is sort of like your final thing. I think we must have, even if a company has not been blacklisted, there's some process going, there must be something that flags in the system that says, look, before you proceed, please, contact so-and-so and ask what the issues arising there are. Otherwise, you sit with this binary situation where, either there is something on the record or there's nothing on the record, and I don't think it's helpful.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by saying, I'll start with this issue of blacklisting. The blacklisting as well should be colorblind as well. In the 2010, I was with... huh?
Should be whitelisted.
No. Colorblind. When I'm saying colorblind, and that's colorblind. You remember, Chair, and I think Advocate Mutibi can attest to that. There was collision during the 2010 World Cup. You had your big boys, now they changed names. Stefanato now, WPHO, Marian Roberts, and all of those companies. They are not blacklisted. They are working as if nothing has happened. And there's no noise about it. I'm not defending, Blackhead or whatever the company is, Sodi's company. But I'm saying we should not be selective. Mam Kauli said from the EFF in one of our sittings, Bachoncha ngapha, babathumela ngapha. Bachoncha ngapha, babathumela ngapha. She was right. Mam Kauli was spot on that when he says, people are being moved from this department to this department to this department. But I'm saying to you, Chair, and to the SIU, Glad Africa got a contract under the DA because, but I don't want to go to politics, but I know we are in a political sphere here. In 2017, they were awarded a 12 billion rand contract. You know what happened there? Stephen Mukhalapa was a mayor of that city, and which is my city anyway, the capital city of this country. 12 billion rand was awarded. And what happened? There was an out-of-court settlement. In fact, not even there was a gentleman agreement. They were paid whatever amount. But guess what? They were able to get another 12 contracts in Gauteng. One was Charlotte Macheke in Johannesburg. Irrespective of the track record, like the one which I was talking about, your Stefanato and your WPHO, they are still getting multi-billion rand contracts. But you know what? Because they are big boys, they are untouchable. No one wants to talk about them. But when it comes to others, there are people who will be screaming at each other. And for what? For crabs. Crumbs, you know, crumbs. Now, I'm still not, I'm not sure, but as far as I know, you know, it reminds me of Professor Nkondo, who was a vice chancellor in the University of Venda from 1994, I think, up to almost 11 years. He was questioning the so-called Municipal Finance Management Act and Public Finance Management Act. I think we had to debate about that once again. Because for me, it looks like it was designed as well for particular people. Now, if somebody does not have a CIDP, like my colleague said, SARS is not compliant, it's not even on the CSD, but is awarded a tender, it leaves much to be desired. But I'm not surprised. Remember, in my other life, I had a contract from the city of Tshwane from 2014. It was supposed to end in 2017. But guess what? I'm not sure about the Audit General, whether they do their job. But it was extended on month-to-month for over 5 years. 5 years.
Maybe it's still being renewed.
Now, I'm asking myself that this is a 7th administration. Is this a talk shop? Are we going to be as well the next administration saying we have done nothing? As my colleague said, we are guilty as charged as well. Because if there's no consequences about all these things we are talking about here, where's about the CCMA? You know, I had to close one of my companies where I employ hundreds and hundreds of people. They were taking me to that CCMA. Let me tell you, those people who are sitting there, I don't even have to beat about the bush. I can see you are beating about the bush, my colleague here. Money talks. Money talks. My last comment will be for the SIU, because you can see the NPA as well. I'm not sure whether they don't have capacity, you know, or in fact some they are politically now. But if the SIU can be, you know, but they'll defeat us in the House, you know, because we are going to vote there. We are not going to win it, unless our progressive caucus. But let me, yeah. But indeed, it's going to be very difficult to win that one. For the SIU to prosecute and not wait for this case. 2014, talking about 2414. We are still talking today. It's 2025. And some matters are still being not finalized. That tells you that we've got a serious problem in this country. And the sooner we fix, the better for the generations to come, because our kids will be spitting on our grave and say we went to Parliament and we've done nothing. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, you know, I'm always careful when I refer to the previous Parliament and so on, because Honorable Mente was there, you know. And I always think, whoa, this is a slippery slope. Anyway, but we are very happy to have you here, Honorable Mente. You can help us see who said one thing last time and they come here and they say another thing. Then I look at you and I'm like, okay, we need to check. Thank you. I don't know if you want to comment. I think those were just comments, I think, for all of us. No, thank you very much. Honorable Kupek.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings again to the House. Chair, the same thing you're saying about Honorable Mente now. If we don't do anything about all of these things that we're constantly saying ooh and ah every time the SIU comes and presents here. It will be said about us. When we don't know if we'll be here or we'll be gone, but the same thing will be said about us in that, but these people, what were they doing? Because, I mean, we look at the bulk of the entities that come here and that sit in this committee or that come and sit in front of us, and the SIU presents and they present ESCOM, Transnet, Sanral, now City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, Department of Defense. Some of these acts are actually treasonous. And we sit here and we keep on saying, ooh, with no end in sight. I think I'll agree with one of our colleagues that spoke that side. I don't remember who it was, who said some of these things will make us complicit as a committee and as SIU and as the Auditor General as well. We are complicit. We will be complicit. I think we need to figure out a way and figure it out quickly because it's January now. We can't be sitting in December again with the same oohs and ahs that we say constantly every day here. You know, I think when we first arrived here, because we're new in Parliament, when we first arrived last year, we knew that we were going to be grey by the end of this term by sitting in Scopa. Because the issues that Advocate Matibe and his teams, they come up with here, it's scary stuff. And these people that do all of these things, these people literally get away with treason. Department of Defense was here yesterday. We were speaking about Department of Defense. Those people are selling state secrets. And nothing is happening. Chair, I'll implore you again that we need to give the SIU prosecuting power. I agree with Honorable, I think it was Kosana who was saying it. The SIU needs to prosecute. They need to be able to prosecute. Take these people, throw them in orange overalls. Simple. These issues will be solved because we cry the same cry from department to department, from entity to entity. It's the same thing. And I think I understand why my colleague there, Honorable Madlala, he didn't even want to comment today because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So we look at countries like China. In China, if you steal, you're gone. Simple. You've got an allegation, you are sitting in jail until that allegation is solved. Why can't we do that? Why can't we be like that? Even if it's our people who are doing wrong, send them to prison. We'll visit them in prison if they're our friends. I don't know what we need to do, Chair. Again, these are just comments. We need to sit as a committee and figure out how we need to convince Parliament to give the SIU power. Maybe better yet, they must give us the power. They must bring it here. They must bring it here. We'll show some people some things here. Thank you, Chair.
Somebody said someone should just give the power to General Olomisa. He's been a dictator before. No, look, I mean, we'll have the AG and the SIU in our stretch session, by the way, so that we can just work through the issues in a very focused way. Honorable Esek, it's your chance to respond in many ways, more ways than one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, excuse me. Lots has been said, you know. I don't want to be repetitive, and you know, I'm not going to waste time. I think
you will submarine.
we obviously have time constraints, and I think it's been a long day, so I don't plan to be moaning and groaning or oohing and ahhing like some of my comrades here. But be that as it may be, I think we've covered the bases. SIU, you know. This is such an interesting period for me, Advocate, and your team. For me as an individual, it's very uplifting, if I might say, Chair. As you just said, our strat sessions with the SIU, the AGSA, you know, it's really so inspirational. You learn a lot, you do a lot of reading, it's inspiring, and you apply your mind. And so I'm very grateful for these opportunities and to be part of this committee. I've been through the slides, we've been through various discussions. All I want to find out, and mine is a very simple question. I just wanted to check in. These lifestyle audits, as was alluded to, are they yielding any productive results? Are we beginning to see the fruit of these investigations on these lifestyle audits? That is all I want to find out. Thank you so much.
Can I proceed, Chair? Honorable Chair, thank you so much. On the lifestyle audits, from what we have observed, and the real work around lifestyle audit, I think started almost 2 years ago when we were asked by the Department of Public Works to do lifestyle audits there. We've got a methodology that we use which really red flags those that are either involved in conflict of interest, involved with or do have sort of unexplained wealth, and all other related aspects. Our methodology looks at various aspects of the individual, including sort of not really next of kin, but children and trusts and all of that, because we know how these days, amongst others, monies gets lost and gets hidden and all of that. So as we crafted the lifestyle audit methodology, we learned from the investigation outcomes that we do in terms of how is it that monies flow and all of that. So once we've conducted the lifestyle audits, we do then categorize the individuals. We flag those that are risky and those that really needs to be engaged such that there's corrective action. For those that are red flagged, there is a process. There's a further process of investigating, sort of getting them to explain, and if the explanation is not reasonably acceptable, then there's actions that's taken against them. And we have seen that, Honorable Chair, really it has the intended effect, consequences, and it also acts as a deterrent for the others that we have seen. And the uptake has been quite satisfactory. We've just recently done Gauteng government. All the heads of the department, CEOs and so on, and the Premier really acted on it, and we have seen the results thereof. There's various now state-owned entities that have approached us to do that, and we are really pleased. Because all of this, Honorable Chair, lifestyle audit really finds itself within the framework of corruption prevention. Because it is a process, if well done, it really gives indicators, call it risk indicators, which we need to act on. And failure to act on that, we are likely to see what we are presenting here today. I think one honourable member mentioned the SCM part. The SCM area in most state institutions is prioritized. It's prioritized for lifestyle audits. So maybe just to again come back to the question, we have seen positive results from the lifestyle audits. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I apologize profusely, Chair. Just based on what Advocate was saying, so am I correct in just thinking that you obviously have an open line to SARS, etc., where you're able to then put things or log things together quicker, right?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We've got access to various sources of information, INATIS, deeds, SARS included, because when you deal with income and so on, FIC as well. So there's various institutions of government that we are having access to in ultimately making a finding. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very useful. Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Chair, and probably also more of a comment. I think one of the great diseases of South African society and government in particular is this culture of impunity where people come in and they have power and they can believe that they can do what the hell they want. And we saw that particularly with Denel yesterday, with the board that took over in 2015 and was completely delinquent. And the line from that is people dying in Congo because stuff that was meant to be produced and everything never happened because of corruption and because people just thought they could run things how they wanted. And likewise, we see a fairly similar attitude in government. And a lot of that culture of impunity comes about because, as colleagues say, where to from here, you know? And until we can actually ensure that we have a properly budgeted agency that can actually go ahead and do all these prosecutions and everything, you know, until people actually have fear of paying for their actions, we'll continue to do this, you know, year after year. But it has been an eye-opener. I just want to make the comment that, you know, thank goodness for the SIU, and thank goodness for the Auditor General as well, for the entities that are picking up on this stuff, because I think the people that were doing evil deeds at Denel in 2015 didn't realize they'd be sitting here in 2024 looking at their actions. You know, they could only see it over a very short period of time, and likewise, the municipal officials have been doing similar stuff. They've been rumbled. We found them out now. You know, we've seen the corruption. We've seen the fact that people have died in Rooival because of the contractor that was given the contract in 2015. But as colleagues have said, we need to really push for the next step now because we're tired of hearing these stories, and we want to make sure that actually the people pay for their actions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I just want to say, I mean, some of what we will have to do as a committee to speak to particularly prevention, because a lot of what we deal with is after the fact. So we need to get to a point soon, hopefully during the course of this year, where there's agreement between Parliament and various institutions like the Public Service Commission, Department of Public Service Administration, and so on, as to some of the risk identification and management criteria, in as far as not just the actual processes themselves, but also the hiring of people. Whether you know, these lifestyle audits are part of the risk management process anyway. They cannot be done only after there's been a scandal. It needs to be part of the routine that gets employed in order to manage certain types of risks, because ultimately what needs to happen is that there needs to be a constant fear of being found out. That tends to lessen the chances of corruption. Otherwise it carries on. So I'm mindful of time. So that was a comment, Advocate Motibi. We just need to give the AG team time to change. I'd propose a body break. I've looked at the presentations, they're not long. So we're going to work through them fairly quickly. There's one more, session, and then we will be done. So if we can take a 5-minute body break so that we can stretch our legs and then give the team time to rotate. Thank you. And thank you, colleagues from the SIU, for that conversation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair, after lunch, it's difficult, after eating.
Well, you know, Honorable Skosana, you can use the energy you didn't use yesterday to keep going.
Okay, honorable members, I don't want to get into trouble with Honorable Skosana. Let's get going. He's going to crack the whip here. When it's time to ask questions, he'll speak for 2 minutes. Tim, over to you.
Greetings, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members, to the SIU head, Advocate Motibe and his team. My name is Toby Lenteta. I am the acting business unit leader for the Auditor General Eastern Cape Business Unit. With me on my right is Usabelo Mavundla. He is the deputy business unit leader in the Eastern Cape. On my left, I've got Rama Purushottoman. He was responsible for the audit of Buffalo City Metro. And then next to him is Usivuyile Ndabami. He was responsible for the Alfred District Municipality. So I'll take you through mostly slide 3. It has a nice overview of the messaging we want to bring across. Then once I've dealt with that, I'll go into some of the more detailed, specialized work that we did, and also take you through some of the more concerning aspects at the Buffalo City. So if you look at the presentation, on a high level, Buffalo City is a very wide geographic area. Covers East London, Bishop, King Williamstown, and in between there you have the township of Mdantsane, one of the biggest townships in South Africa. You'll find a lot of informal settlements surrounding some of the more urban areas. It's quite a unique feature to me when I actually got to East London. You will note that the 2 metros in the Eastern Cape, being Nelson Mandela Metro and Buffalo City, they take up over 50% of the budget for local government. They're also responsible for servicing over 50% of the household. So you can see the importance of this city to the province from a service delivery point of view, from an economic point of view. Now, when you match that against the performance, in terms of looking after the finances, in terms of service delivery, in terms of credible reporting on performance, it really is a concern for us as the citizens. You will see that picture there. They have been qualified for a number of years. They were fortunate in 2021-22 to receive the unqualified opinion, but even when they received that unqualified opinion, we had noted the extensive amount of audit adjustments that they needed to make to get to that unqualified. And we did note that it is not sustainable. And true as Bob, they regressed the very next year in 2022, 2023. Then in 2023-24, they added another qualification area. So you can see we've consistently reported on material non-compliance with legislation in a number of areas, talking to material misstatements in the submitted financial statements, unable to prevent irregular expenditure, not able to pay their supplies within 30 days. We've reported asset management non-compliance. We've reported consequence management non-compliance. We've reported strategic planning and performance management non-compliance. We've reported HR management non-compliance. We have reported environmental management non-compliance. So you can see there's extensive problems that the city is dealing with. Another area of great concern is how they report on their performance. for over a number of years, they have not been able to produce credible annual performance report, which for us is a concern because it means that when council is making decisions about where to allocate services, they do not have credible information because items will be reported as at a certain stage of service delivery, whereas what is on the ground is completely different. We audited 4 strategic outcomes for the Buffalo City Metro. 2 of them were disclaimed, meaning that they could not provide evidence for what they have reported on. 2 were unqualified. When you look at the targets achieved, they only achieved 64% of their targets. So you can really see there's extensive issues that they are dealing with there. From a financial planning and performance management, although we have not concluded that there's going concern uncertainty, there is certainly, though, concerns about some of the issues that affect their financial viability. Debt collection ratio, they take about 151 days to collect their debt. We're seeing extensive water losses, 147 million worth of water losses leaking through the system, which translates to 37% of the water produced, which is above the norm of 15 to 30%. We've seen unauthorized expenditure from overspending of 403 million. Budget for maintenance is significantly lower than the norm. They only budget 2% of their asset base for repairs and maintenance, whereas the norm is about 8%. So you see that in some of the aspects we're going to deal with in their water infrastructure, their roads, clearly not well maintained, causing significant issues for them in terms of service delivery. In terms of infrastructure, we've seen delays in projects and project management impacting the cost and quality. From an environmental management point of view, we've got material findings on their wastewater treatments that don't have valid operating licenses or are not operational. We've seen a high irregular expenditure that's not being dealt with. The balance is currently sitting at 10.5 billion. We've issued 5 material irregularities to the Buffalo City Metro, 1 relating to pollution of the environment by their wastewater treatment works, 1 relating to vandalism of an uncompleted road because they didn't secure it properly in terms of their asset management policy. And then we've had 3 material irregularities relating to revenue that they are not billing. So they'll provide services to the customers, then they do not bill their services. And one of them also talks to leasing out some of their buildings at below market rent. Of concern is the qualification areas, especially fixed assets. We had a long list of issues on fixed assets that when I assess them moving forward, I do worry. I worry from the point of view that even during the process, you would find they were very combative around that space. When we eventually got National Treasury to mediate, you would get a sense that some of these issues that they are disputing, they had been advised previously during there by National Treasury in terms of how to deal with them. So I really worry about that fixed assets because the approach seems by let's just fight AG rather than deal with the issues. I think the ones on revenue management and repairs and maintenance are a bit more manageable, but I'm worried about the fixed assets because even last year we had the same fight. This year we had the same fight, and they really need to sort that out in terms of moving forward. So they've got a city manager in place. I think he's been there for 12 months, who's coming from a clean audit environment at Sengu. So, you know, obviously he would have the characteristics to deal with these issues systematically, but you can clearly see the task ahead of him is really, really great, and he needs all the support that he can get. We had a good interaction with the Troika when we were presenting the audit outcomes, and I think the mayor has seen the severity of the situation, and she's very keen to work closer together with the Auditor General to see how we can assist them in moving forward. That is part of our culture shift strategy, to see how many of our auditees we can move from the current unfavorable situation that they're in to a more favorable situation. So it is very encouraging for us when, you know, the political leadership come up front and, you know, express a desire to be assisted by the Auditor General. Then I'll dive into some of the more detail. Maybe we can start with slide 7, talking to the ballooning irregular expenditure. So you can see at 2019-20, it was 2.38 billion, increased 2020-21 to 3.84, then ballooned dramatically in 2021-22 to 9.2 billion, 2022-2023, 10.87 billion, then 2023-24 started making some inroads in dealing with it, but you can see even what they've done in terms of investigating and writing off is a small fraction of the irregular expenditure balance that plagues them. So some of the issues that result to irregular expenditure being reported, inviting competitive bids, awarding contracts without inviting competitive bids, approving deviations that are not justifiable, competitive bids not being advertised for the correct period of time. We've even had issues where persons in service of the municipality had a private business interest in contracts that were awarded by the municipality, but they failed to disclose that. So there's serious problems there in the supply chain management unit. You can see year on year the irregular expenditure that is being incurred is quite high. You know, in previous years, we used to qualify them on irregular expenditure. That was also a big area of contention we used to fight. At least they've gotten to a point where they can disclose the irregular expenditure. But, you know, that's the problem with the place. They fix something, then we identify another problem. So you would find that their solutions are not necessarily holistic. So it is a problem for them. So that's why I'm saying I worry maybe they'll fix the fixed asset issue, maybe they'll drop the ball and something else. So they really need to find a systematic way of dealing with their issues holistically. Then I want to deal with some of the more specialized work that we did. If you can go to slide 10. So we'll do a risk assessment and we'll identify some of the areas around infrastructure and service delivery that would need the intervention of some of our specialists. So we'll get our more engineering inclined colleagues to go look at some of the aspects. So we asked them to look at the Zwelicha wastewater treatment plant and the Umzonyana wastewater treatment works at Zwelicha wastewater treatment plant. The contract value was 386 million. During the site visit, we identified a certificate of completion for civil works that were issued on 30th of November 2021, despite some listed works remaining unfinished. Mechanical equipment installed in 2021 remaining unused, risking expiry of warranties and risking expiry of guarantees. Installed machinery and equipment were vandalized and cables were stolen. Wastewater treatment site and grounds were poorly maintained. Umzonyana wastewater treatment works, contract value of 8.7 million. We identified significantly slow progress there terms of the main line and the pumping line falling quite significantly behind in their targeted timelines. So one of the maybe unintended consequences here is in terms of the water projects affecting the communities. Now you see a response by the metro is to have these water tankers to bring in the water, and you are finding that these water tanker supplies are being used for extended periods, with certain contractors being contracted for prolonged periods and unduly benefiting financially from these contracts. So these problems end up making other people a lot of money, which is definitely a concern for us. So that's one area that needs attention. If you go to slide 11. So Buffalo City Metro has an entity below it, Buffalo City Metro Development Agency. So they've asked them to implement 2 of their more tourism-related projects. The first one being the Waterworld project. So we've identified some issues there. The Metro failed to impose a 2.28 million penalty on the contractor for delays beyond the revised completion date. We've seen that management took over a year to terminate the contractor after issuing a default notice on 14 Feb. The contractor was then only terminated in April 2023 after abandoning site. So a project that was supposed to be completed within 18 months is now delayed by 38 months and is not complete. We've identified that remedial work needs to be carried out, but there was no action plan submitted for the remedial works before the contractor abandoned site and was officially terminated. Defects were not remedied and no maintenance occurred, leaving overgrown vegetation, which is prone to reptile habitation. The completion and remedial costs are estimated to be 42.2 million. Management indicated that they did not recall the performance guarantee post the termination, indicating that it was still valid. However, when we did our work, we identified that the guarantor does not appear on the database of authorized financial services and is therefore not authorized to render any intermediary services. So they are not going to recover that money. We've identified about 10.3 million that should have been payable by them will not be recovered. During the site visit on the 28th of October, we found materials worth almost $1 million that were unsecured after the contractor termination, which risks vandalism, damage, theft, which could lead to extra procurement costs to BCM. So this project is being implemented by their implementing agent. So they've had to recognize 44 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure in their books in this regard. Obviously now the value of the project is deteriorated. They've had to impair that project, basically write down its value by 52.61 million. So there's significant issues there, Chair, if it's an area that you want to pay attention to in your oversight visits. It's an eyesore for the citizens of the Metro. Court Crescent Recreational Park project was also being implemented by the Buffalo City Metro Development Agency. We identified some findings there. There was no extension of time that was approved beyond 30th of September 2022. There was a 5.8 million increase covering the extension of time, but it lacked transparency as there was no documented reasons or breakdown of what comprised the contract requirements. In terms of the overall project delay, the project was planned to be completed by 12 August. It was completed in sections and it received its final completion certificate in 28 June, resulting in 34-month delay and failure to meet the original timeline. However, we've identified the underutilization of this facility. If you look at the pictures, it's actually quite a nice facility. But when we did the site visit, there's an underutilization of this facility. So if that continues, it kind of means then that that was money spent in vain. So we've identified in our work 4.64 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure based on these findings. This was also reported in the books of the BCMDA entity. If you can go to slide 13, another area of significant concern for us as the citizens of the city, how they are managing their wastewater and solid waste. So you'll note there, we've highlighted 8 wastewater treatment works. Of those 8 wastewater treatment works, we've assessed 3 of them as concerning being partially functional. You'll see there's vandalism, theft, and so on and so forth. Then 5 of those are assessed as critical, i.e. they are non-functional. Some of them have collapsed, impacted by vandalism, theft, blocked overflows, really a concern for the citizens if you think of how this will impact us. Of their 15 wastewater treatment works, only 3 have licenses. So 12 do not have valid licenses to operate. So we've got a material irregularity as indicated in the first slide relating to the harm to the general public caused by the pollution in how they are managing their wastewater treatment works. I think the rest of the slide, I have covered all the important aspects. I'm happy to deal then with Alfred Nzo, if the committee is happy. All right, so Alfred Nzo, Honorable Chair, please note, as of today, they have not tabled their outcomes for 2023-2024. So those are not for public. We can only then talk about the last year's audit outcomes. So that is a map of the Alfred Nzo district, with the municipalities falling under it being Matatiele, Umzimvubu, Tabankulu, and Winnie Matigizela Mandela. So those audit outcomes of those municipalities are also based on last year. So you'll find once they've been tabled, there has been some movement there. So as a district, it is overall responsible for supplying water to those municipalities and the surrounding towns. So obviously in the rural areas, you know, so most of the water supply is through the taps, as Lalini, centralized maybe, you know, around a number of households, and there's a tap in the middle, and then the households get the water. Then maybe the more normal supply that the urban people are used to is really centered in the towns of Matatiele, Umzimvubu, Ntabankulu, Bizana, which then maybe would provide the taps in the households and the sewer. In terms of the performance of Alfred Nzo, they have been sitting on an unqualified with findings for a number of years. They've had some issues that they've had to deal with that have prevented them from getting better audit opinions. In terms of predetermined objectives, you'll note that in 2020-21, they received a qualified opinion on the predetermined objectives. 2021-22, they received an adverse opinion on the predetermined objectives. They managed to sort out the issues, and we didn't have any findings on them for 2022-2023. Financial statements, you'll note in 2020-21, they had material findings on the Fs submitted, which they were able to adjust to eventually get an unqualified opinion. Then for 2021-22 and 2022-2023, they have been able to submit credible financial statements, which we didn't raise findings on. The 2 issues that are really niggling for them and had been ongoing for a number of years talks to their lack of prevention of irregular expenditure and consequence management around dealing with fruitless and wasteful expenditure that have been previously identified. You will note that in 21-22, we also had procurement findings relating to how they were procuring their goods and services, And then in 2020-21 and 2021-22, aligned with their predetermined objectives outcome, they also got a non-compliance on strategic planning and performance management. Maybe if we can go to slide 8, just a snapshot of maybe their financial health, the issue there of concern, their debt impairment, sitting at 64% of their accounts receivable compared to 66.6% last year. Average credit payment period has improved, sitting at 39 days compared to 69.8, considering that at a minimum, to comply with legislation, they should be paying within 30 days. The percentage spending on repairs and maintenance is an area of concern. They're only spending 1.8% on repairs and maintenance compared to the norm of 8%. Water distribution losses, they seem to have been able to get a hold of them and fix those issues. 21-22, they had 29% water losses, but for 22-23, they only had 9.6% water losses. They indicate that the reduction of the water losses was a result of the installation of a telemetry system, which then led to the reduction in the cost of production of the water. Then our key recommendation there was to ensure that repairs and maintenance are adequately budgeted for in order to ensure that water infrastructure continues to operate as intended. We can go to slide 9. That's just showing you the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's part of the problem preventing them from getting better outcomes. You can see it's remained the same and they have not been dealing with it to investigate it and to identify the responsible person so that consequence management can be done. Slide 10, irregular expenditure. Also one of the things that have been tripping them up, you can see year on year, they keep on incurring irregular expenditure. 2018-19 was 142 million. 19-20, they incurred 87 million. 2020-21, they incurred 84 million. Then 21-22, they incurred 104 million. Then 22-23, you could see the graph was starting to be better. Of the irregular expenditure incurred in 2022-23, 32 million of it related to ongoing contracts that had been issued in the previous year, and only 1 million was for new contracts. So some of the issues that were tripping them up in the irregular expenditure incurred related to inviting competitive bids, awarding contracts without inviting competitive bids, awarding contracts to bidders based on preference points that were not correctly allocated, and commodities designated for local content and production being procured from suppliers who did not submit a declaration on local production and content. So with the new procurement regulations, that part of the local content now has fallen away, so you probably won't be seeing those findings going forward. Then in terms of slide 11, how they've been dealing with the irregular expenditure, you can see from 2020-21, they have started dealing with it, investigating, writing it off. So when they do the write-off, we do a detailed process where we'll go through all the irregular expenditure listing and go one by one to assess, was this investigated? Has it been dealt with? Was it investigated? Has it been dealt with? So you could see the decrease starting in 2020-21, balance was 430 million, decreased again 21-22 to 318 million, decreased again 2022-23 to 214 million. So you'll note even in the Fs that they've disclosed that for one of the contracts that they're dealing with, criminal proceedings have been leveled against some of the former municipal officials and service providers for not following SCM procedures in procuring trucks. I'll just briefly touch on slide 12. So when we get wind that SIU is also doing investigations on the municipalities, that forms part of our risk assessment. So just to check, how have we concluded on these issues? So if we've previously audited them and concluded on them, then it gives us a sense of comfort that, you know, what we report is accurate. So you'll find all of these issues had previously been reported as irregular expenditure. Then obviously the SIU will provide more details regarding those. And then on the last slide, it was in terms of what then we were recommending to the municipality to make sure that they implement controls to prevent the municipality from incurring irregular expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure should be investigated and consequence management should be instituted. Then a culture of zero tolerance of non-compliance should be promoted, including dealing with the transgressions. Chair, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Then I'm happy to take questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So, members, seeing that we've gone through these in fairly short order, is it okay if we ask the SIU to go through its presentation, then we have one conversation? Thank you. All right, if you may do that.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Without really wasting time, my colleague, Mr. Mike Koya, he's the acting provincial head in the Eastern Cape. He's also the head of investigations in the Eastern Cape, responsible for the investigations. He's going to take the committee through the presentations that they've undertaken the investigation at Alfred and Tshwane District Municipality and Buffalo City, in that order. You can proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon, committee members, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm just going to talk more about the Alfred and Tshwane District Municipalities. There are 3 investigations that we have conducted. We finished 2. The last one was proclaimed late last year, so I'll also talk to it. And I'll also talk to the 3 investigations conducted at BCM. I will try not to talk more on the slide as I was requested. The first one will be the R19 of 2017, the one just mentioned by the AG. Here there was an investigation that was conducted by Eastern Cape Cocta, and after that a report was submitted to the SIU, which then we used that report to motivate for a proclamation, which proclamation was proclaimed. There were 3 things to investigate there. One was a commissioning of water storage facilities, which is the Jojo tanks. We also did investigation on the water supply in Matatiel Ward 7. We also did an investigation on revenue and billing management solution. So which give us to our 3 focus areas. Specifically on the water supply, we looked at Intlangula, we looked at Lihlenati in terms of the construction of the bulk water, and Sabata Municipal Solutions dealing with the revenue billing solutions. In terms of our findings, we know that Intlangula was appointed to deliver 100 Jojo tanks. They were only able to deliver 25 and install 25. But out of that, the other 25 was only delivered and not installed. So the community decided to continue and install to install them themselves. So there's other 50 that were not installed. Now we conducted an evaluation of the process. We found that procurement processes were not followed, and whatever they've done in terms of the procurement process did not pass the test of compliance in terms of section 217, and also the BEC and the BAC did not follow its own processes. And in many occasions we find that even the BEC and the BAC were not cooperating before they've done that. As a result, Lihlenati was awarded 2 contracts, which were both worth 119 million, whereas a feasibility study estimated the cost to have been 71 million. So whilst they were targeting and said the estimate was 71, they actually signed a contract of 119 million. So also in terms of the Sabata Municipal Solutions, they had a challenge there in the municipality in terms of their revenue and billing management system, and which we found that it was also irregular. Also we found that in terms of Sabata, had some of the they would use a third party, and then from those third parties, we then found out that there were some monies that was paid to some officials of the municipalities, but not using Sabata, but using a third party company. In terms of our outcomes, we've recommended that both parties terminate the contract, which was terminated. That is the Intlangula one. As a result, the municipality saved 1.3 million. And then we also recommended that the contract with Sabata, the one that I've just spoken about, it also was terminated. They negotiated a 6 months termination clause, and then the municipality saved 24 million there. In terms of the referrals to the NPA, remember I said there was an investigation conducted by EC Cocta. As a result of that, there was a case number registered with the police before even our investigation started. And then that case number 51 of 2018, where 8 municipal officials were arrested, including a businessman. I do know that we are supporting that criminal case. As a result, last year around December, one of our members had to go to Mthatha to go and testify on that matter. So it is a criminal case ongoing in court. A referral for discipline. We've referred some evidence against 2 officials for the contravention of the PFMA, and both officials resigned before DC action could be taken. Unfortunately, this happened before the SIU took a view to say even if a person leaves the institution, the DC referral must follow that official. In terms of regulatory authorities, we've submitted Lichtenati, whom we found have made misrepresentations to CIDB and also SARS, so we made those referrals to those institutions. High-level observation, one that I can mention is that whilst we were investigating the issues of water in terms of the Lichtenati and Intlangula, that has then, it now has a nexus to the current investigation that we are doing, because we're dealing more with what was not done properly in the previous procurements, which is why today we have Proclamation 218 of 2024. That's basically that in terms of the first investigation. Then the next investigation, which is the Yellow Fleet. This was, now there was a proclamation that we have conducted in terms of R31 of 2016. And then SIU was requested to conduct investigation into affairs of Amahlati. As a result of the investigation of Amahlati and dealing with the owners of the Yellow Fleet, that is Avis or Barloworld, then we got information that there could be something, the same modus operandi the company is using to contract with a number of institutions. The HOU will talk to the, I will open, once I'm at the place, I'll hand over to the HOU to just give you a view of how this company has been contracting with other companies. The company is actually Tshwane Capital. So we got R36 proclamation, which was to conduct an investigation into the contracting of the Yellow Fleet, which is 6 trucks, 6 water sprinklers, which was done on behalf of the district municipality. In terms of our finding, again, there's an abuse of regulation R32, and yet there was no budget allocated for the procurement of the Yellow Fleet. And then Tshwane was, as you will notice, in all these procurement, there will be a deposit paid, and in this case, there's a 7 million rand that was paid as a deposit. And you will also find that the owner of this company will then misrepresent to the municipality that they are owning this fleet, and yet the fleet is being owned elsewhere. They will start with an HP a lease contract, which will then be turned into an HP contract, selling those assets. But at the end, the fleet will then belong to that institution. As a result, the district municipality would have paid Tshwane an amount of 75 million in respect of the procurement of the Yellow Fleet. Investigation outcomes. We wanted to institute, we were planning to institute a civil action to recover an amount of 60 million. This one, we had to wait a little bit because remember there was a case at Amahlati, maybe the HOU also will talk to it, but briefly that there was a delay in that civil litigation because we had to await for a case where SIU had done a civil litigation and lost the case. But on appeal, now the case is now at case management at the special tribunal. In terms of the referrals to the NPA, we've done a number of referrals where the then acting municipal manager also was found wanting, and this case is also being investigated by ACTT, the Anti-Corruption Task Team, which is based in East London, under that case at Mount Eliff in 2018. So that matter is ongoing. Referral in terms of the disciplinary, we have referred evidence against the executive mayor at the time, who may be guilty of certain acts and omission. However, no disciplinary action was taken against the MM as he resigned just before our investigation was concluded. And also again here we've referred, we've made referrals and referred evidence to SARS in terms of that Tshwane might be in default in terms of their obligations in relating to tax. High-level observations, as we said, there seems to be an abuse of Regulation 32 to circumvent procurement processes, which is prevalent in all procurement processes involving this company. In terms of the invoices, I didn't mention for the previous one, these are old investigations, but in total, the rest of the cost of the investigations, we've submitted 61 invoices, which were accompanied by 61 progress reports, and also in terms of the total amount spent on investigation, it was 21 million, of which 492,000 was for legal fees. The municipality, fortunately, I'm not sure whether, unfortunately, they paid us. They've paid us 15 million out of the 21. There's still an outstanding 6.4 million. So we are talking to them. We have now established some good relationship with them in terms of them paying our fees. And then I will now move away from this and allow the HOU to make a presentation on the footprint of Tshwane in terms of the Eastern Cape municipalities.
Right, thank you, Honorable Chair. I won't be long on this, but this is really just to show a trend. Yeah, if we can start here. This company that was going around offering unduly and misrepresenting itself went to various municipalities in the Eastern Cape, and we also established that it was also in Northwest, and you'll see that. So it started off at Mbashe local municipality, and as you can see there, we found irregularities and we instituted civil proceedings. The matter is now under case management to recover and so on. And there were also those referrals for consequence management. Now the next municipality, Amahlati, same company, same modus operandi. They would then approach the municipality and say, we are the owners of this yellow fleet. We can rent them to you so that ultimately you can buy. But that was a misrepresentation. The yellow fleet actually belonged to Balloweld, right? So they went around misrepresenting themselves, getting a huge substantive amounts of money from municipalities, and we obviously came out with those findings so that we can recover the money. So the next municipality, as you can see, go up, Raymond Mhlaba municipality, so it goes, Alfred and Zo, and then if you can see, now it went to Mahikeng local municipality. So obviously now, this is the abuse of Regulation 32, right? As you can see, and from our observation from other investigations, and we made an example of the city of Joburg, which went to Cape Town or Western Cape, finding a contract that they can piggyback on. it's clearly because, you know, the propensity is that someone knew another one who is in charge in that municipality and said, you know, let's arrange a piggy bag and so on. Evidence is showing, again, it's a measure of collusion by the managers. Now, Mahikeng, now, I mean, look at, you know, Eastern Cape and Mahikeng, and now Port St. John's, and then again, Kagisano, Molopo local municipality, that's Northwest, and then Ngosha local municipality. So this is, and I'm reminded yesterday when Honorable Mentor says, when you observe this trends, what are you asking? What are the questions that you ask? You know, so when we started observing this trend, we really, and that is why we got to these various municipalities. We detected that they are also using the same modus operandi in other municipalities, even outside the Eastern Cape. And although they did a lot in the Eastern Cape, and the total value of all this contract is about 587.7 million, right? So, what did we, there was a test case that we did, and this was at is it Mbashi, the one that went to court, Amahlati, right? And there's a result of there's a paragraph below. If you go up, there's a paragraph here. We instituted civil litigation, and of course there at the Grahamstown High Court, the court ruled against us, right? But we didn't leave it there. We went to the Supreme Court of Appeal, and we argued our case. The ruling of the High Court was turned down. So we got, it was ruled in our favor, so that we are now able to set aside the contract and get the monies back, in brief, right? So we are happy that we are here now. So this judgment will form a basis where we will set aside all those other contracts in all those other municipalities, right? And this company obviously has to really pay back. And this trend, honorable members, and I'm really just reminded in terms of similar scenario. It's got scenario of other trends that we have seen in the municipality. The one trend that comes to mind is VBS, which the modus operandi was on the same basis that it would be recommended to municipalities and so on, and processes would not be followed, and then it ends up getting the contract, and we end up with this kind of scenario, right? So we are really happy that the trend has been detected. We've dealt with it. We've got the judgment now. Now there will be consequence management where we set aside the contracts and those that were responsible held to account, and. We really thought that we would demonstrate this to the Honorable Committee so that you can see the extent to which, and we saw a slowdown almost to a halt. After we came in and they became aware and we instituted the court action, and the others, I think it stopped going on to various other municipalities. So they were deterred, so to speak. Thank you. That's the scenario we wanted to paint. Really not a good scenario, because this would have happened because it was facilitated, aided by officials in these various municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. So shall we do this? So let's start with Buffalo City. So I'm not gonna take 3 rounds. So for the members, when you ask your questions, just do them in sequence, right? And say whether your question is for the AG or it is for the SIU, if that is okay, because we took the presentations back to back. So we started with the AG doing a Buffalo City, And so let's just do that so that we can do this efficiently. Just ask in that sequence, and then say whether your question is for the AG or for the SIU. I will start with you, Honorable Atkinson, this time.
Chair, I'm fine. I don't have any comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Esak.
Chair, thank you. I'll be brief. My question is to the AG on the specific briefing regarding, I think it was the Alfred and Zoe District Municipality, if I'm correct. I just wanted to, express to the AG's office it is somewhat difficult to comprehend and to digest reports that have been coming on since 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, so it's a protracted period of time. And I mean, I can understand that it is a tedious process that needs to be followed to get to this point. And so my concern, and obviously I'm sure my colleagues would have the similar concerns, is, directors of companies, individuals, have either resigned as directors of these companies, or, with due respect, have either passed on or are no longer there. So, we get a judgment, or we close in on this company, or only to find that it now has transferred its assets to trusts, whose trustees are now somebody else, or other individuals. And this makes the process very complicated in terms of recovering the monies. So the question is, in a nutshell, these individuals that have resigned as you go along checking CIPC, etc., which is the norm, I would think. How do we plan then to follow through and recover these monies because of the protracted period of time involved? Like, for example, the one example was this director of Tshwane. Tshwane, am I saying it correctly? Tshwane. Now, I mean, when I read these reports, I kind of get like, I get upset, I get frustrated, Chair, because this guy's obviously a smooth operator. And the worry is that, he's made millions. I've heard advocates say, we have access to e-Natus, etc., and to SARS, etc. So it would be interesting to see over this protracted period of time what happens to, with due respect to Mr. Tshwane, or the company Tshwane. So that is my question on the Alfred and Zoe. And then, Chair, to give others a chance, and in the interest of time, I think, I'm not going to go into more detail. Advocate from SIU, you've been very, very clear. You've now mentioned that you've got an example now. You've got this court case, which was overturned by the Supreme Court, so you've now obviously got a strong basis, okay, to follow through, which is awesome. Again, sir, I say with due respect, protracted period of time, assets have been diluted because they know you're coming for them now. What do we do? That, in essence, is it. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, as you've indicated, it's a tricky one. Especially with the instances that occurred before the amendments to the Public Audit Act that gave us the powers to issue material irregularity. So an element of it, is maybe based on our audit work. So, as a deterrent, we would hope that those people get blacklisted, don't get awarded tenders, but the recovery process is very tricky because we will report to the different bodies. Firstly, the municipality, this is how they need to deal with it, the SIU, the Hawks. And then that aspect of the recovery, you know, is more for them. But with the advent of the Public Audit Act, we've got an additional lever whereby we issue the material irregularities, and there's an expectation of action must be taken by the accounting officer against the implicated officials, against the supplier. Where the accounting officer does not take action, so it starts with the accounting officer, he's not taking action to recover the money, he's not taking action to discipline the implicated official, not taking action against the supplier, then the amended Public Audit Act material irregularities kicks in, because as it goes through the different stages, eventually it becomes, now accounting officer, you are liable to pay this money. So there is that element of the Public Audit Act giving us more immediate impact. So in a situation like that, if had the Public Audit Act been amended, you would find that we would have expected the accounting officer to take action, and if he was not, then we're going to go to him and say, you know, you've got a certificate of debt now. Hopefully that responds to your question.
Honourable Chair, really on our side, I think the critical point to respond to is this issue around the dissipation of assets, which is a phenomenon really that we come across. The weapon, if I were to put it like that, or the recourse that we have, is to freeze assets, so that ultimately, when we are through with the court process, we still have a recourse. The team will probably look at that, and now that we've got this judgment on hand, so that we move swiftly and preserve the assets, those that we can really lay our hands. I know they would have done the financial profiling, and we would know where the assets are. So that's generally how we mitigate the dissipation of assets. Otherwise, we are really dependent on the court process. And in many instances, there's abuse of court process, knowing that, you know, it will sort of suspend some of the actions and so on. But at least we, in law, have this recourse where we can preserve the assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, like my colleague who was just left, he said we're going to cry forever here. And indeed, one of the worst provinces in the country, well known, the Eastern Cape. I normally say I'm speechless, but I can't say this to now. Nope. Honorable Mendo, I'm not sure whether you come from that province. And then the chair as well, it looks like you come from that province. So that's a disclaimer. What I'm going to say here, please, you pardon me. And whoever comes from the Eastern Cape. Now, I'm not sure whether, I'm going to start with the SIU. If I heard you well, you spoke about Palo World, but you know, I saw something like Avis as well. Well, I'm not sure whether what is the story there, because I saw Avis. And if I may ask, is Mr. Nkwali a Ghanaian international, or is he a South African? Number two, if you remember what happened here in the, our honorable members will remember, we had Colin Litswalo from Road Accident Fund. He was sitting somewhere here. I was sitting the other side. He took the matter to the Supreme Court of Appeal, and he was accused. And I remember there was a heated debate between me and the Deputy Minister of Transport. And let me tell you, Chair, I'm vindicated. REF have won that case there. Exactly what Advocate Mutibe has done. The High Court dismissed them. They went to the Supreme Court of Appeal. They've won the case. Now, I think it was the Medico story and lawyers who are milking the state unabated. Now, we have this company called Kwame, using that Section 32 across the two provinces, the Northwest and the Eastern Cape, particularly in the Eastern Cape, I mean. That's the modus operandi. Now, my only worry is the recovering. There's a lot of bureaucracy here. You know, there's a lot of, as you said, from the AG office, you're saying to us that there's a lot of processes. You know, it might take years. I mean, we've got cases of 2011, 2010, and, you know. By the time you get to the culprit of recovering your money, that money might be sitting elsewhere outside the country. Because money is money, I'm sorry, peanuts, you know. Now, I'm not sure, Chair, as we said earlier, you know, it might sound like a joke, but this is a serious matter. If you look at the people who suffered of service delivery because of incident like this, and the irony is that these people, not necessarily the supply chain management, you know, staff, but in particular, the accounting officer. You know, I guess they've got municipal managers or city managers, I'm not sure, about they say it's a metro. I guess there's a city manager there, and a CFO. And an executive authority, which is the mayor and executive mayor. With 176 million, I guess there have to be consequences. I'm happy that the SIU said they'll do something, but my only worry is that the process of getting into the money which was siphoned from the state coffers is going to take a very long time because of the litigation and knowing our courts. Sometimes, perhaps when you're lucky, you get the bench which perhaps can rule in your favor. But sometimes you get, you know, the courts, judges, like the initial one which dismissed your case. And the second one, the upper court at least listened to the SIU in this case. But Mr. Kohli and Kwame, I mean the company is called Kwame Capital, mastered the art of looting the state. Not even owning those equipment, that yellow equipment. Being a transitional advisor in a way, you know, I mean, it's a third party here. It's like we are robbing Paul to pay Peter. Now, I'm not sure, you know, I don't want to sensationalize this thing, but I'm saying, for me, from where I'm sitting, Chair, through you, I think we have to bring this thing to the House. Something has to be done about these issues. Because they know very well that they can delay these matters until some of them pass on. And this issue of taking money to trust, but I'm happy now the legislation has changed a bit. But indeed, I'm not sure who's governing these municipalities. But I can tell you, it's rotten from the top. It can't be that across South Africa, almost all the municipalities who came before us here, same disease. We are talking about the same thing. But I'm saying, if nothing is done, let me tell you, as I said earlier, we're going to come back here again in the next financial year. You remember the story of SAA.
Excuse me, sorry,
which
Chair.
was sold
Sorry,
with
Chair, point of order. The speaker is out of order here. He must not include the Western Cape Province municipalities, please.
No, they are included. I'll come to that. Don't worry. But I'm saying, I mean, we're talking about Tshwane. You never said anything here. 12 billion rand. But anyway, yeah, it's my colleague. Eh? Now, let me contextualize this by saying, we cannot come back here again next year. Like I was saying, SAA was almost sold for 51 rand. No financials at all. No financial statement at all. And I'm saying now, with these municipalities which we are having here, I'm still going to ask you again to ask for, oh, they'll tell us that they've resigned. But if they are still there, no, something has to be done. It can't be. It can't be. We've got people in this country who are suffering. We've got nothing to eat. People are eating millions here for nothing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think those were comments. Was there a question? Oh, there was a specific question about whether Tshwane is a South African. So they've written it in a funny way. Tshwane is a isiXhosa word. Yeah. So it's not.
Chair, you know why I asked that.
And the person, I know of the name. I know the name of the person, and that person speaks my language.
Yeah, but you know why I asked that. I know. Remember, I've mentioned his surname here. I've mentioned his surname.
No. So no. So, I mean, they haven't mentioned him.
No, I've mentioned the surname because the owner of the company, Nkwame, the surname I've mentioned earlier, if you listen to me. But what I was saying is because when I follow it up, most of his business interests are in Ghana. You can make your own. I've done my research on him.
Sorry, did you mention the surname? What's the surname?
Lukoni.
No, I think there is a isn't Tshwane capital?
No, Tshwane capital it's a company.
No, I know. So I'm now going to ask a question here. Isn't that Mcebisi Mlonzi's company?
No.
Okay, so
it's Mr. Coley. The surname is Coley.
No. So I want the SIU to clear this up.
Thank you.
Because the company is not Kwame, it's Tshwane. It's Tshwane, basically, which is an isiXhosa word, right? The company concerned here, and the owner or the chairman of the, let me put it like that, the chairman of that company is a South African citizen. Not a. So I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same. No, it's fine. Is it fine? Okay. Yeah, but just confirm, yeah.
So just for the record, we can confirm that Tshwane Capital is the name of the company, and the director that was cited in the court papers, and it's in public. At least we can mention the name. Yeah, it's Mlonzi. Is it Mcebisi
Mlonzi? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the name. And my colleague just indicated here there's some information that the company is also operating where? In Zambia as well. So, but it is South African, and the director is South African.
No, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nontenj.
Thank you, Chair. My question to SIU is on the 8th of June 2017, you referred the matter to the state attorney. I would love to know how far are these referrals, or once you have referred, you forget about it, or you can tell us whether that 8.3 million was recovered or it's still pending from 2017, and the same applies to those that were referred to the NPA? Are those anywhere, somewhere where they sorted or they still pending? It says here, the municipal manager was dismissed by the municipality before the conclusion of the investigation. Did that mean there is nothing that could be done, a civil case or something? It meant because he was dismissed, everything as an accounting officer that he should be accountable for was wiped away. My next question is with the AGSA. I didn't get it whether you say you applied the powers that you are given with the Buffalo City or not, or it's something that you should be doing. I would love to know if those powers, have you applied them to this metro, to this particular metro? And also to say, I mean, it sounds like something out of a dream when you talk about the Buffalo City, when, as you were reporting here, the capacity within the municipality, you would say they have a capacity to do all the things that a metro should be doing. Secondly, the role players that should be giving assurance, your audit committee, your MPEC, are they capacitated enough to carry out the work that should be carried in that metro? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, in 2017, it was still the time when we were referring matters to the High Court for civil litigation. So until 2019, in 2019, that's when a process was started which culminated into the President proclaiming the special tribunal. The state attorney would be the attorney on record, as they are the attorney on record for the state institutions. So we would liaise with the state attorney, but at the moment we've created a panel because of the delays that we have experienced at the state attorney. We are now having the capability or the capacity through the panels that we have created to institute matters directly and go to the special tribunal for speedy process. For example, this matter that we instituted in the High Court, it was before the special tribunal. Once we have referred, we don't just leave it, we do follow through. Because they are the attorney on record, any action that they take would have our brief. So they will be briefed at any step of the litigation process. So invariably, we would follow through. And then number two, the resignation of officials in the face of investigations. That's the phenomenon we've faced. We've tried to put measures in place. Number one, where we become aware that the officials are resigning or have resigned in the face of investigation, and that evidence have pointed to that official, amongst others, what we do is we freeze the pension so that they don't live with the pension. Again, with the view that when we complete the processes, we are still able to have recourse to their pension. Number two, when evidence have pointed to them in that manner, when they resign, of course, labor law is such that it is not clear. In fact, the established legal practice is that employer cannot refuse an employee from resigning. So the resignation terminates employer-employee relation. In that way, evidence still stands. We can pursue that employee criminally. So we do refer them to NPA. And also civilly, we're able to cite them as respondents to the extent that they've contributed to the damages cost to the state institution. So those are some of the activities that we take, and in some instances, they would lie low, and you find that they pop up in other state institutions, where we become aware that they have been reappointed elsewhere. We then pursue them with the disciplinary action that they could have taken at the previous state institution, and with the other actions of criminal action and civil litigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, Honorable Nadeja, follow up. Sorry, your mic, I think your mic is off.
Thank you. They say in 2017, they referred a matter to the state attorney to recover 8.3 million from Tshwane. Was that received? Was it recovered? And the ones that were referred to the NPA, were those cases finalized or not yet? They're still outstanding. I'm talking about 2017. And the case about the employee, which is the municipal manager, it says here he was dismissed by the municipality before the conclusion of the investigation. So my question is, then what happened to the case that he should have heard as the accounting officer? Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies, honourable member. It's on the presentation that we had not presented as yet, but I've looked at the slide now, and I've just checked with my colleague. We do not have the information on hand whether the matter has been finalized or not. Our civil litigation team, headed by Advocate Vanara, will be able to give us the update. We can check, failing which we can then respond in the next week with the information whether this matter has been finalized and whether the 8.3 million has been recovered or not. And then the referral to NPA, again, that phenomenon of, referring to NPA and onward referring to Hawks finds relevance here, but again, in the same breath, we'll find out and then respond. We don't have information of how far the NPA has gone. I suppose with the municipal manager as well, the circumstances under which he or she was dismissed before the conclusion of the investigation, again, we'll probably have to revert back with more information and indicate from what I've said whether we have also referred to NPA and whether we have cited him or her on the civil litigation and give a proper update. You don't have the details.
Maybe I can just add, in terms of the NPA referrals on the Tshwane one, there was a court case, I think it's now concluded. I'm aware that there's someone who has been charged in relation to that contract. So that case went on through the court process.
Okay, we'll follow up on the outcome of that case and include it in the same written reply, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Scott. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. So I'll respond to the three questions. First one, have we applied our powers to the matters? So the four matters that really came up as concerning, the one on the pollution, we've issued a material irregularity there on that one. Then the two projects that are being implemented by the entity, we are in the process of, I want to say, issuing that, because we issue the findings. Then when you issue a material irregularity, it triggers a legal process. So when you issue that material irregularity, it needs to have gone through your processes to make sure it can stand up in court, because sometimes we get caught, we use the wrong non-compliance, or there's a procedural aspect we didn't get right, and then the thing falls flat. So we do our due diligence before we issue that MI. So we are busy with that process, similar to the Zwelitsha wastewater treatment plant. So we are seized with those aspects for those issues. But definitely the water pollution, we've issued the MI for that. All right, then capacity. We did have a slide on the capacity, but didn't make it onto the presentation. So firstly, vacancy rate in the municipality. So overall vacancy rate is 15%. The finance department vacancy rate is 8%. Water department 14%. Electricity department 15%. Sanitation and solid wastewater 16%. So you can see there's vacancies that impact how the municipality performs. Some of the key positions that have been vacant for electricity, the district engineer has been vacant for 80 months. Senior manager electricity has been vacant for 17 months.
So, did you say 80?
80.
How many years is that?
80 months, so 12 times.
Jeez, what the, that's like nearly 10 years. Eh?
Yeah. Sanitation director vacant for 24 months. Organizational structure hasn't been approved since 2019. Also lack of training of some of the necessary skills. So there's definitely capacity issues there that we've also reported to them. Then in terms of the role players and how they do their job and their capacity. So we've assessed that the internal audit, the audit committee is the oversight and assisting the accounting officer. They do the work, they're capacitated, they've got skilled people, but they make recommendations. Those are not promptly addressed. You'll find that is the theme throughout the municipalities, Chair. You know, an audit, sometimes you can actually just pick up the internal audit report and raise the same findings. And you'll come up with the issues. That's generally how the municipalities work. I don't know how you can get it into them to take them more seriously. It's as simple as a take internal audit report, issue those same findings, you'll find they haven't been addressed. Hopefully that addresses your question, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Can I just, and this is not for us, so this is just for the SIU, but AG in particular to note, because it's going to need some work over time, and the AG head office colleagues, if you can also pay attention to this, the Rule 32. I want to know if it's possible to get some kind of consolidated report on Rule 32 procurement across the system, because I'm beginning to get a sense that there are certain companies, there might be a group of companies, which basically between municipalities there's collusion to make sure that contracts are extended. So it starts off as a small innocuous thing at 800,000, it ends up at tens of millions later on. But please just note that, because it's gonna help us in trying to identify some of the systemic problems. Honourable Skosan.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. On the Buffalo City, to the AG, just some few comments. Yeah, I see that Buffalo City receive a qualified audit opinion. In fact, from 2019, 2020, and 2021, they received a qualified audit opinion, and there was an improvement in 2021, 2022, where they received an unqualified, which matters And then the following year, 2022-23, and then they regressed back to the qualification, and also in 23-24, they receive a qualification again, which is regrettable. And I think we've got similar cases to the earlier presentation on the city of Tshwane and city of Joburg in terms of the lack of consequence management. And also when you come to the UIFW, there's a serious concern there on my part also, because there's about 10.55 billion rands, which constitute 85% of the irregular expenditure, which has not been dealt with. And there's 0 rand that has been recovered. Well, there's about 1.63 billion rand that has been written off. It's a serious concern also on my part. And also there's an ineffective implementation of the audit action plan. So based on that, Chair, I want to extend the earlier suggestions that we made, that we invite the leadership of these 2 other municipalities to the earlier municipality that we dealt with, so that they can come and give us answers in regards to all these challenges that they are confronted with, which makes them to be unable to perform and get the desired audit outcomes. And then coming to the SIU, with regards to the issue of Tshwane capital, just one question. Because I think from what I've heard from Advocate Mutibi, he said that this fleet belongs to Barloworld. But I think somewhere in the document I saw they spoke about Avis. It belongs to Avis. Okay. So what I want to find out is, in terms of your investigation, is there a corrupt relationship between Tshwane Capital and Avis? Is Tshwane Capital accessing this yellow plant in a legal and lawful way, or is there a corrupt relationship between the two? I mean, if we can move through different municipalities in the Eastern Cape and in Northwest successfully, I'm wondering as to what is the relationship between the company, Tshwane Capital, and the Avis. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. I've actually just asked my colleague, because this was really such a, call it, complex scheme, where Avis was involved, and definitely Barloworld also featured. But my colleague will really just sort of unravel that. Thanks.
Barloworld and Avis. So Avis was part of the Barloworld group, and I think until recently. But anyway. Yeah.
I think the chair is correct. Avis was part of Barloworld, and there was no relationship whatsoever. There's even one of the criminal charges that we have preferred against the company and the director was the misrepresentation and the fraud that is committed using or abusing Avis or Barloworld as and signed document as if he's a director of Barloworld, and yet he was never a director of Barloworld. So there's no corrupt relationship there. Actually, what he will do, he will list the cars himself from Barloworld, but he will go to the municipality and present them as if it's his own cars, his own plant.
Okay, Honorable Skosana, back to you.
Yeah, meaning when he goes to Barloworld or Avis, he says, I am Tshwane Capital, I'm leasing these vehicles, I've got a tender with a municipal XYZ, and then they give him the fleet. With an understanding that this person he's got a tender, and then the people that is going to service them, they are aware that he or she is going to lease those that plant from Barloworld or from Avis.
Honorable Member, I wouldn't say when did he go to Avis before or after, but the fact or the evidence suggests that he will go to the municipality and act as if the cars belong to him, yet he has signed them. But at the end, he will be able to pay off, to have an HP agreement between himself and Ballowelt. But at the end of the day, all those equipment will at the end belong to the municipality. So whilst we have done the investigation, if the contract goes wrong, they pay all the money, but at the end of the day, that yellow fleet still is with the municipality, and it is being owned now by the municipality. But it's the manner in which he had done it as if it is his own and do all the misrepresentations.
Okay, I'm not sure I totally understand. So okay, so I just want to make sure that we understand this correctly. So the misrepresentation, so he would initially lease the equipment from Ballowelt. In the case of cars, it would be cars from Avis, right? Would the municipality have the understanding that they belong to him, and therefore he is the lessor or the lessee? Is the lessor of the cars to the municipality, so they would understand that they already belong to him. Meanwhile, he had actually leased them from Ballowelt or Avis. Would that be step one?
That's correct.
Okay, then step two, I want to get to how the municipality then comes to own what are essentially leased, which is leased plant and equipment.
That is where, Chairperson, we are saying he would have misrepresented Avis at the municipalities and signed document as if he is Avis. Perhaps maybe we can come back with a full presentation, because we do have a full report that talk to that fact. But correct to say that at the end the fleet belonged to the municipality, but at the initiation of the contract and of the tender, those fleet did not belong to him. They were belonging to Ballowelt.
Possibly a lease to buy scheme. Okay,
So-
please, if you can just please just send us a note that just explains properly how the thing worked.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Chair.
All
We'll
right.
do that and come with an explicit, a document that spells out the whole process.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Thank you. Honorable Skosan, you've got a follow-up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's a simple thing. Though he misrepresented himself by saying he's a director of Avis, but that scheme you're talking about is rent to buy. At the end of the day, yes, and yeah, thank you.
All right, Honorable Maduna.
Sisit lo sihlalo it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. No umuntu uyabonga sihlalo ngizoba mfishane kakhulu. Ngicanga sihlalo give umbuzo nje that I would have would be around the PCM. I think they would have heard about irregular, wasteful and what expenditure of about 10 billion abangakadili nayo. But dila nalomunye 1 point some change is. Now what I wanted to check from AG, I'm hoping you would be in a position to answer me. When you look at their reports that they use to write off that, I presume that would be the work of the MPEC. Well, in some municipalities, it's usually through internal audit. In other municipalities, it could be that MPEC has its own research unit that assists them to write, whether to write off, to determine in terms of what must be done with the regular expenditure. Now, I just wanted to check, given the assurance providers within the municipality, have you as AG went through this report and they satisfied you that this amount that has written off was supposed to be written off, not recovered, or any other recourse be be implemented. Ngicabanga ukuthi iloko oqala. Okwesibili ngicabanga ukuthi unkwame, it's nkwame ya. Nkwane, yes. Mangibuka la wona sihlalo kunendoda nje sengilenda elapha ku TikTok ekuthiwa clean governance. Iyani iqimbi makabe seyizokhuluma ngalolu dabo licishe elifana nalolu. Ibe sibakhuze kakhulu abantu abantshontsha imali yabakhokhi bentela. Le nto yenziwa unkwana sengiyabuka nje nebhizinisi lakhe nje lisondelene kakhulu no SIU dila no SIU kwinqwaba yomasipala lapha eEastern Cape kahle lo muntu akayiphethe kahle base ubuka indlela okwenzeka ngayo. So wena sihlalo la ngiyakhona ayilungile le ndawo ayenza.
Point of order, Chair. Marango mizulo mfoma. Nukhuluma English.
No, I'm going to sort you out, Honorable Esek. Don't worry. No. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure that.
Mhlambe sihlalo bekungafuna athi point of order bekufuna acele ngiyikhulume ngesingisi lento engiyishoyo.
Okay, khuluma ngesingisi ke.
Kodwa ke sihlalo ngokushoyo sengihlala phansi. I think Nkwame really must be pursued by SIU, must encourage them. And I think such companies are those ones. Perhaps it would be one of the questions that I would have asked after this HE. Perhaps some of these municipalities have they tried listing the company, because ngango lo muntu uyadinga ukuthi igama lakhe li right of ngibonga.
Part of that, Honorable Esek, was taking jibes at my province, as usual. So
you've heard the most important part of what, so you haven't missed anything. I apologize. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. So you ask a very relevant question. So how we audit the write-off of it, because I see it's quite topical. There's a number of aspects that go to that. There's the verifying the number. So you literally list all the contracts that have been identified as irregular as a start. Then you assess all these contracts that are listed as irregular, which of the ones are supported by an investigation report. So immediately, list of irregular expenditure from last year, there's no report that supports it. It triggers a finding to say there's irregular expenditure where no consequence management has taken place. You will have noted that was one of the findings. Then now there's irregular expenditure, it's supported by an investigation report. Then at least we can say there is an investigation taking place. So council will go through their processes with the assistance of MPEC. MPEC has various avenues to deal with the irregular expenditure. They'll get the internal auditors to assist them with the investigation. They'll get the disciplinary board to assist them with the investigation. Then they'll conclude, but all right, we can write this off. So the main concern that we have on the write-off is whether was there value for money received. So there'll be that assessment. Okay, although we deviated, but we got what we paid for. Then that gives us some sense of comfort. Then we are happy then to say, okay, it's appropriate that they write this aspect of. Then there's the element that is left of now. Did they identify a responsible person, and did they institute consequence management? So if they didn't do the consequence management part, that also triggers a finding. Where, so maybe you just so you're aware of how the law works. So the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act gives the council powers to do administrative acts, one of them being to write off the regular expenditure. So in previous years, so we're not always experts in all the law. So in previous years, you'd find where we are not happy with the process they follow to write off, we'd qualify them. Then we were made aware, but actually that's council's prerogative. You can only overturn that write off if you take them to court through a legal process. So you do find circumstances where they haven't performed an appropriate investigation, but council has written off. That is an administrative act that is allowed by the law. For us to reverse that write-off, we'll have to challenge them legally. Then our avenue is to say, all right, they've written this thing off, but we've got the recourse to say, they didn't do the investigation properly, they didn't perform the consequence management. So that's how it works. So sometimes that we get banned by the law and then we learn and we apply. So that's one of those aspects where we were dealing with it, like how you are indicating we should probably, but then umthetho actually akasivumeli. But we've always got that recourse to issue consequence management finding. So you'll see BCM has had consequence management finding for a very, very long time. Hopefully that addresses your question, Honorable Member. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Through you, I think, Chair, that addresses my question, and I think it answers a lot of questions. Because the question that I've had, Chair, for years, because I would have always believed when you look at the quality of these investigation reports, when you get an opportunity to see it, that they actually, if you look at the report and the evidence, that the evidence identifies who would have made the municipality to end up having this irregular, wasteful, or unauthorized expenditure. But you would find out that the final results of the report do not speak to the evidence. That is why I think, Chair, perhaps going forward we'll need to speak about it, because they would keep on writing it off. And I just wanted to know the jurisdiction of the AG according to the law in relation to that. So I think, colleagues, it's something that we must think about it in terms of how can we best enhance the AG to ensure that we deal with it, because they will always write it off. Then what? I thank you, Chair.
I think that was addressed at me in terms of okay. So thank you. All right. Honorable Madlan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be very short. I think I've done enough lamenting that could last me a month. I actually said even in the next sitting I could, at the beginning before the presentations, make my own comment. Maybe I should just put them in writing and cut and paste. We've reached consensus on the problems. They are generic. They cut across. We can only appreciate the submissions from the teams. I think that as a comment, well, the strength of any system is in the ignorance or misinformation of the people. The basic oversight responsibility in terms of municipality lies with the councils in those areas. Those are the people who receive report and must provide oversight over the administration. And the silence of the different political parties at that level is very loud on issues of corruption. Before they even reach at this level, there should be some loud noise around these issues at council levels. And part of the reasons why Eastern Cape is in the state is the one-party dominance in terms of support in the area. So there's very less dissenting voice in terms of exposing these kinds of issues. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation in 2025, approaching 2026, which is local government elections. And I think participatory democracy should, in one way or the other, without infringing on the POPIA Act and so forth, allow for a space where we're able to share this information with the public. Because ultimately, the people are the final arbiter. We are sitting here deployed by the millions of people that voted for us. So we don't necessarily need to have all the solutions, but sometimes we need to just tell them that the reason you don't have water is because company XYZ owned by Mr. So and so took that money and did not do the work. And if we can be able to trace the money flow, we must then say, no, some portion of it was given to your leader, so and so. Then the people must decide for themselves what they want to do. They want to continue voting for that leader, they want to continue staying in that condition, or they want to change it. And I don't think these cameras that are here do enough justice. In my own, without any empirical evidence, I would say maybe less than 5% of the population of the country actually get exposed to these conversations. So maybe we need to find strategies as a collective on how do we go to the community and get them informed as the final arbiters, because we can't sit here and as if we're the crop of the cream, as if we're the final deciders. We are here on behalf of the people, and the people are the ones who suffer the biggest prejudice outside of this process. And I think if we do it in that way, we may be able to curb or or put some level of conscious or fear from those who do these things, to know that the people will know you exactly for you are and your company exactly for what it has done, and without any information being shielded, because ultimately we must be able to see results in these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Blossom.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think another proposal as we are about to conclude is that when we invite the SIU, we must have a psychologist here. Because we always get shocked and, the things we get told here, and it never gets better, Chair, like it keeps getting worse. And now I'm reading as we are sitting here, because I know we've got the Minister of Defense coming on the 18th. So I think there is just going to be a problem, because she just told South Africans now that in that war, South Africans were caught in the war between the DRC and Rwanda. So we were sitting there in the middle, dying, not doing anything. I don't understand why they're not withdrawing our people from there. So it really doesn't, it bothers us. And then we're going to come here and then we must explain and find out what happened. But people's lives would have been lost there. Just like now, how we're dealing with these issues. People are losing lives because of lack of service delivery issues and all of that. So yeah, we've ventilated all the issues, Chair, but I think SIU always equips us. So when we deal with the relevant authorities, we should have a clear picture. I see Honorable Neil May has left. I thought we were going to ask her to go on the other side, because PCM is during her time.
I wondered.
Now
I
she just
wondered
ran
if
away
she's
from us. But it's fine. So when the leadership of PCM comes, we must ask her to go across. She can't be sitting with us here. This period was hers. So we are looking for answers from her as well. But overall, Chair, I think the issues are well ventilated by the SIU. We acknowledge the work and let them keep fighting. At least now they've got that court ruling to actually try and cancel out those other assets, and then we can recover some sort of money. But yeah, other than that, we'll meet those who we should hold accountable when they arrive. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, I think when we deal with eThekwini, Honorable Professor will also sit on the other side.
Absolutely. Honorable mandates yet.
In today's meeting, shame is a huge problem. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the colleagues that are briefing us. Just quick one. Already Maduna dealt with this one of the writing off, because I wanted to understand the 5.4 billion that was written off from the AG, and then you've now explained the role you play and how far it goes. But I still have an issue with how do you then highlight the shortcomings out of the investigations, because what's important, even if we want to propose that this particular process must be dealt with other way around, instead of the municipality taking a decision, because all of us here, we have cited the fact that majority decides whether it's wrong or right. All the work that we do, SIU does it, AG does it, Public Protector does the work. But if the council sits and say we are adopting a report of a committee, which then sets aside all your findings, then that becomes an alpha and omega of what is going to be governing the municipality at a time. So it is actually a very wrong process and the wrong way of doing things. So I think there is a court ruling, a constitutional court ruling against Parliament again, which was talking to abusing majority. And this is one of the examples where all the hard work of the institutions that are supporting democracy in South Africa are set aside by just mere politicians who have no clue of how law works. Sometimes they do 100% know what becomes the implications of their decisions based on the service delivery and none of this, or lack of the service delivery to the people. Now, I want to understand from you if you do have those highlights, because we really have to write a report which backs up this particular argument we want to make, that that particular right or power given to municipalities to undo the findings of AG, SIU, PP is wrong. And it must be taken away from municipalities. We asked the same question to Johannesburg earlier on. You write off 7.4 billion, yet you do not know what was written off. Was there value for money? They can't do anything. AG can't do anything, but the report to them is that, yes, we have implemented your recommendation in terms of irregular expenditure. We have now investigated, hence the writing off of 7.4 billion. Do we know what was that 7.4 billion paying for, and what value did it give to the benefit of the people? No one knows. And likelihood is that until maybe a truck of water was 500,000 for each truck of water, and then it was written off because or it's a known acquaintance. I understand. So in reality, Chair, we need to get those highlights so that when we make our argument, it's clear even when we want to approach the lawmaking process into amending these kinds of powers that are now given to municipalities, we do that successfully. But then on this thing of the refurbishment of the water treatment plants, in fact, you said 13 water treatment plants, only 5 are working in the BCM area. I want to understand, so from the others that are not working, isn't there budget in terms of what you are auditing? Isn't there budgets that are going into the work of those 5 treatment waste water treatment plants? Because sometimes these water treatment plants are not working yet. Every year they are part and parcel of the budget, but nothing is actually going to them. So you have given us that, and there's something that triggered your visit to them in order to assess their effectiveness to the public. And also, you're citing that one of the material irregularities to BCM is that consequence management is just something else. They don't adhere to that particular finding from you. If maybe you can give us, if it's for this audit year or from the previous year, how far back can we go? Because we are going to meet them and we need to understand how many people have been taken on task due to all these material irregularities. Then to the SIU, there's a slide on the Lihlenati. I want to get to it, where you are saying before you came, you were given an explanation that Lihlenati is actually exempted from being a problem because they dealt with their part in terms of the infrastructure, but the problem was that when they are pumping water, then the pipes are bursting. But that's just nonsense. Because once the water bursts the pipe, it means Lihlenati's scope of building did not measure the the water pumping speed and they installed wrong infrastructure. Therefore, they are actually the culprits. So they can't be exempted by the municipality to say, no, our problem is just that when we pump the water, the pipes are, if the pipes are bursting out of water being pumped, that means that's a wrong infrastructure. They went to buy some Hong Kong pipes, but they were paid for proper infrastructure to install. So that's just one of the areas I think SIU you have to look into, because I see the other areas where you looked into when you were investigating Lihlenati, but this one of the infrastructure itself. And then as a result of that, another service provider was appointed to correct that. I'm trying to get to that slide because there's quite a huge amount that is paid to the new service provider, which is now redoing, it's not even refurbishment, it's redoing the entire infrastructure. Yet the municipality is adamant that no, Lihlenati did not do anything wrong, they finished their work, we had a problem with the water, because the water pressure was supposed to be measured by the engineer or whoever is responsible for the installation of the pipes. They must measure to the pressure which of the water is going to be pumped. So I would like to say to Advocate Mutibi, that aspect, yes, that aspect, yes, it's slide 11. Now there is new municipality is a further procurement process initiated again to correct something, yet they are saying this, that a person was not wrong. No. So you must add it to these other aspects you were investigating them for SARS documents and all of that. But also there is a wasteful expenditure because they brought wrong equipment, yet we paid for the right equipment. So the result of those people not having water is because the infrastructure is wrong, yet it's paid for. And then would like, Chair, this one is for you. This Regulation 32 piggybacking thing, I think we need to find a way with the research to get all municipalities that are embarking on this piggybacking, because I'm telling you, it's big. If what we're hearing today for that R32 things, that means there's quite a lot of it happening, and you are going to find a pattern similar to that one, which Advocate was giving us earlier on. So we need to get a list of that, and those municipalities will have to be investigated, and then we must call them here. And by the time we're calling them, SIU must be here, as well as AG. Shem, the one of Amahlatic being at court, I don't know how Advocate Mutibi you can assist there, because Amahlatic can't even pay salaries as a municipality. I don't know how they ended up paying for yellow plants when they don't have money for salaries, they don't have money for waste removal. I don't know which waste was being removed by those yellow fleet of those people. So that's another area of Amahlat, you need to look into it extensively. There's much bigger problem, and they are service providers that just come to take from Amahlat and leave it at minus immediately. Every day we see Amahlat and people of Amahlat protesting. Then the last one, the one of Ballowhead and Avis you have dealt with, but I'm still interested into knowing maybe what was this particular contract which this guy signed with Avis and Ballowhead. Yes, I hear he misrepresented them, he leased and all of that, but Avis, if it was leasing for 6 months or a year, I'm sure there's a different process from that of hiring a car for a week or 2 or a month. Because if this person can crisscross the country, that means he leased for years. So this is a company which is dealing in business, but it has its fleet managed by someone else. verify for a year or 2 or 3. Nah, I'm not buying that they didn't know. I'm not comfortable. It's not like these caterpillars and everything were taken out of their yard for 1 month, for 2 months. It's years. This person crisscrossed. That means that's not 2 months, that's not 6 months either. It's over a year, it's over 2 years. So we must really establish what was this relationship or what was this contract. And for you as investigators, you must satisfy yourself that really it was a legitimate transaction of hiring or leasing. But as things stand and how I see it, I don't see it as a legitimate transaction or business transaction. So we need to look into it. That municipality which paid the advance of 7 million, I think it's Alfred district municipality. Besides the fact that we are now looking into the Tshwane, Petin and all the other municipal officials, the officials involved in the paying of that advance when there was no fleet on site, those ones must be highlighted high on the list. They must be very clear because they must tell us what was the motive. How do you pay 7 million when there's absolutely nothing on site? There's still also no service. Yet we must treat you like the rest who, at least there was this fleet which we don't know where it belongs to, but these ones paid 7 million and nothing happened. Yet they must be treated under the same transaction and transgressions. No, these ones are criminals up front. They are plain criminals. Then the potential recovery, last one, Chair, is that the potential recovery which you have cited of 60 million, what is giving you comfort that that could be our potential recovery? Because one, this person was leasing, so all this equipment doesn't belong to him. So this 60 million, you don't have to tell South Africa which asset, but do you have comfort that you have secured this 60 million somewhere, you locked it away in terms of freezing whatever process you are utilizing? But we want comfort to know that there is a secured 60 million which we could potentially recover this entire damage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I can hand over to the teams to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. All right, so I'll deal with the aspect of the write-off first. So you asked in terms of what recourse do we have. So the easiest finding, as indicated, is where they have not done investigations, because how we report our compliance is always against what the law says. So the law says you must investigate. So if no investigation, we can issue a non-compliance finding there to say no investigation. It says you must hold the responsible person accountable. Didn't hold the responsible person accountable, we issue non-compliance. The part that's tricky is the quality of the investigation, because that's not outlined in the law. So it becomes judgmental. So it becomes a very contested space. If I go to the audit report and say the investigation was appropriate, then the question is based on what? So there we will issue it as part of the management report. So the management report is not for the public. We'll say, leadership, we looked at this investigation. When we assess it based on how we understand how the process works, this is not appropriate. They'll agree, disagree, but management report is for them to deal with the issues. But it's very difficult to put in the audit report because there's nothing that outlines in the audit report exactly what makes a quality investigation. So as an example now, if you were to ask for information of who did we have an opinion that the investigation was not appropriate, I'm sure we could gather that, but it won't necessarily be in the audit report. So hopefully that covers that aspect. Then you asked about where's the money going to fix these treatment works. So I think it's an important lesson. That's why we always keep talking about, you know, the norms and standards that are prescribed by Treasury, and you need to budget at least 8% of your capital value to repairs and maintenance. There's a reason for that, because every year you're under budget, there's a cumulative effect, and then better once, because now BCM is sitting with a problem to fix those wastewater treatment plants. They need 5.4 billion. This year they've only budgeted 265 million. So you see now they're sitting with a big problem that it's not likely to be resolved in the foreseeable future, because what they should have been doing on a piecemeal basis year by year, they were not doing. Now you slept with a bill of 5.5 billion. So clearly the citizens are still going to suffer for a very long time there. In the absence of getting an external capital injection. Then, yeah, I think I've dealt with the consequence management finding in relation to the write-off. Hopefully I've covered your questions, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Switch that.
Sorry, on the wastewater treatment plants, when you say now they are sitting at that 5 billion which is required, were they in the previous years annually budgeting money that's directed to the maintenance of those, but it wasn't going there? Was that such happening, or they were just ignoring it altogether?
All right, so you'll find the issue of maintenance isn't just with the wastewater treatment plants. In general, they have been under budgeting. There's always a budget. I mean, we will accept that there's some work that they do, but the budget has never been enough. You're going to find the same problem with the roads, not under budgeting. You're going to find potholes. It's an unfortunate, maybe this is maybe one of the things you need to look at as your administration. It's an unfortunate thing that there's norms and standards that they don't apply to. It's like repairs and maintenance, you have to treat it, you know, here's a budget, let me put repairs. I would go as far as to say maybe sometimes you need to prioritize that over new capital infrastructure, because protect what you've got before you build. So there's always that thing, but okay, I've got all these communities that I need to satisfy. Let me go build. But what I've built, I'm not looking after. And the tendency is when these things collapse, they collapse all at once. So always a budget, doing some work, but it's never been enough, if that makes sense.
Sorry. Thanks, Honourable Chair. I want to start off with these officials who would have participated in the authorization of 7 million advance payment, and we are really in total agreement that they behaved also criminally. We've referred them, and it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 officials to NPA, and we've outlined the counts on which we suggested to NPA that they could charge them with. Because this was so complex, and our legals really worked out on these counts, just really for information of the Honourable Committee. Count 1, where we said to NPA that Alfred and Zoe entered into an installment agreement with Tshwane with the intention to have ownership of vehicles transferred to Alfred and Zoe upon termination of the agreement. This is what the director of Tshwane would have indicated or misrepresented to Alfred and Zoe, right? Whereas the vehicles were subject to full maintenance agreement, heavy and commercial vehicles entered into between Avis and Tshwane on the 13th of June 2014, signed by Mlonzi in his representative capacity as director of Tshwane. Now, as further charges in terms of count 1, we're saying, in terms of the full maintenance and lease agreement, the vehicles, and he knew that the vehicles would remain the property of Avis and would be returned to Avis upon termination of the full maintenance lease agreement. Tshwane was not to acquire ownership of the vehicles at all in terms of this full maintenance agreement. Now we are saying at all relevant times, Tshwane and Omlonzi, in his representative capacity as a director, created the impression that the vehicles were owned by him and that he could transfer ownership to the municipality, when in fact he could not, as Tshwane was not the owner. And then the misrepresentation in his capacity then induced the municipality to enter into this hire purchase agreement. So he entered into a HP agreement with the municipality, with Tshwane, which had the effect of causing actual or potential prejudice to the municipality. And then we spell out count 2, count 3, yes, and then there's other counts up to 6. So what we are really indicating, and this is the presidential report that at least my colleague had in preparation for this. So, Honourable Mentor, these are the charges, and when were they referred? But again, we're going to find that they were referred, some years back. We haven't yet gotten the response. Or is it March 2019? So again, we can go back to NPA, and unless my colleague has got the details of what the status is. So really, this is the kind of serious charges that we bring forward based on the evidence, and we even spell out what the counts would be according to our understanding. Because these are serious criminal charges, right? So I'm really just responding to what the Honourable Mentor would have said, that they behaved criminally. These are criminal. We saw it the same way. So we'll really just have to go back and check in the NPA process what became of this. Chair, should I pause here? I see Honourable Skosan has got a hand.
Yeah, Honourable Skosan, you've got a follow-up.
Sorry, Chair, I know that it's late, but I'm a bit confused at the end. The issue of Kwame saying that after the period, whatever the high, then the municipality will own the vehicles. But it comes out now that it's not true.
Yeah,
he misrepresented, but I'm not sure about the municipality. How can they themselves, besides Kwame, agree to something of that, that amount, which is it's here, which we are seeing here, that they really agreed to, after payment, they won't even own those vehicles or those yellow plant machines. For me, it leaves much to be desired. It means that the scheme was bigger than that, but I'm happy to hear that you already charged them. I mean, they have to face those criminal charges. But my last thing, Chair, through you, there's another one which maybe I was outside because, as I said, after eating, it's a problem. Masikame, that refused bags which were not delivered, or were because there was an issue of the refused bag. Money was paid there, I think around 7 or 8 million, and I guess I didn't get an answer. Perhaps my colleagues had an answer on that. And please, Chair, as I learned today, I'm saying the public protector has to be called as well here, because things are happening, the public is not protected. Thank you.
Just an update. In the presentation, slide number 9, we did indicate that there's a case number, Mount Eightleaf, CAS 5101 of 2018, where 8 municipal officials and businessmen were arrested under this case, and the criminal case is ongoing. SIU is providing support. So thankfully there is
I
some.
just want to be sure which one, because there were two. Mercy.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we're now dealing with the fleet in Alfred. And also remember, we said we've made our referrals in 2019, but the case number is 2018. Remember in my presentation, I suggested that there was an investigation conducted before it was handed over to the SIU, and also ACTT, Anti-Corruption Task Team, has been working on these matters. Hence, we'll find that even though we will have found evidence, it will add to the case that has already been handled by ACTT.
Okay, so it's not that absolutely nothing has happened. Okay, but we're still going to ask for information from the NPA anyway about the progress on this case.
Thank you, Chair. And then on the Lichenati, really we do agree, Honorable Mente. I was just checking with my colleagues here that this would not have been an acceptable explanation on the part of the municipality that it wasn't the fault of Liche. So, as you can see, there is a proclamation now to R218 of 2024, and all of those will form part of this investigation. Yes, thank you. Yes, and then what was the other? Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, we have performed some financial profiling. There's some assets that have been identified. So it will probably still proceed, and then we have to just pounce in and do the freeze. Yes. Yeah, we usually don't announce publicly.
Just
but,
no, and don't. By the way, I worry when that information is shared, because the trick is that the people don't know what's coming until it arrives. Honourable Member, you've got one last follow-up.
No, just one curiosity question on the matter of that assurance of you will own after renting. Yeah, so I presume that the municipality, the CFO is a very qualified, or CEO is a very qualified person, even the one who heads SCM. You can't be hiring things and not test them. What is that system? NATIS. And not test them on NATIS. You may be hiring stolen vehicles that are just going to be confiscated on the road. It's not true that they didn't know who the rightful owner. Please look at that aspect. It's this explanation. They should have tested those vehicles. You don't, even a layman, if ever my colleague here, Commissar Mazui, is saying, Chair, we use buggies in our organizations. I have an extra buggy. I will not take it until I run it through NATIS. Because he might be giving me a stolen vehicle. The next thing, I'm arrested on the highway. A whole municipality doesn't test registration numbers. It's not true. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honourable Member. I was also going to say that there is almost zero chance that they didn't know, and we are going to formulate the letter to the NPA in such a way that we can ascertain whether municipal officials are also part of those who have been criminally charged, because it's clear to me that the fact that somebody purported to represent Avis knew that this company did not have the capacity to provide the service, and they needed some kind of sponsor behind to demonstrate that they can deliver on the thing. So it's highly unlikely that they didn't know. I just want to thank both teams, members of the AG team. So what we're going to do ahead of engaging further with the municipality is that we particularly, apart from the supply chain issues and so on, there are two areas that we're going to need your help in by way of preparation over a period of time. So don't stress too much about it being now. But in the coming weeks, a couple of things. One, it is the the financial management aspect thereof, and also the areas where they fail to meet benchmark, such as maintenance and so on, because I think we also have to examine where they elect to spend money vis-a-vis what is actually really important in terms of service delivery. And that's for us to make that determination, but we will need your assistance just in working through the financial statements once again, because if there is, and I know there are problems there with water cleanliness, for instance. So water is a massive issue in Buffalo City. It boggles the mind that they wouldn't prioritize that as an area in which they need to invest municipal resources. Want to look at not just the credit collection, the debt collection period, but also want to know in that period, is it 100% of the debt is collected? It is so. Who pays? How much is paid within what within what period? So kind of the extent of the defaults, I think is just as important. But myself and the support and the secretariat will be in touch with you, so that we can then prepare for further engagements by the committee with the municipality. And the last thing I want to say to members, we kind of are going to accumulate some of these over the next couple of weeks, because when the finance minister comes here, all of those questions that we talk about treasury and what gets done and what doesn't get done, the finance minister and the DG and the accountant general and so on will be with the committee, hopefully during this session, so that we can start getting to the systemic issues. But otherwise, sorry.
Chair, just on the systemic issues, I've just checked with my colleague here. Really, it's pleasing that the system will really prove to work. That immediately we have identified, I think it's on the Buffalo City, where the Auditor General indicated the wastewater area. Those were functional and some were not functional and so on. Our view is that there is a measure of neglect on the part of the municipality and maladministration possibly, and already my colleague says they've arranged to meet with the AG team for purposes of a possible investigation by SIU. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I wanted to say, Honorable Member, I think you may have stepped out. That Rule 32 thing, I've already asked the AG team to help us get a consolidated report so that we understand how bad the problem is in the system and whether the same companies don't crop up every time. I wanted to thank you for your patience and your endurance being here all day. I want to thank the members of the committee as well. It's been a longish 2 days, but you've managed to hang on. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we don't have a sitting, we do? No. We don't. Okay, so you can you can recover. But I will be working with the team just on follow up to some of these things we're discussing over the next 2 days, so that our program keeps going. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but we must blacklist the municipalities now. You know, the companies have been blacklisted. Let's blacklist the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you.